Okay, welcome everybody to the Revo ACU British Motocross Championship, fueled by Gulf Race Fuels. My name he was up on the commentary tower yesterday getting burnt to a sizzle, but he's in a nice cool TV truck. Ben, great to be doing this with you. I'm looking forward to this. Good to be here. What was the track like yesterday?
Oh yeah, quite incredible. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't call it a tower, it was more on the top of the caravan, but yeah, it did work out nicely. But yeah, there's a nice track. You can see around most of it in most little viewing points there, but for commentary just needed to be a little bit higher there. But yeah, the track yesterday got dusty, which is not something we've seen much of in recent times, because the prep is still spot on. Everything was watered, maintained, made sure it's all graded correctly, but it was just so warm. So hot with the sunshine, and of course the breeze comes across here. There isn't an awful lot of shelter. Look at that forecast though, clear sky, bright sunshine. If you're a rider, that means you're going to be hot all day. I mean, that's going to be tough stuff. I can see you visibly wincing there, Jeff.
I'll tell you, Ben, I do not miss, when it's days like this, I do not miss racing motocross. I can categorically tell you that. Much rather be on the sidelines watching. It's going to be hard work. It's going to be fast, it's going to be furious. FatCat does get incredibly rough. It's a sand-based surface. But like Ben says, it's been quite dry. It won't get necessarily as deep and as rough as normal, but it's going to be fast. The new layout seems a bit faster, so I think we're going to see more high-speed, intense racing with more sharp-edge bumps probably.
Yes, it was definitely fast yesterday. I mean, we had the youth classes run the first 3 races for the 65cc's, the small wheel 85s and the big wheel 85s, and the first 2 races for what for this weekend is the combined MXY2 class, 125 and 250 out together, still scored separately as it has been all championship. But yeah, it was fast, and you can see from the various layout options they've got here. It's my first time here. I'm quite staggered by how many different layout options there are. But yeah, they've chosen the faster one, it seems to me.
Yeah, well, that's the beauty of it. A sand-baked circuit, they can pretty much do what they want. And what they've actually done here, for those obviously in British motocross, I would imagine virtually everybody in British motocross, whether you race AMCA, BSMA, whatever it is, you'd have probably been to FatCat. And you would have worked out that you've got like your main racetrack and a practice track. What they've done here for the Revo ACU British Championship is put the 2 tracks together effectively, so you've got the paddock in the middle. So yeah, a brand new track design this weekend for everybody involved. I'm looking forward to it. I wasn't here yesterday, so I'm looking forward to see how it's going to pan out. I haven't even had time to go and have a look around the track. So like you guys, watching the live stream, I'm seeing this for the first time through the TV screens, and I have to say, I think it's going to be an absolute ripper out there. It's going to be fast, it's going to be intense, and fitness is absolutely going to play a part today in this heat.
1000%. I mean, yeah, the track yesterday was throwing up a lot of different options. We saw there's a tabletop opposite the finishing line, so like you say, it must be the joining point between the 2 circuits where the area of the circuit narrows down. So you've got it going alongside. I mean, we can see on the screen, and out there you'll see the line opposite, literally with the motorway behind it. That there is almost straight all the way through. It's basically a long rhythm section, so it did build some speed to the point where there's a tabletop just the other side opposite the finishing line, and there were some passes made by people over jumping it and landing on the flat. Not something you want to do every lap for physical reasons and all the rest of it, but yeah, they were actually able to do that, and we saw quite a few nice little options which made for really good racing yesterday.
Yeah, that's where they come back onto the start, and yeah, you get a lot of people. You get a lot of people jumping far onto that. We're going to show you what it's like to be out on track. I think this is our co-presenter, isn't it? Brad Wheeler,
yes,
getting on, spinning some laps. So let's see what it's like with a lap with Brad Wheeler. So here we go. You can we'll both guide you through this. I'll start. So this is Brad. That's basically coming in around the sort of first corner, but not the first corner. That's where it goes across the start. This sometimes used to be the finish jump, but this is a different section. These 2 big tabletops, and this is where it changes from what it used to be, Ben. So it used to go up left, but now it goes immediately left. You can see where it used to go straight on. Yeah. This was obviously Friday, was it? I wasn't here.
No, this was last night after the racing.
Okay.
So yeah, but I usually do a track walk. I'm afraid, sorry for fans of that on YouTube, it didn't make it this week. The traffic cost me on Friday, and to be brutally honest, I was sozzled yesterday. There was no chance of getting me back out in that sun after commentating for 8 hours in it. So this track guide that we're seeing on here, and if you're in the paddock you can see this online as well, is Bradley going round after Saturday's racing. So the track hadn't been touched. This was straight after the very last moto yesterday.
Yeah, this one brought to you by Factory Image Racing. You can see just exactly what we're talking about yesterday. Even with all that water going down, that's quite dry as FatCat gets. You know, normally it's much deeper than that. You can see that lighter shade of sand. You can see where that's where it's all been churned up. So not as rough as maybe we've seen in the past, but they've definitely put more water down this morning with more anticipation. We've got pro races today that we never had yesterday.
True.
So the track, I can tell you right now, by the end of the day, will not look like that. If you think that's rough now, if you're new to the sport and you're watching it thinking, God, there's moving about everywhere, he's all over. No, you wait till racing the last motor of the day, because it will be brutal.
Yes, it's definitely, I mean, obviously before we came here, I watched a bit of footage just to get myself familiarised with it, and also to see the MXN footage, if you like. So, yeah, that was definitely a different shade of sand, wasn't it? Different colour to it because of the extra moisture, which is not there at the moment, although, yeah, or it wasn't there last night. So this was at the end of racing, as we say, and there was dust coming up through the pack, which, like I say, we don't normally see, but it's just too difficult to combat it. And yeah, this section here coming in before the finishing line, we saw some fantastic passing here. Literally, there were 3 last corner passes for position yesterday. In fact, there was 1 for the lead. So yeah, it's pretty impressive.
Well, there you go. That's Brad over the line for a lap.
That one corner, Jeff, just to mention, the one we're seeing on screen now, it's the one after they go across the start line and then turn right. There were so many crashes there yesterday. Don't know what it was, whether the track, I think the track falls away or it gets deep or something like that. But yeah, there were more yellow flags in that corner yesterday than any of the tricky obstacles around the track for some reason. No,
it is. It's always been a tough corner, that. You come tearing across the start straight. So you don't go along the start straight, they actually cross over it. And what it is, you're kind of going at speed and slightly turning left the whole time as you go across the start. And then it just suddenly goes sharp right. And you get a lot of riders struggling to get in there, particularly as the race goes on and you get braking bumps. So this, like I said, today the track will be definitely tougher. We've got the MX1 and MX2. You're currently watching on stream MX2. Ben will run us through. This is not set in stone. This is what's happening right here, right now, live. The current qualifying. Have we got some times coming in, Ben? Okay, I'll let you go from the top, like a decent DJ.
We got currently qualification session with 3.5 minutes to go, so about a lap and a little bit, depending on where you are on circuit. But yes, it is the championship leader. Well, the championship leader that's surviving, should we say, because the championship leader in the MX2 class, Isaac Gifting, is sadly absent through a knee injury. So it is the reigning champion, number 426, Conrad Muse, who is currently setting the fastest time. He is 1.49 seconds, so 1.5 seconds clear of Dylan Walsh on the Revo 7 Kawasaki, number 53, who's moved down here. And how about this for a bit of excitement, you two-stroke fans? You've got the Sand Specialist, number 998 on the track. A wild card today on a 252-stroke Yamaha, and that is Western Beach Race Supremo. You can't just call him a winner. He's dominated the last 3 races he entered there, and he is 3rd in qualification right now on the 1:50.686. Quite an incredible showing already for Todd Kellett. And also a nice, exciting debut for today is our guest from Finland, isn't it? Yep. Jorgen Matthias Talviku, who is out there on the SC Sport Homes.
Estonia.
Yeah.
He's from Estonia.
My mistake. Yep. Jorgen Matthias Talviku is out there, and he's in his first qualifying session here at the Revo British Motocross Championship, and he is in 4th place ahead of Kai Karzamakers. So quite an incredible showing already from the rookie here.
I'll tell you, he's quick. When he first, well, I kind of knew a bit of him before he first arrived in the UK. What was that now? Before pre-COVID? What was that? 2 or 3 years ago? I've lost all track of time
19,
since
like
COVID.
That,
but basically, yeah, he came over and raced in the 250 class, and he was quick then, and on a bigger bike. He'll be absolutely. Obviously back on the 250 and riding Bear Sea Sports Homes. He's going to be on it, no doubt about it. Todd Kellett, for Todd. This isn't sand. That will seem like tarmac to Todd. I kid you not. That will be like, well, where's the sand?
Yeah,
like he is used to proper deep beach sand. Even Western is not deep sand to him.
No, I mean, I did see his race in at the 2K, and that was just an incredible battle he had there with the eventual winner, the Frenchman, isn't it? I can't remember his name now, but yeah, so actually Talvico has moved up now. He's moved out to just shy of a second over Conrad Muse's time. So Talvico has moved up to second in the session. Walsh, Kellett and Carsmakers still round out the top 5. And then for the rest of the top 10, we've got number 32, Callum Mitchell in 6th, Jamie Carpenter in 7th, JB Law in 8th on the 2-stroke Apico Husqvarna, Tom Grimshaw, number 16 on the Chambers Husqvarna, and number 6, Carlton Husband, returning from injury on the Phoenix Even Strokes Kawasaki. He had a broken foot at Carlton Husband, so this is nice for him to get inside the top 10, his first time back on it. Also quite well up is our MXY2 champion from last year, Alfie Jones, the number 731. He is also out there on the Chambers Husqvarna, and he's doing nicely in 12th place at the moment, just ahead of the Crab Screen's present Yamaha of Sam Nunn. The 365 is 13th. And in case I think he's going to feel bad at being missed out, Charlie Cole, the number 82, I've skipped him completely on the Blades Bikes Kawasaki, is there in 11th place right now. Another youth rookie up from the MXY2 category, Bailey Johnston, showing nicely in 14th on the number 119 Verdi Shido KTM. And Adam Collins rounds out the top 15 at the number 48 rider on the Motorcycle Premier Bikes KTM.
Yeah, you've got a lot of young riders now starting to come through, which is great. You know, we've got to start nurturing this talent, bringing riders through. Obviously, we've got at the sharp end, particularly in MX1, we've got a bunch of riders there, and I know they won't mind me saying this. Sean Simpson, Tommy Searle, guys like that. You know, they're getting towards the end of their pro career. You know, it is either way you look at it. They're not going to be around forever.
Even sorry to cut in, even on Tommy Searle's video this week where he's training in Lommel, he had a bit of expert advice from Stefan Everts, who said once you hit 30 it's all downhill.
And he's right. I totally back that up. Yeah, I've been there, done that, got that t-shirt. Yeah, it's hard, you know, it's tough at the best of times, but as much as you fight it, you can't beat, you know, basically time. You know, it's our worst nemesis. And it does get you in the end, and this sport is brutal. So, you know, modern riders now go on a bit further. You've got Caroli and those like guys that have gone deep into their 30s a bit more, but because, you know, science and stuff like that. But yeah, anyway, that's it. Let's see how well the old boys do today. Right, we are going to be racing pretty soon. We're going to be coming out with a 65cc class for your viewing pleasure.
Yeah, absolutely. And to finish the MX2 qualification session, oh, here we go.
Well, they're down there, the little whippersnappers. They should be getting ready to come out. But listen, as you said, Ben, you was out there yesterday.
Yep.
Well, maybe you're so frazzled you can't even remember, like it was all a...
Oh, I remember.
You remember. But because, you know, you're very organised here. You've got your sheets and you've got your colour coding. Let's have a little rundown then of yesterday's action, just where we're currently at with the 65s after yesterday's racing, if you'd be so...
Sure.
Now, listen, I'm not being lazy here and just passing this all on to Ben like I've just rocked up like some kind of rock star. I originally was not originally, I was somewhere else yesterday. This was obviously a new thing of us coming in to do the live stream, so I wasn't here yesterday taking in all the action, but luckily this man was, so he's on point.
We got it. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, yesterday was a complete surprise for many riders, for many people, including myself. In the programme, coming from Nottinghamshire, it says, is a number 61, the wild card of Brian Giles. Now, my colleague Bradley Wheeler warned me there might be some specialists here who practice here on a regular basis and therefore show some amazing pace. And I mistakenly mistook the name Brian Giles from Nottinghamshire for a local. Then somebody told me he's about as local as...
yeah, he's from a different hemisphere.
Martian. Yeah, he's literally from a different hemisphere. Yeah, he's come across from Thailand, number 61 that is, on the EMD Custom Graphics Ban Ricky at KTM, and he was 4.5 seconds faster in qualification and won all 3 races with ease yesterday. So showing the championship regulars what he can do, and also anybody who might fancy picking him up for a team in the future. But yeah, amongst these riders, 7 to 10 years old, of course, on the 65cc bikes. The rest of the championship contenders were all at the sharp end. Marty Spires, our championship leader, number 22 on the DBC Motorcycles 16 Designs KTM. He had a good day, finishing second twice and then 4th in race 3. So he's built his championship lead. Is currently lying second overall with 13 points behind Brian Giles if he needs to recover that for an overall victory anyway today. But yeah, Marty Spires has defended his championship lead there. Casey Lister, on the other hand, had a pretty rough day for himself. He started the day second in the series, ended up finishing 16th in race 1 after a flat tyre. He rode for most of the race. I think he picked up that flat tyre on the second lap. And fair play to him, he did keep on going because it's 45 points for a win. They score points all the way through, so they cannot pull over in this class. They have to score points, otherwise it's a big, big loss.
Any championship, you points get, you don't want to be having, you got to keep it rolling if you can, and get those points on the board because they all count.
Yes, indeed. So Casey Lister did drop back. He had 16.76 were his finishes, so he's dropped back from 2nd to 5th in the championship. Number 57, although he rides 5.78 on the bike, is Leo Wilson, and he had a good day. He was 5th, 3rd and 3rd, so he has moved up from 3rd to 2nd in the series. Number 5, Harley Marjak, backed by the wonderful JMR Foundation set up on his gas. He was there in a good day yesterday, finishing 7.45, and he lifted himself up into 3rd in the series. Arthur Moore also was a very good day, second only to Brian Giles in that final race yesterday, so he has also lifted himself above Casey Lister. So those are the main riders to watch for. 22 Marty Spires, 125 Casey Lister, 5.78 on the bike is Leo Wilson, 5 for Harley Marjak, and 67 Arthur Moore. Also one to watch for is the reigning auto champion from last year in the British Championship, number 75 Cohen Jagielski, who had a rough start to the day, but he ended up picking up 5th and 7th in the other races and was on form. So yeah, watch for that 61. He was flying higher than a 125 on some of those yesterday. Incredible.
Absolutely, yeah. I've seen Cohen ride a couple of times. These kids, which is great. This is where we're at with the sport. We want to encourage young people into it, which is obviously fantastic that with the live stream getting out now to everybody. What I mean by that is free to view. So basically just spread the word. Absolutely. If you're watching for the first time motocross and you've been pushed on it, all you got to do is just get on social media and send people a link and watch it. We always find with the youth classes, loads of grandparents tune in. Absolutely, all the time. So, because, they get a chance to watch their grandkids. Obviously, most parents are with it. So the next generation is just going to be coming out right now. And without a cliche or being too corny, we need to get behind these kids because I don't want to go all Michael Jackson on it. They are our future. There's no doubt about it. We need them to be, out there riding, enjoying it, and bringing the level up. There's a constant debate about the standard of what we try and reach British riders, trying to get them to a level where they're Grand Prix riders, like Ben Watson is obviously like an MX1 at the minute. Okay, Ben's having a tough year. It just goes to prove how difficult it is at the top. If we start, getting a really good scene going in the UK and educate these kids on how the sport is and whatever, and riding tough tracks like this and being in a national environment, getting TV airtime, all these things, It's all going to help them. So it's great to see the 65s out there. Final 3 rounds, they're going to be all of them, as far as I'm aware. I think they are.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we've got 3 rounds left after this weekend, so we're really getting to the business end of the championships in all classes. But yeah, we are back to all classes here today for the first time since the middle of March back at Cullum. Certainly for the 65s, it's their first race since then. But yes, we've got the first race in this championship, of course. We've got 3 rounds left, 30th and 31st of July at Whitby, where all classes will be present. Then we've got the youth-only event, 13th and 14th of August at Warmingham Lane. And that's, that's up there for just the youth classes, everybody apart from MX1 and MX2. And then finally, the big finale down at Landrake, down by the sea in Cornwall, 10th and 11th of September. All classes there to finish off and find the championships. I was at that round last year commentating an incredible day's racing, and yeah, really excited to get to that one. Yeah,
it's a great venue as well, Landrake. Whether you're just coming out to watch, which we really hope you do. We don't want the people watching live stream just think, I'll watch the live stream. Listen, if you live locally and whatever, nothing beats. We're putting the live stream out, and know that's great, but nothing beats actually being at the races and getting a sense of the smell, the noises, all those kind of things. So if you are down that way, and obviously if the championship hots up last year, it was obviously went down to the wire. With Sil and Kulas in particular. So get yourself to Landrake for Finale. If you live in North Yorkshire, absolutely go to Whitby, brilliant venue. There overlooking the town, fantastic. So we've got some great venues coming up. As I said, Landrake is a brilliant viewing circuit. You can see it all. It's all laid out in front of you. So get online, get onto the Revo MXGB website. and tickets, and just get to an event. If you're watching this for the first time and think, oh, this is pretty cool, come to an event, get to see the riders, go to the autograph session, get to know them. That's what we want. It's, you know, don't just get lazy and watch the live stream all the time.
Yeah,
as much as we want you to watch it, we also want you to come out.
Well, you know, we've got how many years left? Probably the years are numbered before we have silent bikes with no exhaust and no smells.
Yeah.
So let's, whether it's 2 or 4-stroke, I don't care. If you're a 2-stroke fan, you don't like 4 strokes, fair enough. We've got lots of youth guys out there for you. 4 strokes, if you see those live, I personally am a bit of a 4-stroke fan. I know it's unfashionable to say so.
Controversial. Gone out on a limb.
You get out there, you feel the snarl, you feel the thunder when they go past. You see the evil in the eyes and the physicality, the effort that you get when you stand trackside. And you can, unlike some of the, so to say, more worldwide series, you can get really close at these events by and large. You can really get in there, you can see the eyes, see the anger, and you can't beat that.
Well, that's it, and that's why our sport, and I am being incredibly biased, but I don't care, our sport is so wonderful, so beautiful. That's the difference. You can go to many sports, particularly motorsports now, and the accessibility is just not there. You know, you go to a road race, you know, you're behind multiple barriers, up on a, you know, behind fencing and all that. Motocross has always been that thing where you can just get in there, you can get right up close to the track, you can cheer riders on, and as you said, you're right there, you're almost within touching distance as they come by. But it's not just what you see on the track. You can, the paddock is accessible, you know, at British level. Here in the UK, you can pay your ticket, come in, and you can walk around the paddock. You can go to see the riders, you can stop them, have a chat. You know, it's not that level like, for example, like Formula One or wherever, where the stars are just inaccessible. You can't get to them. Our sport, we're all in it together. It's absolutely, and I do use the term, it is our sport. It doesn't belong to anybody in particular. We're all in it, and it's just an amazing sport to be in. And I think most people, I'd say probably somewhere between 80 and 90%, maybe more, once you've come to a motocross event and you kind of gets under your skin, that's it. You're a lifer. Just don't fight it. You're in for life then at that point. That's it.
It is a bug, there's no doubt about it. And you can also volunteer and help. You can see these brave guys here in the orange jackets. Now you consider, I was out in the sun yesterday and moaning. I expect they're all rolling their eyes at me thinking, yeah mate, you didn't have to stand here and flag anybody going down. So yeah, I mean those are the heroes there for me, those guys on the marshal points. Done a day's marshalling there, Jeff, done a day or two, like unreal, isn't it?
I have, and as we said, you know, that's the thing with our sport. We're trying to elevate it, we're trying to make it better. And obviously, hopefully, such things like this live stream, and if people like it, we can get more people involved, more brands outside of motocross. Obviously, the more that comes in, the more we can put back. And who knows, you know, 2 or 3 years' time, maybe we'll be able to get a real decent marshals, you know, like union going and give these guys some support, because they come out and do a great job. And like I said, rain or shine, you know, they're there. It's the middle days, it's okay. But when it's red hot, it's a tough day for marshals.
Yep.
When it's freezing cold and hammering with rain. I mean, I've seen marshals at Hawkstone International at the beginning of the year thinking, honestly, why are you out there? I mean, I know you must love it, and thank you for being out there.
Yeah, sure.
It's the same with all our medical team, everybody. There's a lot more that goes into running an event these days than people realise, particularly post-COVID.
Yep.
It's not easy laying on any kind of event, let alone a high-end National British Motocross Championship. So thank you, everybody, and let's make it a great day and hope you enjoy the racing. So they are just coming in off their sighting lap. Basically, everybody gets a sighting lap here at the Revo British ACU Championship, fueled by Gulf. So yeah, this will be good. I'm looking forward to this. These little kids, because they're ripped round here.
Yeah, the 65s really put a good show on yesterday. I mean, it's their first British Championship round since the middle of March when they were at Cullum. That was won by the number 22 Marty Spires, who won the first race and then was second in the other two there. But Casey Lister had a first lap crash there, the number 125 rider, and ended 11th. Came right through the pack to 11th in that first race, so certainly did not give up, dug in and got through to score some decent points, and then won the second and third races there. So from that sense, Casey Lister was looking like one of the favourites, but he did have a tough day yesterday, and he has, like you say, slipped back a little bit there. Marty Spires defended his position quite nicely, but we had some great inspired riding yesterday. Leo Wilson in particular made a few little charges there. Arthur Moore had a great start yesterday and dug in despite the hot and testing conditions, especially for them in race 3. So yeah, the 65cc's, no small amount of effort despite the small leg length, if you like, for these riders. They're right on the case.
Not at all, and this is the thing, you know, in the next generation, or maybe I'm 2 ahead of that, probably 3 actually, if I think about it, coming up to 50. So yeah, these kids, you know, they're so used now to social media, you know, basically on their phones all the time, aren't they, kids? That's one thing, you want to try and get them off the phone. But they always know what's going on, and they've learned so much even from that. Like, the sport has evolved so much. The techniques, there's no way. You know, people say to me, oh, it's retrospective. You would have been doing that when you were that age. I'll be like, no. I honestly would not have been doing that. Like, yeah, but you would have done. It's all the same, but it's not. You know, like, the jumps have got bigger. The kids have got more confident. There's more coaches now. Yeah. It's become more of a professional sport, even at that young age, you know. So like now they're getting trained, they got coaches, nutritionists, all these kind of things. So the level has absolutely gone up, and these kids will just. And the other thing with them as well, that you just can't. It's just how life is. They have no fear. Or they do. They do, but they don't yet know the consequences of their actions. So, you know, they don't think so much. So this is why I always really do love the youth classes, you know, from 65 up to really the 125. When they get around the 125 youth category, 250 category, obviously they're a bit more controlled. They think about it a bit. But these kids, they just go with their gut feeling and just twist it. There
was one example of that yesterday. Sorry to cut into you there, Jeff. But yeah, there's a great example yesterday. Number 311, Archie Butterfield. He was chasing a rider he was chasing 118, Riley Ray Barrow, for 10th place on the last lap, last corner. He gunned it so hard, he lost out sadly by like 15 thousandths of a second. He gunned it so hard, he crossed the line and then went piling off the side of the track, down the ditch, and led there for about 5 minutes. And everyone was like, oh my God, are you all right? He got up and he walked away, and I have just seen him on the start line. So that's level. That was just for 10th place.
See, I love that straight away. That's what I'm talking about, the commitment. You know, they just absolutely go for it. So this will be great. I mean, the 65s are always good. You know, it's great to have them here. They don't do every round, as Ben said, so it's good to have them, and it's great.
Get them revved up.
Here we go then. Buckle in,
people. Ball is up. You can tell when the 5-second board turns because the heads will go down.
In there, the monster lid. He is absolutely, he's wired.
There we go. Here comes the 5-second board. They get ready to go. A few of them were left waiting longer than they were used to and nearly jumped the gate there. But it is, I think, our star rider from yesterday. That was Harley Marjak, number 5, has hit the front straight away. That's a great start for the rider on the JMR Foundation. Gas, he is away and clear at the front. Who's down in the first corner? It's Jagielski, Ethan Gawley and Leo Wilson. They're all down in that first corner. 3 of our big hitters from yesterday are down there. That is bad news for them, but great news. Harley Marjak is out in front. For him, he is loving it. We look for our number 61, our rider who was so fast yesterday, Brian Giles. And they voted to do the full circuit, Jeff. They had the option. Great. They had the option of cutting it short, but they went for the full one.
Yeah, and you know what? I've often thought about that because the race distance is still the same. So, you know, let's get them out there doing the full circuit. This is going to be good. This is their one time. We're only getting one moto from these guys today. Yes. So this is their moment. This is their big TV moment for this round. So let's try and give them some real quality TV airtime here with all these young kids.
Yeah, there's some fourth. We can see Riley Ray Barrow there, the 118. He was one of those riders in that incident I mentioned yesterday. 184, Archie Stapley there is trying to push his way through as well. But out in front was Harley Marjak, and chasing him down was our winner of all 3 races yesterday. Here he comes, number 61, rider from Thailand, Brian Giles, as they tip into this sharp right-hander that was causing so many issues yesterday. And it was Brian Giles now trying to chase down Harley Marjak to see if he can make it 4 from 4 this weekend. Amazing how these 65 sail over these jumps, Jeff.
And I'll tell you what they're finding already different from yesterday. The track's been watered more, that's one thing, but the pros have been out there already.
Yes, there he goes. Brian Giles just tucks inside Harley Marjak and takes the lead easy as you like. Tucked inside Marjak there. We've got Casey Lister and Marty Spires, championship chasers, 3rd and 4th at the moment, ahead of Jet Gardner. Nixon Coppins, the number 10 of Mitchell is there as well. In 7th place, Riley Ray Barrett 8th, Arthur Moore 9th, and Teddy Merriman.
Yeah, there's your top 10. But this is Brian Giles. As I said, I've seen him ride before. He has got great technique, and he is not scared of twisting it. He rides very much on the balls of his feet, and he's going to have to do this. But going back to what I said before, obviously jumping in there with the overtaking move for the lead. Yeah, this track will be very different to what they were used to yesterday. Not, like I said, not because they got more water down, because the pros straight away, if you put the pro riders out first, they make very different lines.
Yes, for sure.
Than what any youth riders do when you're on a flat track. So already the lads will be thinking, okay, this corner wasn't like that yesterday. There'll be already like big berms building up that they never had yesterday. So, but they learn a lot from the, having the pros here, and that's the beauty of it.
Yeah, well, yesterday the 65cc's did hit the track first, so they got to carve the track how they like it. So that was good for them, both in the practice and the racing sessions. We can see here now Casey Lister is trying to chase down Harley Marjak, so that is getting close for 2nd place. And Casey needs to get some points back. Marty Spires is only there in 4th, not far behind him, about a second shy. As they crossed the line last time. Only one timing reference point, I'm afraid, for these motocross events. We've got them across the line, and that's there's no sector times like MotoGP, but yeah, we can see on track Harley Marjak still holding down 2nd, and no, in fact, Marjak has lost 2nd to Casey Lister, and it's Marty Spires who is now chasing him down. So Spires in 4th, Marjak in 3rd, Lister in 2nd, but they're all chasing that tie rider Brian Giles.
They are, yeah. This is going to shape up a good one, this battle here, as they come down past the pit signalling area. Those big rollers are huge for the little 65s. Obviously, they can't kind of manual over them like the big bikes, but nice to see alternative lines already. Great that is, because when I, as obviously coaching some riders as well, it kind of like, why do you follow each other all the time? Yep, it's a big old track, so it's great to see already young riders working out like, you know what? I'm not going to follow. You can't pass all the time if you're following someone. Absolutely.
Yeah, he just saw a change in position there as well. Charlie Mitchell moving his way up into 8th place past Nixon Coppins. Looks like Coppins has dropped down a few places there. Yellow flag on the side of the jump there. We hope the rider's okay. Yeah, his rider's upright anyway. Can't quite see who that is. Don't think it's our race leader, was it?
I don't think so, no. I think he got away. Well, no.
Ooh, I don't know.
We don't know. No, I think he's still out there. We'll probably get the guys to check in on Brian Giles in a minute to make sure he's still there. But I think he's still out in front. That was obviously a static yellow.
Yep.
If you're new to watching this game, but when it's a wave yellows, the guys have to show a significant reduction in speed, keep the wheels on the ground the best they can. Static yellow, they've got to slow down a bit, but they can still do the jumps and whatever. It's just a caution. That normally means that somebody is off the side of the track or off the racing line at least. It's when you get the wave yellows that the guys really do need to pay attention to them.
And you can see straight away how far there Brian Giles has pulled clear. Here we go, in some of the riders here battling through the pack there. There is the 311 of Butterfield. Ethan Gawley, number 70, was one down in the first corner. He's come back well already through to 18th place. And then we've got the number 4 of Ronan Watson is just pushing through as well on the outsides of the top 20. Sorry, no, just in 15th place is Ronan right now. So yeah, Brian Giles already cleared out to a 5-second advantage at the end of that first full lap. And Marty Spires is still there in 3rd place with Casey Lister. Now here we've got a battle on track. Number 67, Arthur Moore, trying to pull through. He is on the case of Riley Ray Barrow, the 118. They're disputing 5th place right now. Moore has just demoted Jet Gardner in that lap. Yeah, you can see the MGMX shirt just behind him there. So Riley Ray Barrow in 5th place, fighting off Arthur Moore, who pulled through yesterday to a great 2nd place in the 3rd race after finishing 4th and 8th in races 1 and 2.
This will be a good one. Jet Gardner is having a great battle, like you said there, with Moore. That kind of from 4 down to 7, 8 is absolutely, they're at it. Like that, that's going to change up and down. I just saw Teddy Merriman. Yeah, he looked like he had a bad lap, starting to drop down a little bit on that GRT machine. Yeah, so looking good here then for Brian Giles. He's gapped the rest of the field by 6.2 seconds. Looking good. Number 61 is a wild card. Then you've got number 21, Spires, out there. Mark Zach is still holding 3rd. Looking good, number 5. Then it's Casey Lister. and then Riley Ray Barrow. That is currently your top 5. But I've got to say, as we said, Brian Giles yesterday, dominant rider, doing it again. Looking, you know, this is always a nightmare when you commentators curse, Ben. People don't realise that it's a thing. It's a real thing. The minute you start bigging up a rider, yeah. So, but then we've got to talk about them. So, you know, absolutely. We can't not. He's thoroughly looking the real deal here. And as I said, I've seen him ride a couple of times, and I think he won when I saw him a couple of times as well. So, don't see him ride very often, but it's good to have him here.
Yeah, it's just a perfect size for that bike, and it struck me when he went along the motorway straight here. The big jump, he was launching it past the 24 MX band as far as some of the 125 and 250 riders were, so he's absolutely flying that little bike. You see on camera now Harley Marjak in a solid 3rd place. He's had a good weekend. This is better than he's had all weekend. In fact, he's so far had a 6th, a 4th and a 5th place. So Harley Marjak now up into the top 3. That will do his overall reckoning a power of good. We'll see how that shapes out as we go through.
Yeah, and as we said, riding for the Jude Morris Racing Foundation, which is just fantastic. You know, most of us in the sport know the story. I'm not going to go on about that too much, but basically, in memory of Jude Morris, his parents put together a racing foundation to support young riders. He's one of them, and look, it's got a whole group of riders in varying classes, so the Jude Morris Racing Foundation doing great stuff. Big plans as well for next year.
Yes, I've heard.
Yeah, with those guys doing even more of an academy to maybe get riders to the European championships as well. So just absolutely brilliant stuff by Mark and Lucy Morris in memory of their son Jude. And it's just fantastic, and long may that continue.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the nicest guys you speak to as well in the paddock. Mark has always got a time for you, always good to say hello. And yeah, he obviously loves this sport so much that he's pushing things through now. And you can see immediately the level of professionalism, the presentation. Harley Marjak looks absolutely spot on the bike, and he's riding it very well as well.
He sure is, yeah, he's looking good here. Like you said, the overalls, if you're just tuning in, they're going to get 1 moto today. They had 3 yesterday. In motocross, that's how, you know, basically it's worked out overall score. The pro riders, for example, they get 2 motos today, so, but these guys will have 4 over the weekend, and that's how we'll determine the winner. The rider with the most points over 4 races takes the overall win, so it's not always a case of just winning 1 race. You've got to be consistent over 4, and sometimes for these kids, that's not so easy. They get caught up in the emotion of it all. As I said, they're kids, they're learning, They make classic schoolboy errors. That's where the term comes from, and you're never going to get rid of that. But that's all part of the learning curve. The main thing is, of course, as long as they learn from it, you know, that's the thing. As a parent, you got to accept sometimes that your kid's going to mess up out there. You know, the thing is, you got to keep your cool with it. You would have done it as a kid as well. Enjoy being here at the races with your kids, but just as long as they learn from those mistakes, keep going forward. Then we might be producing some real top talent in years to come.
Yeah, absolutely. In terms of the overall, they're making it easy for us at the moment, Jeff. We've got Brian Giles out there winning again, and we've got Marty Spires in second, as he was going into this last moto here. And the 3rd place is up for debate because Leo Wilson went down in that first corner. Can't quite see him yet in our top 20 board there, but if we look further down on the timings, it looks like Leo Wilson's day was done at that first corner. So Wilson, sadly, is going to score just a minimal 6 points just for being there. And that's going to pay to any chances he had of getting on the overall podium. 4th place coming into this final race was Arthur Moore. And Moore is right up there now in 5th place at the moment. Marjak was actually next along, 4 points back of Moore. So those 2 will be competing for the podium. And in fact, if they finish as they are now, they will finish level on points. So Marjak will take that on the last race tiebreaker. So that's how it works as well. If you're equal on points at the end of the overall session, it's the last race that decides so who was best in that last race. And there's the number 99 rider bravely going round on our screen with no goggles, dropped them down already, which is tough in this going. Ben Egerton,
Ben Egerton, yeah, well, do you know what? At least, obviously, he's probably been educated the value of those goggles by his parents.
I was just going to say,
kid, don't throw those goggles off. They cost me nearly 100 quid.
Keep them on your arm, son.
Keep them on your arm.
Yeah, or you're buying them.
yeah, basically, or your pocket money's done for a month.
Or you can go and search the field for them. That's what my dad made me do once, yeah. Hi, Dad, if you're watching. Yes, so there it is. Yeah, Marjak and Moore. So basically, Arthur Moore has to pass Casey Lister if he is going to finish on the overall podium here today. So by the looks of our screens, in fact, we've had a change at the front. I think Brian Giles has dropped it there, Jeff. Marty Spires is showing as our race leader right now. We just missed that one. Obviously, it happened off camera. You might have seen it trackside if you're here. But yeah, look, right now, Marty Spires is actually out in front. So we'll see what's happening there. If we can try and pick up the leader, that would be not on. We'll see how we go there. But yeah, Marty Spires now in front then by just under 4 seconds. Brian Giles obviously remounted. He's got still 3.5 seconds between himself and Marjak, but he was showing some serious pace. Here we see Marty Spires on our screen. He's coming around towards the far end of the circuit, I believe.
Oh, this is going to be tight. He's got 15 seconds. Do you know what?
Giles is with him.
2.
Giles is right with him on circuit.
Yeah,
so
here we
we've
go.
just picked up on our screens here in the timing booth. Yes, Marty Spires has got Brian Giles right up behind him in the as they go past the pit lane area. There he is.
Are they going to go over the line in time? They did. So it's he goes down. Tipped into the back end of another rider. So he wasn't concentrating enough. That was all his error. The rider in front just he came in too hot, Spires.
And there goes Marjak. He goes fast into second place. It's that corner again. Of course, so many issues yesterday. So that is Marty Spires just throwing that race win away. Brian Giles back in front, and Harley Marjak being gifted a certain second place. That will certainly lock Marjak into that podium spot if it stays like that.
Now what's going to happen now? Parents are going to come back to me and say, oh, no, it's the back marker that caused him the crash. Do you know what? He just was that little bit too impatient. You know, yes, he made contact with the back marker, but he ran in a little bit too hot. Just clipped his rear wheel, and that was enough. Oh, what a shame.
It's that corner is just so difficult, like you say. They're on the gas going into it, so their weight is back to get the drive on the back wheel, and then they have to shift forward. And if you do it too suddenly and slightly off balance, the front wheel just washes away, or if you gas it too much, the back wheel will wash out. It's a very tricky corner that's caught out so many people yesterday, and it's now caught out Marty Spires and cost him this race lead. Yeah,
I'd like to know what happened to Giles. I guess he must have just laid it down very quickly or stalled it or something, but he's now finds himself back in the lead, and he gets the Keck's fastest lap of this particular race. I mean, obviously the awards were done, I think, on the first race yesterday, was it?
Yes, they were, yes.
But obviously we got the graphic to show who is the fastest rider currently in this race, and it is Brian Giles.
I think Marjak just went down there.
Is that him as well?
There's somebody's just dropped it there. We were watching the number 115.
Of course, you know,
Jensen
it's
Henning.
hot already. These kids, they get a shorter race, we know that, but it's still hard going. And as I said, the track will be slightly different to yesterday, and of course, they know that they're going to be on live stream TV. They want to be impressed. There are so little mistakes are going to happen here. Here's Giles with those handguards, running them really low down, actually. It's like he must have his levers set real low. Working for him though, he does look good. He's a diminutive little lad, isn't he? Like, but he rides. Look how he rides on the balls of his feet. See how his feet there, they're acting as extra like shock absorbers.
Beautiful, natural technique.
Yeah,
absolutely.
He's going to get the 1 lap to go board here, I think. Just out of our view, I'm pretty certain.
Yeah, 13 minutes plus a lap for these riders. Of course, that's still longer than your average clubman's race. I mean, a lot of amateurs will know they ride 10 minutes and so on, and that's more than enough once you get past a certain age, certainly. So, yeah, especially around here. But, yeah, Brian Giles, because, I mean, even he then was struggling because it's tough coming out of that corner as well as going into it, it seems. It's very deep going out of there.
Launching over that tabletop, lovely. As we said, it's much drier. We get, obviously, FatCat gets used all year round. It's one of the UK's premier off-season training facilities, really. You know, so this place gets rammed throughout the winter months because you can ride it all year round. So you get a lot of pros coming up here. It gets used a lot. But I'm pleased to say that, obviously, this weekend is a brand new layout. So it's not, although you can come here and ride here a lot, it's not the same layout, so that, you know, you'll still get your riders that know the terrain better than others because they come here more. Yeah, but at least the layout's different this time around.
It's kind of like a 21st century Matchams, isn't it? They used to go to that trace and hammer it out in the winter. You hear Rob Andrews in his book talking about how tough that was camping down there for all week. Well, they do that here.
That was my local. That's where I very much learnt to ride. Matchams is only 25 minutes from my house, so very much my local. And I wish we could bring that place back. Great memories from around there.
Yeah, awesome place.
Maybe one day we'll manage to convince the powers that be and get back in there.
I buried myself into one of those big uphills once, so it was a very painful weekend. A painful drive home, I remember that one.
Too many. Yeah.
So here we go on the last lap, coming around there, just to give you a quick rundown there. Top 10, Brian Giles out in front again, 11, nearly 12 seconds clear of Harley Marjak in second. Not sure if he did go down because he's still showing on our screens. But yeah, Harley Marjak is there second, Marty Spires third, Casey Lister fourth, Arthur Moore fifth, Riley Ray Barrow sixth, Archie Butterfield seventh, Jet Gardner eighth, Archie Stapley ninth, and Nixon Coppins rounding out the top 10. The overall surroundings looks like it's going to be Brian Giles, obviously, with 4 wins out of 4 at the moment, as it looks like. Harley Marjak will be secure in second. There is Brian, yeah.
We're going to bring him home. He should get the checkered flag when he comes around this corner if we got it. Well, I hope so. I was there doing a 20-minute moto, so we should be getting Brian getting, here it is.
Checkered flag. Taken for Brian Giles, race winner, 4 out of 4. Wonderful debut in the British Championship on that 65cc. And a round of applause for the lad from the watching spectators, which is great to see. Thoroughly deserves that. And with Marjak second, Spires third, I think it's going to be Spires second overall and Marjak third.
If he's from Thailand, I would have thought like this is probably like a cold day for him. I would have thought, isn't it? That's like, I bet the heat. Yeah, well, it probably is. You know, like obviously Thailand, lots of heat and humidity. So he probably found that an absolute breeze.
It's suddenly going to work to his favour. There's no doubt about that. He'll be used to this.
So we get them all over the line, as Ben said there, an immaculate weekend, 4 for 4, deserved winner.
Yeah, Marjak did stay there in second place, 11.2 seconds down in the end. They did 7 laps in there, 13 minutes plus a lap. So Harley Marjak, Marty Spires third. Casey Lister is a better race for him, the best of the weekend, as it was for fourth. Arthur Moore fifth, who just missed out on the podium. Riley Ray Barrow had a better race than he's had this season. Well, actually matched his first result, second race result from yesterday. He was sixth place in this one. Archie Butterfield, our man who charged across the line yesterday and paid the price. He's had a great day, a great final race there. It's his best of the weekend, finishing in 7th. Jet Gardner 8th, Archie Stapley 9th, and Nixon Coppins in 10th spot.
Yeah, they're all coming in, tired riders, but they'll have a great weekend. And then from here, of course, they can now kick back and watch the pros. You know, they still have loads of energy, of course.
Yes, absolutely.
They have to be bombing around on push bikes, like, you know, like God, what it's like to be that age.
He talked about the parents there, of course. Yeah, Nixon Coppins, son of Josh Coppins, in case you were wondering. Yes, he is.
Yes, he is. We got Brad lurking down there somewhere, out there in the field. Let's see who he's got down there. So let's see if Brad's got a rider down there.
Marty Spires, good solid third place right there. Obviously, Brian took the win there, but he's not in the championship, so still good points in the championship for you.
Yeah, I'm really happy that I got third, because I like the people who I'm racing, and I think they very deserve it.
What's the track like out there? Obviously, it's a little bit wetter than it was yesterday.
Yeah, the track's nice. Up the jumps, there's like bommels at the bottom and then ruts, and they're nice.
Yeah. Right. Well, it's a good solid ride. Well done. Brian Giles, wild card. Yesterday you had 3 really strong races. You really had to work hard in that one after crashing in one of the corners, but still, you took the win in the end.
Thank you.
Good job. That's all right. It's just 4 really good, impressive rides. Well done. I think you've opened a lot of eyes. Good job. Harley Marjak absolutely rocketed at the start. Took the whole shot and a really strong second place finish there.
Yeah, it was tough.
Yeah, is the track much different to yesterday?
A bit deeper in some places.
Yeah. Is it sort of more your style, a little bit deeper?
Yeah, a little bit deep.
Yeah, well, you looked really good out there. Congratulations. And next up, we've got the 125 and 250 class. They're just heading out for their sight lap. Yes, sight lap now. Yesterday, Charlie Heyman absolutely dominated the first 2 races, so he's going to look to carry that on.
Okay, welcome back. Here we go then. This is we're moving on to some bigger bikes now. Still youth riders. We are on to the 125 and 250 now. Running a bit different this time. What we've got is we've got the two classes joined together. They're all the same age, but effectively you've got a 125 and 250 class, but they are scored separately, Ben, aren't they?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, 14 to 17-year-olds. Although if you're 13 and you can ride a 125, which we've had a couple of examples of this season. So yeah, the 125s and 250s. Sadly, the 250 field has just been depleted through injuries and various circumstances happening. A few people changing class as well. We had some riders start in the 250F category and decided to move up to MX2. For example, Travis Steels, who won a race earlier on this season, has now moved up to race with the big boys in the MX2 category. So yeah, the 250 field is depleted almost to single digits, so makes sense. Put them in with the 125s as they ran last year. They're fully used to it as well. So we have a great mix of riders in here, and it's going to be good to see them tear it up again together. They've got 2 races this afternoon, and they had 2 races yesterday.
Yeah, this group, again, we said about the kids and the real young kids, the 65 riders, you know, and they obviously are just super zesty, super springy. They don't think of the consequences, whatever. These guys are a bit more conscious of what they're doing and obviously a better skill set. But at the same time, they are young teenagers. And if you obviously live for it, which most of you watching would have done, you tend to be hormones all over the place. You still, emotions run high. These guys are kind of got the same thing going on in the 65, but with a lot more aggression, and sometimes it comes out on the track. So listen, this is where the pressure, a little bit more pressure builds on this class, because they're aware that they're kind of one step away from going into adults, and they know that some manufacturers, some top teams are kind of keeping an eye on them at this stage. Yeah. They watch them when they're at a young level, but now this is where you can really start to tell, and it's like make or break if they actually really are cutting the mustard and they're going to be good enough to go on and be a pro rider. Yeah, you're good enough here, you can get into the pros, as simple as is. Classic examples of that straight away. Alfie Jones qualifying nicely in MX2. He was in this race last season and champion in that class. Interesting to see some of the front runners from yesterday there, Jeff. On the inside, we saw Hudson Roper, who was one of our more local riders, had a fall in the first race, which cost him a good result. So he came back to finish second in the 250 class in the final race yesterday. They had 2 yesterday, but they were both dominated by the number 422 of Charlie Heyman. He won away and clear races 1 and 2. He's up there in about gate pick number 3, just next to Joe Brooks, who had moved up yesterday to challenge Charlie Heyman as best he could, but did slip back a little bit. Yeah, he had a big tumble actually a couple of weeks ago at Cuss's Gorse, and I think he's riding with knee injury. Yeah, you can see he's a little bit tentative. he's not quite there, because he was actually putting it to Heyman a couple of weeks ago at Cuss's Gorse until he had that crash. And but he DNF'd that particular race and went out with a bad knee, so I think it's damage limitation for him. Yeah, he did actually take it to Heyman at Blacksall as well, past him, which we hardly ever seen this season. So yeah, it is a shame that he's picked up that injury, but we'll see what he can do today. So yeah, Charlie Heyman took both races in the 125s. Tyler Westcott, the number 202, took both races for the 250 class. He leads that championship away and clear at the moment. They line up ready to start this 125 250 race. 5-second board, so heads go down as they all look down to the start gate and prepare to go. Yeah, this will be a tough one. It's a good start from, looks like Hudson Roper on the Team Green Kawasaki there, slotting into second. Was that Walt Beanie maybe? I don't know, but it was definitely Hudson Roper there. Well, he's now dropped back to third, so a couple of the 250 riders, understandably, they have a bit more kind of oomph out of the gate than the 125. It looks like Heyman already away with it, is it? Looks like it. Not sure. No, Heyman's a bit further back. Heyman is there in about 6th or 7th there, just flashing by. We didn't quite catch the number there on screen of who is in front. We'll see it here as we go. It's the number 500, Callum Murphy, the in-form rider on the 250s. He's been coming his way up through, but Joe Brooks takes the race lead as he goes alongside the stretch by the entrance gate. It's Callum Murphy in second, fending off Hudson Roper for the lead in the 250 class, with Tyler Westcott right behind the pair of them. Yeah, Westcott's been particularly strong in the 250 class all year. Across all kind of UK championships, so expect him to be right at the front. Saw Jack Taylor in there as well, that's been going good, challenging him, but this will be good then, because Heyman has got a bit of work to do, so we're going to see, not saying he's definitely going to get it done, we might be, jumping the gun a bit here, but his form has been exceptional. And if you're going by the form guide, you'd kind of expect him to, well, look, he's already making light work of Westcott and Roper. 2 riders in 1 sitting. Thank you very much.
I had a 2-for-1 sale going on there, and Charlie Heyman filled his basket. He went round the outside of a pair of 250s there around that outside corner. So he is not going to give Joe Brooks the chance to pull away and have an easy one at the front. Heyman up there showed fantastic speed yesterday. We can see them battling through the pack here. Cole McCulloch was impressive yesterday. He finished 2nd in race 2. He's a debut rider in this class, moving up from the big wheel small wheel 85cc class last year. He went through and came through from there. So we've got Wild Beanie also fighting with Tyler Hooley there on the fringes of the top 10.
Yeah, Cole McCulloch, what a move, you know, bypassing effectively the big wheel. Not even just thinking, do you know what? He wants that European dream. He's after the EMX, and he's tall enough, so he's gone straight from small wheel, bang, straight into the 125.
Charlie Heyman looks to move around Callum Murphy. He goes past the leading 250 rider. We're seeing a replay here, not quite sure what this is on our screens.
No, this is live. This is live. That's
that's live, my mistake, yep. So, yeah, absolutely. Heyman sort of putting pressure on. He's gone around the outside of Callum Murphy now, looking to attack Joe Brooks for this race lead to make it 3 out of 3 so far this weekend. Murphy fending off now. Cole McCulloch is challenging. Murphy at the lead 250. Hudson Roper 2nd in that class ahead of Tyler Westcott.
Yeah, going back to Cole McCulloch, of course, he lives in Northern Ireland. He's got a Gilligan, basically sand track that he rides all the time. He's exceptionally good in sand. But as I said, he's real young. I think he's only just turned 14, I think, something like that. So, you know, he's pushing on, getting some experience. He'll be already doing EMX 125. But considering that he's moved straight from a small wheel to a 125 and he's already running top 3, future's bright for that kid. If he can stay healthy, he'll go places, no doubt.
Yeah, stunning riding. He's currently attacking Callum Murphy. It's a position for the track, not necessarily a position that's going to count for points. But McCulloch, he was a great 2nd place in race 2 yesterday. He was 5th in race 1. So, yeah, he's not quite there for the overall, knocking on the door of the podium. 2 riders together, as they always seem to find themselves. Tyler Hooley and Ben Musto out on track together there.
Do you know what? You're absolutely right. They do. It's like they're joined at the hip, those two. We regularly get a lot of that going on. Riders that are just always kind of fighting each other. Yeah, so you know, you got those kind of you got those battles within a race all the time, you know. And do you know what? Some people, they do get hung up on like beating a certain rival. They have like a nemesis. It kind of gets in their head. You know, some riders don't do that, but some other riders will always think, I've got to beat that guy. I've got to beat that guy.
Yeah, McCulloch has beaten this guy. He's just moved past Callum Murphy. So we've got the top 3 in the 250s all together. Murphy at the number 500, the number 22 of Jack Taylor. Desperate to take a race win in this class. He has been so close and yet to get there. So it is Murphy ahead of... No, it's actually my mistake. Sorry, it's Hudson Roper in 2nd place. Tyler Westcott there in 3rd in the 250s. Jack Taylor's further on down the pack. He's actually 11th on track at the moment, about 4th 250. He's got a whole pack of 125s between himself and Westcott as it stands right now. Good scrap going on here.
Well, that's Westcott running the red plates there with a lot of pride. Worked hard to have that, and he's been putting together a stellar year. His last year in the class, he's aged out anyway. I think he's got to move up next year regardless.
Yeah, he just moved past Hudson Roper there and on the section towards the finish line area. So they've head through the waves now. Westcott moving up to 2nd in the 250 class. Great scrapping there. Hooley and Beanie absolutely together, resurrecting their battles for the Big Wheel 85 class last year, Jeff.
Sorry, I'm just Hooley through those whoops, man. He was just manualing through there. He was trying to get that wheel, not even getting off the ground. Like literally like he's at his local BMX pump track. He was like, come on, get through.
Hooley had a tough day yesterday. He had a crash and broke his silencer yesterday, so he had to pull in there. That was the end of his race in that first one. He came through to a solid 6th in the 2nd moto. Musto's had a problem though. They were together.
Murphy.
Oh dear. Oh, Callum Murphy on the 500, number 500 KTM. It's just stopped.
Well, he just pulled up. No rider error there. Something's gone wrong with the bike. To me, it just looked like it's just nipped up maybe. Just kind of come to a halt. You can't think anything of that. It didn't look like a chain had come off or anything. It looked like it just kind of like, you know, just maybe just nipped up. Yeah, what a blow. Because he had, whole shot. Well, pretty much whole shot, you know, and he led some laps. Shame for him.
Yeah, he's been in a real run of form, has Callum Murphy. He was on the podium after Blacksaw with a 2nd and 7th for 3rd overall. And now we've got Hudson Roper getting some unwanted 125cc attention. James Barker is just behind him. Tyler Hooley has just gone past him. So James Barker, local rider from Yorkshire, trying to make his way forward again.
Yeah, these two as well. They are good buddies, Barker and Hudson. Yeah, they are obviously riding different capacities, so they're actually being scored separately. But trust me, there's no way Hudson Roper will go, do you know what, you're in the 125 class, I'll let you through. Not a prayer. These two will have bragging rights over this one. They definitely want to beat each other, even though effectively they're racing in their separate class.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see there, Barker is, there's definitely an extra bit of body English coming in from James Barker there, trying to attack Hudson Roper. He's moved up nicely, I think, as Barker. He's moved up past Rafe Broadley in that lap to challenge. I think Beanie and Hooley have gone past Roper in that lap. But Roper is obviously more concerned with Tyler Westcott. And next along will be Jack Taylor. Barker,
It's just what I said. You know, just rolled the dice that little bit too much, and that's what we were talking about earlier on in the broadcast, how that it's not straight. You're kind of braking and it just keeps going away, and if you're too hard on the brakes and you're offline, that's exactly what happens.
He just hit that graded section of smooth dirt there, and the back end just kicked out. So Barker, in his attempts to get past his mate Hudson Roper, has actually just cost himself a lot of time there by sliding out on the
Well, you think you've got a load of space. That's the thing. You think, oh, look, I've got all this space to make a move. Then all of a sudden, it just pinches up on you, and you've got nowhere to go. Yeah. And that's what happened right there.
Yeah, it was hit the brakes or hit the grassy knoll. That was it for there. So meanwhile, out in front, Joe Brooks is making this a race. Jeff, we've got 3.8 seconds between himself and Heyman at the moment.
Yeah, he's going to have to work some. We can't see him in the foreground, though. Is that... Maybe we need to refresh the timing here, because I can't see Joe Brooks. It doesn't look like he was 3 seconds in front on our screen. On what you guys are seeing at home or wherever you are in the world, maybe he is, but we couldn't see him in the foreground. Well, we're going to find out when they come round to the finish line, because obviously all the timing will reset. If you're wondering how we do that, there's a little orange box strapped to the front of their forks called a transponder. There's a wire that goes under the circuit. The minute they go over that, it automatically reprograms, and that lets us know who's leading the race. I think we've lost Brooks.
Yeah, I'm just looking out on the track through the door behind us, and yeah, it looks like I can't see Brooks in front at all. So yeah, Heyman is coming across the finishing line now. And yeah, there's been a change in that lap just out of our sights there while we're watching the antics of Barker and Roper. And yeah, Heyman has come across the line. Our timing is trying to catch up with it, but I'm just looking out on the track. Cannot see Joe Brooks at all at the moment.
Well, no, I mean, we can't, but even if he was leading, you'd see him.
Yeah, you'd see him, that's right, yeah.
Unless, you know, because he last time around was nearly 4 seconds in front, but we're trying to get a visual on him. So, although timing is not suggesting that he has gone out of the race, if he hasn't, then sorry, our apologies. We're in a TV truck here with no windows, so we're kind of we can't really see what's going on out on track other than what you guys can see on your screen at home. Yeah, there we go. Now we've refreshed. So it's Heyman, McCulloch. Yeah, Joe Brooks dropping down the leaderboard. So it looks like he might have. I hope he hasn't tweaked that knee or made that knee worse. I think it was like a bit of an ACL, not a full tear, but obviously he's trying to just maximise points. But if he's aggravated that.
Yeah, so it's real savage timing for Joe Brooks, because he really was starting to challenge Charlie Heyman in this series for sheer pace, which we haven't seen from anybody else yet. And yeah, also just noticed out the back door here, Jeff, that Callum Murphy, the rider that stopped on the KTM, has actually resumed on track. He is actually going back around again. So whatever the issue was, it's obviously cleared it, and he's had to Control-Alt-Delete and restart again. But yeah, there's been no sign of James Barker. I've watched him around through most of the lap now, and he hasn't come past the window.
Well, Murphy must have got going pretty quick after we pulled the cameras away from him, because he lost a lot of time, but he still finds himself in third. So I can only assume that is legit. That's not a timing glitch. Yeah. Your lead-in 250 rider is Ty Westcott, your championship leader. But he's not too far ahead of Hudson Roper. To be fair, he's passed Hudson, but Hudson is hanging with him. So Roper, so the two 250 riders, or the top two 250 riders, currently find themselves 4th and 5th in the race. Royal Beanie is dropped back down into this youth class in preparation, I believe, or I've been told, to get some more ride time in, more practice for the World Junior Championship.
Yeah, getting used to racing against 125s again for Wildbini. He's currently in 3rd place at the moment there. Second is McCulloch, and first is Heyman in that 125cc class. Tyler Hooley and Barker are there 4th and 5th at the moment. Rafe Broadley 6th. Ollie Colmer is having a rough day again. 2nd in the championship, Ollie Colmer. He only just hanging on to that after yesterday. And yeah, from that sense, Colmer is struggling a bit.
He is. It's not gone his way this weekend. And the last sort of few weeks has been a bit like that for Ollie Colmer on the GRT Impact machine. Here you are now watching the leading 250 rider, Ty Westcott, on that HD8 KTM. And he's been rock solid all year. But you know what? He kind of came into this year as the favourite. You know, didn't want to dump that pressure on himself. But, you know, choosing riders at the beginning of the year, going on form the last couple of years. And we all kind of knew that this would be Ty's last year. So it was now or never, really. And he's looking good.
Yeah, absolutely solid rider. He has been all season. He's only dropped 3 races all year, and that's 2 of those were Travis Steele's, who has moved up to MX2. So the only other one he lost there was to Bayliss Uting, the wildcard rider at Blacksall last time out. Sadly not with us this weekend, just not quite making it up here. But yeah, Callum Murphy is now dropping down our order there, Jeff, so the time is catching up with us. So yeah, that does mean Tyler Westcott is by clear the 250 class leader right now. Although just one note with the championship, Joe Brooks dropping out of this race has actually helped Ollie Colmer. He could still hang on to 2nd place, but there's only 15 points between himself and the charging Cole McCulloch. If Brooks doesn't score, McCulloch will definitely move up to the top 3 in the series and could even be knocking on the door of Colmer for 2nd place. In that class, McCulloch is 2nd, Colmer is currently 7th. So that's the difference between 42 and 34 points. 8 points gap is going to half that deficit, which means Cole McCulloch will be chasing after him at the next round at Whitby.
Yeah, and don't forget, Whitby, as we said, we're going to be live streaming the remaining 3 rounds. We're not going to do the youth-only event, I believe, at Warmington Lane, so it'll just be the remaining 3 rounds that have the pros at them. Yeah, sure. Really looking forward to that. So it'll be Whitby and wrapping up with Landrake. So if you're enjoying the live stream, where you are in the world, and we do get viewers from all over the world, which is great, like and subscribe. Obviously, just leave your comments or whatever. The fact is, you know what? You're getting it for free.
Absolutely.
You know, yes, there will be, no doubt, I'll make mistakes. I'm sure Ben will as well. You can moan about them as much as you want because you're getting it for free. You didn't even have to pay for it.
Share, and share alike, everybody.
Yeah, exactly. You know, so hope you're enjoying the stream here on a beautiful summer's day here in good old Blighty in England. This is we're finally getting a bit of a British summer. It'll probably only last a week. That'll be our summer.
Yes, it's now they've mentioned it, it certainly will. Yeah, commentator skirts, it controls everything. Yeah, absolutely.
Ben's got his T-shirt tan already.
I mean, I'm lucky to even be alive after that yesterday. Heyman out there away and clear, 9 seconds ahead now of Cole McCulloch. This is what we saw from Heyman yesterday. He just dances the bike in the sand. Quite an incredible rider in this sort of going there. Got the old school mud guards, hand guards going on. And yeah, McCulloch's 2nd. Westcott and Roper are 1st and 2nd in the 250F category, and this is a nice showing so far as well for Tyler Hooley, who had that rough day yesterday with a DNF and then a 6th. To recover to a 4th is a good one. Ben Musto, who was his main championship rival in the 85s last year, started with him in this race, and he had a good solid day yesterday, Musto, with a 2nd and 3rd, but right now he's showing down in 16th on track. And that is only in 9th in the 125 class, so that could well cost Musto an overall podium spot.
And that'll be a shame because Ben, he's been coming really good the last month. His results have been picking up across the board, across all racing in the UK. Didn't get off to the greatest of starts at Culham, but he's currently trying to work his way up the championship. But there's no doubt in the skill set of Charlie Heyman. It comes to a lot of people's surprise, actually, that Charlie is not racing EMX 125. I think they've just kind of looked at it and thought, you know what, yeah, you know, the expense of travelling, all those kind of things, maybe going to wait until he gets onto a 250 and throw everything at that.
Yeah, quite possibly. I mean, it's sometimes there is an argument for the case of if you win everything locally, then you move abroad there. I think we've seen in the case of some of the riders that tried to move up a little bit too optimistically, move up the class a little bit jumping the gun, and yeah, I think Charlie and his advisors obviously are concentrating on not doing that and making sure that he gets the maximum out, and you've got to say that it's working. He's away and clear in this one, as he has been through most of the races where he hasn't had trouble this year. Now McCulloch has dropped back on circuit behind Westcott, so not sure if he's had an issue there, but yeah, Westcott making it nice and simple for us. We've got the 125 leader and the 250 leader out in front, 1 and 2 in this one.
Yeah, that makes it a little bit easier to understand. So just to reiterate that, you've got the same age as kids in this class, or say young men, but as we said, they're kind of separated, 125 and 250. The leading 125 racer is Charlie Heyman on that SJP Moto machine, and he is leading the race and the 125 category. Your leading 250 rider currently sits in second, and that's Tyler Westcott on the 88 KTM. Cole McCulloch, I think he's just picked McCulloch off with just raw speed. I don't think Cole has made any kind of mistake. I think Tyler's race lap times have just seen him catch and pass McCulloch, but still another great ride from young McCulloch. Obviously so much heritage in that family. Phil, his dad, used to be a 125 GP racer, and the guys over in Northern Ireland, the sport over there just is all things motorcycling in Northern Ireland, bizarrely, just seems to have a bit more attention than we do in mainland UK. So the Northern Irish riders definitely getting behind British motocross, and it's great to have young Cole McCulloch racing the series.
Yeah, absolutely, and he is definitely going to move past Joe Brooks, I think, in the series. Oh, you certainly get, yeah, definitely, because he's only 7 points behind, and Joe Brooks is official. He's out of the race at the moment. He's definitely pulled in, gone there after completing just 3 laps, I think it was. So yeah, McCulloch's definitely going to move up in the series. It's going to be very tight for the overall as well, so we'll see how that works out here. It all depends on the progress of Ben Musto, who has currently moved back up to 8th in the class, and he is only about a second shy of James Barker, which would be another position there in the actual 125cc category. So we'll see how Musto makes his progress as we go through here. The timings on the screen are a little bit shy of what we can see here, but we are getting there with that. But yes, no doubt about the first overall. As holy, over-revved and heavy landing on that one. That was a little bit painful there.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, I don't know, he didn't miss a shift. He just kind of didn't quite get his body weight right on that one. It's brought it home, might have just jarred his ancestors a bit, but to keep him going. One thing I will say, obviously, the track layout here for a 125 is particularly fast and flowing. In many ways, the lads on the 125s will love that. You can just you've got to keep a 125 lit anyway, keep the RPMs up. But there's a lot of fast flowing corners and a lot of long straights, so the guys will just be absolutely wringing the neck of those 125s, and I love that.
I had a particular aversion to 125s. I think a 125 was partially responsible. Certainly my reaction to the 125 was partially responsible for me with the big crash that was kind of saw the end of my racing days. And I was like, it just did my head in. It just massive distraction. I went over the bars and that was that.
See, I loved 125, so I got off them too soon, really. But there we go. I wish I'd stayed on a bit longer. But they are brilliant. But of course, modern technology now, the 4-strokes are unreal. This is tightening up a great battle here. Look at this, he's coming back at Barker. Is that Barker in front of him again?
It's Barker and Ollie Colmer in front of him
but look,
as well.
Hudson Roper again, look. And Barker going, no way, you're not doing me. And there's Musto as well. Look at Musto through the rollers. What a move.
Stunning. Straight past Hudson Roper through the rollers. And we've got all 3 125s here together. This is Ollie Colmer, championship chaser. Let's not forget, he is right up there in the standings, but he's having a rough weekend. And now he's going to get a hassle from James Barker and the charging Ben Musto, who's recovered from a crash. We didn't see it, but he certainly fell back the order from a good start early on, and now he's looking to recover and trying to hang on to what should be a podium result. If he does make a couple of passes here, then one to watch there, 163. Ben Musto could be back in contention for the podium positions.
Yeah, and just rounding out the top 10, you've got Rafe Broadley there on the AC United Gas. Obviously, I saw the results yesterday, wasn't here. He had a bad first race yesterday, didn't he? Did something happen to him in the opening moto, if you remember?
Yes, Rafe did struggle, yes. We didn't quite see what happened. I think that it wasn't a first corner, but I think it was a first lap incident. And he definitely was a no score and then was 8th in race 2.
Well, I know of late he's really been suffering with arm pump. It's just suddenly become a thing over the last month. He can't get to the bottom of it. He doesn't know why, or his bike setup, or he's trying too hard. So maybe he had that going on yesterday morning in that first race.
quite possible. Yeah, it just didn't figure at all in the final results there. But here we go, all three together. It's a great scrap as they go along the motorway section. It's got Colmer ahead of Barker, ahead of Musto. They are all three together on the track.
Have to say, I think it looks to me, body language anyway, that Colmer's starting to look just a little bit fatigued. He's not like up on the pegs like he normally would be. I know he's a lanky lad and he tends to sit down a little bit, but you can tell how much they're sort of, you know, just closing in on him. They've all started to pinch up. Yeah. Just doesn't look so sharp as the two riders behind him at the minute. He's got a very languid style though. He is that sort of way. He sort of sits bolt upright on the, like you could draw a 90-degree line off. I don't know why I'm making hand motions here. No one can hear me. You can see me, but yeah. I can. I appreciate it. But yeah, it literally is like to right angles to the seat. That seems to be how he rides. But yeah, he always looks a little bit. But he's a tall lad. He's like, well, to me, he's about 8 foot tall when I'm looking up at him. But then, you know, like I said, I'm.
No, he's 5'2", man.
Yeah. He was, in fact, it was a guy like that was stood in front of me in the gig last night, driving me mental.
There's always one, but it's usually me. Right, there's Musto is absolutely all over the case of James Barker here. It's giving him more pressure than Boris Johnson's had this week. He's really giving it all over him. There's this one. I told somebody I'd drop that in. That's a good one there. Musto going for it. Very close to Barker here. He's just jumped alongside him. Barker fends him off. Yeah, he just had to hang it up there, the lines. Good riding from Ben, because if he'd have committed to that, that could have been messy. Yes. Their lines would have crossed in the air. So he knows he's got a bit of time. We have got 34 seconds until the 1 lap board comes out, or 2 lap, not sure. Do you guys get 2 laps or 1 lap? It's 1 lap for this class, 20 laps plus 1 lap. So it depends where Heyman is on track. Yeah. Actually, just looking out my window, Heyman's just gone past it. So I think it might be 2 to go then. Yeah, Heyman will make them do another lap as far as I can tell. So yeah, we'll see how that goes now. Yeah, we think 2 to go then if he just missed the 1 lap board. Never mind that though, he's long gone out in front. Barker through on Colmer. Great run alongside the motorway section there. Musto looks to take advantage of the confusion as well. But it is Barker now moving past Colmer. That's the best way to fend off Musto. Past the other guy in front of you. Look at these three scrapping it out here. This is a battle for in class 4th, 5th and 6th. This is 6th and 7th. Absolutely awesome. That was a real kind of power move from Barker. He ran it in there and he did not yield and he kind of just squeezed him enough. Fair move. Musto now going up the inside of Colmer. As I said, I thought Ollie was starting to just look a little bit fatigued or something, and these two have been putting pressure on and they finally... Colmer giving Musto a bit of attention there, a bit of a love tap, but Musto squeezed him out. Held him off, and Musto sets his sights immediately on Barker. Well, I've got to say, Ben Musto is the rider of 3 that's carrying the momentum. Oh, the checkered flag's out. So there we go. Behind on our timings. That was the last lap. Our apologies here. Didn't quite catch that. So Barker held off Musto for 5th in class. Charlie Heyman took the race win. Cole McCulloch 2nd. Wild Beanie 3rd. Tyler Hooley is there in 4th place. Barker, Musto, and Colmer finished like that. And then Broadley, Bennett, Liam Bennett and Dan Arkle ran up top 10. See, Ben, that's what I love about motocross, right? This is what I'm going to tell you right now, okay? You never see a motocross race where there's not some proper race action going on somewhere. You can watch an hour and a half of Formula 1, nothing happens sometimes, apart from nice girls in the pits that you get a close-up on. Here, in a motocross race, no matter if the leader's gone away with it, you'll find a battle somewhere out on track. That was absolutely brilliant. Let's see who Brad can find down there once we get the cue from him. You can see Musto there just having a quick word. Justin Morris, his coach, just walking by, give him a little pat on the shoulder. It was a solid ride. He looks a little bit out of breath and spent. It's already very hot here. But that was a great ride from the 125 and 250 class. As I said, we're just panning around. Brad Wheeler, our roaming reporter, presenter, is down there. He's going to give them at least a moment. So let's go down to Brad and see who he's got.
Ty Westcott, 3 for 3 on the weekend so far in the 250 class. Not quite managed to take the checker flag yourself, but still a good points haul.
Yeah, it was a good race. I didn't have the best start and I struggled a bit on the first couple laps, but managed to get into a bit more of a flow, then started catching Charlie, but they weren't quite enough at the end, but still P1 in my group, so it was good.
Obviously, the track crews tried to get a bit more water down sort of overnight and this morning. Is it much different than yesterday?
I think it's pretty similar. It's like quite square edgy and stuff, and I think it's going to dry out quick, but it's tough out there with the heat as well, but yeah.
Still a good solid result, and best of luck in the next one. Yeah, thank you. Next up, we've got the final small wheel 85 race. where Hayden Stat has been the guy to beat, and all the porties behind him are chasing him. They're going to look to try and rip the overall out of his hands.
You found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
Here we go then, the 85cc class making its way to the grid.
Yeah, these are the small wheel riders. We got the 85s coming out later, I believe. This is the small wheel class. We identify them by their red number plates. The big wheels will have green, in some cases white, because those are them that are doing the European Championship.
Yeah, small wheel 85s out on the track now, just having done their sighting lap there. See one of the marshals there getting all sorted out. And yesterday we saw 3 races from these riders. So the small wheel 85s, we had a fantastic battle, and we are actually even Stevens at the top of the table after the 3 races yesterday, level on points after those 3 races for the overall for the weekend, that is. It's between the number 48 of Hayden Stat, who won races 1 and 2, had a poor start and a crash, I think, in race 3, and pulled his way back into 7th place. So he ended the day on 124 points. Robbie Daly, our championship leader, who had a 23-point gap over Stat in the series, was very thankful for Stat's problems in race 3, because it means that while he was losing ground in the championship, he made it all back in that last race. So like I say, they're even on points. Daly was third, second and second yesterday, and then lying third overall in line for a podium position at the moment is Sonny Rooney, the number 22, who went 2-3-4 yesterday. He lost out, sadly for him, in a battle with Blake Ward-Clark right on the last corner yesterday. Was Ward-Clark made the move for third place. Ward-Clark is... that was his best of the day. He ended up 5th, 4th and 3rd and is lying 4th overall in the standings going into today's races. Also, got to have a special mention out for first time winner yesterday in the small wheel 85cc class, Joel Winstanley Dawson, the number 236 bike. Many old school men like Jeff will know the name Winstanley, and so yeah, he is of that ilk. And yeah, on the Castle Trucks Fast House KTM, he took a dominant race win yesterday. He was 7th and 8th in races 1 and 2, and we don't know where that came from. But he just produced an incredible display and just bossed it. Just went away and clear, Jeff. Incredible.
Yeah, he's good around this circuit. I've seen him around here enough times and won a couple of races. And of course, yeah, the Winstanley name. Obviously, Uncle Matt was a top rider, GP rider, and then turned his attention to Supermoto actually, and did exceptionally well in that as well. Yeah, so Grandad Ken actually ran his own series back in the day that I used to race at. And obviously he has a practice track and whatever, so they're absolutely ingrained in British motocross, which is fantastic. So yeah, you can see them lining up. Of course, we've got a load of people here that make this happen. You've seen the Keck's Fastest Lap award come up. That's one thing. We got the 24 MX Whole Shot Awards, basically for each class. So that will be at the start of race 2. So that was yesterday. So we're not doing that today, but thank you to 24MX for doing what they do. We got the Scott Sport Rider of the Weekend, and you can vote for that via the Instagram story. On Revo ACU British MX. Just go on to start following us on Instagram, and basically you vote for who you think is the rider of the weekend, and they will get a pair of Scott Prospect 6 Days Branch goggles. So that's pretty cool. We got Maxis. Great to have those guys back involved with the Revo British Championship. Of course, they were title sponsors for a long time, so it was great to have Maxis back involved. And basically the 65 small wheel, 85, 125 and 250 classes will all get tyres on the podium, which is tyres. They're hard to get at the minute, trust me, with the COVID, through post-COVID and all that. So to win tyres, let alone get them, is a big deal. So thanks to Maxis for that. Here we go, green flag, Ben.
They're coming under starters orders then, small 185cc class. Also just failed to mention there, number 357 of Finley Pickering had his best day of the series yesterday. He'll be looking to capitalise on that with 6th and 2/5. He rode very well. So that's your top 6. Watch out for 800, Robbie Daly. 48, Hayden Statt. 22, Sonny Rooney. These are the top contenders in this class as they head down and prepare to go! Up they go into the first corner, and it's a clear lead. That is Hayden Statt out in front. He did the whole shot man twice yesterday, and he made it count, and he is out the way and clear again. All very difficult. There's Robbie Daly in second place, the number 800. But Statt it is, so it's the top 2. Winner takes all for the overall in this one. It is Statt versus Daly. Simple as that. No more calculations necessary. In third place is Alfie Geddes Green. He had his issues in race 2 yesterday. In race 3, sorry, failed to finish. But Geddes Green is definitely a hot prospect, especially in tough sandy going. The Western Beach Race winner on the 65cc last year. And he's there now attacking Robbie Daly. Daly looks a little bit subpar. I'm not sure if he's carrying an injury, but he's not quite got the speed that he had when he won Cullum overall. In fourth place there is the number 55 of Ollie Waters. He is battling there with Finley Pickering, also having a good start. Blake Ward-Clark is just behind them, the number 1, and Sonny Rooney has not got away as well in this one as they come past our commentary position. Geddes Green scrubbing as he tries to attack Robbie Daly, and there's also a great battle going on between the 22 of Sonny Rooney and Blake Ward-Clark.
This is great stuff, because you're going to see this just one time. You're going to see these guys today, and as Ben said, it all hinges on this race for the overall, so it's all in, kitchen sink, everything.
Two riders down at least, I think there. Number 215, you can just see poking over the Fed haze there. That's Chase Panther, local rider having a wild card day. Lincolnshire rider having not a great day there, planting in the face of the jump. And I think there's another rider, or even 2 riders involved in that one. So we hope that's not going to cause a red flag situation. I hope every rider is okay. We're focusing on screen. We've got Ollie Waters in our viewpoint. He's having a good scrap with Finley Pickering for about 5th and 6th place, I think. And yeah, they're right together, those 2 little KTMs. Of course, this class now currently being dominated by the Austrian concerns, KTM, Gas and Husqvarna. Back in our day, Jeff, it was all KX80s and so on.
It was, yeah. How times have changed.
We have got one out there, Lucas Moncrief from the Phoenix Tools Even Strokes Kawasaki, the bright green rider number 310. There is a rider down by the looks of it.
Yeah, I just want to give a shout out to the marshals doing a great job there. They're already on hand, and of course what they do is they put the bike in front of the injured rider and they just guide these guys through. Obviously, if it's a serious one, they'll see how it goes, and then let's just fingers crossed that A, the rider's all right, and secondly that we don't have to red flag this one. I think we'll be okay. They can guide them through. So this is going to be good. I've got to say, Hayden Statt has been absolutely dynamite the last, well, I'd say probably month and a half out of the traps. He's always been good, but he's been absolutely nailing his starts. And I know it's a small wheel class, and a lot of them are small, but he's so diminutively tiny. I think power to weight ratio, and he gets his technique right, he's gone.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, between 9 and 12 years old, these riders. So here we are coming up to the section of the crash, it looks like. And Ollie Waters, Sonny Rooney all backing off because, there is a rider down there. Sonny Rooney's actually moved forward there. He's got past Ward Clark and Finley Pickering in that lap, so he's moving forward, and he needs to because he's trying to improve on third place overall.
Got to say, I've said it before, Blake Ward Clark has got brilliant style technique. He absolutely reminds me over the jumps of Ryan Dungey. It's like a little mini version. His technique kind of arches his back like Dungey does, all straight back. Honestly, he's got brilliant technique. So let's see what he can do. But right now, look at Hayden. If that's Hayden out there, he is absolutely real. I mean, look at the size of him. Like, you could get him in a little pint glass, couldn't you?
And unlike yesterday, Daly is digging in here now. It didn't look like he had much of a fight for Hayden Statt yesterday, but Daly knows there's an overall on the line here. He also doesn't want to lose ground to Statt in the championship standings. So Daly is digging in, and he's not letting Hayden get away with this. So there's a good scrap brewing here. There's a 14-minute +1 that race for the small wheel 85s, and they are flying over these jumps on these little bikes around the back end of the circuit.
So you've got your stuff here, you've got all your notes, you were here yesterday. So are we simple mathematics? Is it whoever wins out of these two? That's it. It's not to the points, yeah?
Simple as points were checked and triple checked yesterday.
Okay, that's okay.
117 went Hayden Statt, which is 124 points. Daly went 322, which is also 124 points. Two completely different ways of going about it. Winner takes all for the overall first place trophy. Second will get second overall. Third is a bit more complex, but we've got to see how that plays out. I think, barring a disaster, Sonny Rooney should be third on the podium. But we'll see. This is getting closer at the front.
Yeah.
Daly knows this is what it counts for. The team obviously did their maths last night as well.
Yeah, they would have. Oh, trust me, they go to the line knowing exactly what needs to be done. Robbie Daly is for his class. He's a big old boy. He's not old, he's a young boy, you know what I mean, but he's much bigger, maybe got a bit more physical strength, but that's not always the case that makes you necessarily go fast. If you've got good technique, that kind of stuff, you don't always have to muscle that bike around.
Oh, we've got a red flag situation.
Got a red flag. That is such a shame. Obviously, whoever has crashed there, so Hayden Statt parks them all up. You can tell how disgruntled he was with that.
Yeah.
He'll obviously worry about the rider down. They do, but at the same time, it's like, oh man, I was leading that one. Anyway, while there's this red flag, we'll quickly go to an ad break for you guys watching around the world. We'll be back and let you know if we're going to be a rerun and how we're going to do this. So we'll see you in a bit.
This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
Okay, welcome back everybody, watching wherever you are in the world, and everybody here at the venue. Right, this is what we're going to do, a slight change of schedule. We are now going to bring our sort of break where we go out and everybody can go around and get the autographs of the top riders. We're bringing that forward because of the red flag situation. So we are coming back with racing at 11:40 with the small wheels. We're going to rerun that race at 11:40, but the riders need to be down there for 11:30. So that's what we're doing, Ben. We've got a bit of a delay, so rather than, we had a schedule later on anyway, a break in the schedule later on. We're just bringing that forward now. So there won't be any racing on the live stream until obviously 11:40. We're going to come back about 11:30, get them all loading up on the gate and go for a rerun.
Yeah, that's it. Just also for those concerned, we have heard that there is an injury. So it is something broken, but as far as we can tell, it's that's as bad as it gets. Okay, so yeah, it's not as bad as everybody fears, but yeah, there is an injury, but the rider's been treated, and we'll get the right medical care and move on from there. So yeah, that's what we hear. So yeah, 11:30 they're going to reconvene at the starting area to race from about 11:33 was the time I was told. So yeah, if you're watching on live stream, grab a cup of coffee, grab a sandwich, and we'll see you here at 11:30 for the next race.
And everybody here at the venue, by the way, slap on the sun cream. Trust me, and stay hydrated. Please do. You don't end up looking like Ben.
One of the first aid guys told me to make sure everyone here drinks some water. So yeah, I won't ignore that first aid guy. He looked like he could beat the crap out of me. But yeah, he definitely said, please everyone drink some damn water because it is so hot out here.
It is hot. So look after yourself out there. We're going to be back around 11:30. The stream will come back on. And we'll get back to the action with the small wheel 85s. Hope you're enjoying the stream. We'll speak to you in a bit.
found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are. You found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are. You found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
Okay, it's an announcement for trackside. Just to ask all marshals to please get back to their points as quickly as you can, please. Obviously, make sure you got plenty of sun cream and water and such like. Make sure you keep yourselves healthy. But yeah, we do need you back at your points as soon as you possibly can, please, so that we can resume racing. So yeah, thank you for constantly helping us. But yeah, we do need you back at your points, please.
Yeah, because we are getting ready for that rerun of the small wheel 85. As we said, we pushed the brake forward a little bit, so, you know, that's that done and dusted now. And from here on in, when the small wheels come to the line, that's it. All action all the way to the final MX2 race of the day. Remember, coming up soon, we hope pretty much on schedule around midday, you're going to see the pros come out at the first MX1 race. Looking forward to that. Obviously, it's going to be very intense. It is incredibly hot here. No doubt about it. I was fortunate enough to be in Hyde Park yesterday, but I got to say it's even hotter here, seemingly. Maybe because we're sat in a booth. Either way, but it's hot out there, so the riders are going to have to work hard, stay hydrated. But that's obviously part and parcel of what we do. Motocross, it's if you're new to it, just trust me, it is one of the most demanding sports in the world. And if you don't believe me, and you probably have a reason to, go on Google and then just type it in, and then you'll realize that we are not making that up. It is genuinely right up there with one of the most demanding sports you can do in the world.
Yeah, they did a study, and who did the study? It's the Germans, obviously, did the study on it a few years ago there, and measured one of their top athletes at the time, Peter Byra, obviously famously now the KTM boss, but yeah, they tested him against the elite athletes from around various other sports, and yeah, he was far and away up at the top there. Alongside, I think, triathletes, I think, was the one. A lot of the reason is not just the cardiovascular movement, of course, and the effort of physically moving these bikes around at such speed, but also the danger element. There is a danger element that raises your heart rate as well, so that certainly does not help the body to keep processing right as it goes. So, yeah, ultimate test of fitness, and, yeah, especially when it's a bit like this.
Yeah, mental energy as well. You just your brain is just processing so much going on when you race a motocross bike or race. And of course, unlike a lot of other motorsports, let's just say, for example, listen, I appreciate tarmac, you get rubber laid down and all that kind of stuff, but pretty much the racing line stays within the same over the weekend, whether you're driving or you're in a go-kart or whatever it is. Motocross, very, very different. I mean, literally, you can come around one corner, which was a lovely, nice berm, and then you come around and somebody's blown straight through it, completely messed it up, or a rut suddenly gets a bit jagged and holes in it. And that's why you've got to be on your A game mentally, constantly trying to read the track, finding the better line around it. Talking of the track, there you go. We are getting water down as much and as best as we can here, as quickly as we can, because I'm telling you now, that is virtually going in and just evaporating straight away at the minute. It's a hot, hot day here.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, and it's quite exposed here as well. There's very little in the way of shelter. I mean, we've come through from 3 gloriously forested rounds, such as Ling, Canada Heights, and Blacksall, all with trees around, plenty of shelter going on. But here it is exposed. The wind rattles across here, so as well as the heat, you've got the breeze that just dries everything out. So, yeah, obviously trying to combat that with a bit of water, which is absolutely fine. It's not going to make it muddy for the 85s, is it, Jeff?
Oh, not at all. No. By the time the guys get out there, you know, for them it would be ideal. I mean, they're not going to get hardly any roost off of that. And we've got to keep getting the water down. It's as simple as that. We are now, as we said, we've got a handful of races coming up with the small wheel 85, their final moto of the weekend. Then we're going at it with the big guys in MX1 and MX2. Then we revert back to the 250 and 125 class and the big wheel 85s. And then we finish up with the pros' second motos. It's going to be good. And as Ben said, we are getting towards that kind of point in the championship where, you know, it kind of just sort of settles past the halfway stage, but then you start to kind of work out who really is in title contention. You know, straight away you can start working off the back of that. Well, like realistically, he's out of the contention to win the championship at this point, and it's starting to get to that interesting stage where pressure starts to build. If you're in the championship hunt, if you make a mistake and have a bad weekend now, yeah, you know, you've then only got 2 rounds to try and rectify it. And yeah, so, you know, and that plays on some riders' minds, no doubt about it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the sort of time where you've got to think after today, there's 2 rounds left for the MX1 and MX2. That's 4 motos for those guys. So, yeah, from that sense, that's 100 points. So straight away, a lot of riders can almost, after today, have to think, right, championship done, that's it. I'm just out here to try and get as best I can and get my next ride sorted for next year, however, whatever your situation is. But yeah, and like I say, for those at the sharp end, it starts to think, right, okay, now is the time. So yeah, it's getting to the point where the cream will rise to the top. We found, what did Tommy say at Landrake last year when he won his first race of the year when it was down to the championship? You know, when the go and get stuff, the tough get going, as he said in his video, and it's very much like that. So yeah, it's going to be a stunning end to the season. Can't wait. So if you're here with us today, our next round after this is 30th and 31st of July. That's at Whitby for all classes again, Saturday and Sunday. Then we've got the youth-only event 13th and 14th of August at Warmingham Lane. Everybody apart from MX1 and MX2 will be there. And then the finale, 10th and 11th of September at Landrake, down by the south coast, your neck of the woods, I believe, isn't it?
Well, that's a bit further down. I used to race in the southwest, so that's why a lot of people think I'm actually from the very bottom of the New Forest. So I live right between Southampton and Bournemouth. So I definitely south coast. I'm literally 200 yards and I'm in the English Channel. That's how close I am to it. But I'm kind of bang smack in the middle of the UK. But I used to race a lot down there. Great scene down the southwest. Yes.
Yeah, I remember I was actually in the ACU Juniors in 1990.
You're gonna make me feel really old now, aren't you?
4, and yeah, you were racing Mr. Gilbert in the experts when I was in the juniors.
Just to finish me off, I mean, I've got an aching back terribly from yesterday, just from going to a gig. So yeah, so tell me, how old were you then? Go on, just to make me.
4. I was 16.
Oh, this is bad. Yeah, definitely.
But yeah, that's 6'4", so I was on a 250 Honda and rail fin, and it killed me. Yeah. Some of these Southwest had this particular race pattern where you had like 4 blocks.
That's right.
But they mixed up the order that you were in, and I remember going from one race and I had to be out in the next race straight away, and I was dead. I was absolutely dead. I came in and said to my old man, how the hell do they F and blind and all that? So yeah, it was those sort of days. Yeah,
they were good days, and of course, you know, we're trying to build that at national level, of course, this championship. Here we go. Look, we got them lined up. We're good.
Excellent.
We're good. We're on cue. So let's hope, fingers crossed then, we're going to get through this one. And I hope it gets straight back to where it was, because we literally had 2 of the riders going for the overall.
Yeah, grandstand finish. Here we go then, straight back to 21st Century Motocross 2022 Revo British Motocross Championship, fueled by Gulf Race Fuels. Small wheel 85 class on the line for the resumption of their race. I think a complete restart, as Jeff only did 2 or 3 laps. So yeah, we're going to look good for this. Who will come out on top? Winner takes all, don't forget. Equal on points for the weekend. That is number 800 Robbie Daly, number 48 Robbie Stat. Heads go down. And they go! Stat again has got the whole shot. Stat, he's right up there. Daly is a bit further back. Sonny Rooney has had a better start this time. The number 22 is there in 3rd place. Oh, there's a near accident for someone.
Well,
What did you see, Jeff?
Stat got slightly cross-rutted. He nearly threw it away, but not only that, nearly took out the second-place rider as well. I wonder, you know, he's back right where he was. That's great when you have a red flag incident, and you know, because you're so frustrated when you're leading a race and a red flag comes out. So he's done the first part. He's got right back to where he was. He's back to where he was now, and he's not got to try and control the race. And as you said, in many ways, this restart's better for him because. Robbie Daly's a little bit further back. Not much, mind. Is that him there coming through into third?
Moving forward is Daly through into third place now. He's just gone around the outside of the number 221 of Harvey Collins, Yorkshireman on the HRC scaffolding, Husqvarna. But yeah, they're all up there. Blake Ward-Clark, Lucas Moncrief, Ollie Waters, Joel Winstanley Dawson is in the middle of that pack as well, who won race 3 yesterday. They all come past the commentary position here, and it is Hayden Statt out in front. And Robbie Daly has turned up the weight by the looks of it.
Oh, this will be good.
He is right with him. He's caught back up to him. This is back to where we were. Mano a mano. No, it's not. Down. Daly got held up in the corner, and down went the rider following him. I think that was Alfie Geddes Green that has gone down. The 111.
Yeah, looks like Alfie to me. No number on his back, but that did look like Alfie Geddes Green that just went in hot, tipped another rider and went down. We think that was Alfie anyway. Couldn't quite see his number.
Yeah, so I've just got to make an announcement for someone trackside. If you've been to the SC Sport Homes autograph session and you left your phone there, so if you've been to the SC Sport Homes autograph session and you can't find your phone, it's been handed into race control. Okay, so back to the track then. Hayden Statt, it wasn't Statt that Daly was catching, it was Sonny Rooney. So Statt has got a 1.8 second lead at the start of this lap over Rooney in second, Robbie Daly third. Geddes Green was fourth but fell from that position, I think.
I think that might have been.
Oh, down.
Oh, God.
Another rider down. That is the, I think that's the 221 of Harvey Collins. Yeah, local rider just picking it up now. He was higher than he has been through most of the weekend, trying to keep it all together here. Oh, and another rider down. Who is that? It's Daly. Robbie Daly is down over the jump. Waved yellow flags. All the riders got to take care as they launch off. But that, Robbie Daly, surely must be the end of his challenge for the overall win this weekend. He goes down. It's now a matter of trying to pull back through the pack.
Well, that's the thing, Ben. You know, do we rule him out? Because you've been there, I've been there. Okay, so the pressure was on. He's made a mistake. Now, it could go either way. Yep. The whole red mist thing come down. You ride with no thought, no fear. You absolutely nail it. And you know, who knows? I mean, he's definitely got the strength. He's definitely got the fitness. And he's got the speed. I wouldn't rule him out just yet. Let's see where he comes over the line on the first full lap after he's just binned it there. But right now, things are looking good for Hayden Statt, it has to be said.
Yeah, Sonny Rooney up there in a much better start than he had in the original start for this race. He is looking now, he could well catch Robbie to nick second overall. He's only 4 points behind him in the standings after the first 3 races yesterday. So Sonny Rooney up there in second place could be an absolute boon for him to go up to second overall if Daly does not make the progress that he needs to. But he is also getting a hard time from Blake Ward-Clark, gradually getting better through the weekend. 5th and 4th and 3rd. He's now in 3rd and hassling Sonny Rooney for 2nd.
Yeah, he's solid. I've got to say, I've always been impressed with the way he rides, Blake Ward-Clark. Doesn't make too many mistakes, and there's me going out on a limb, the classic commentator's curse, saying that. Don't make me look an idiot. Well, you don't need to. I do that myself. But he's looking good, as you said, right now. But Hayden Statt, it's all falling in his favour right now.
Yeah, 5.8 seconds lead for Statt over Rooney. Joel Winstanley Dawson is up there in 4th place. It's a great result for him. Good, strong boy. You see him in the paddock. He's got the strength and no doubt about it. He has got the skill up in the 4th place. Ollie Waters is having a good ride as well. In 5th place, Waters had a tough day yesterday. Best of 6th in race 2. But yeah, Waters is coming up there in 5th place with Lucas Moncrief on that Kawasaki. Yeah. A green bike with a red plate this time. The 310 of Lucas Moncrief on the Phoenix Tools Even Strokes Kawasaki, holding down a good 8th place. Yeah, Daly in 10th, sorry. Yeah,
looking good. This is going to be, this battle for second's looking tidy already. This is going to be a good one. Winstanley Dawson is definitely starting to close in. That's so sketchy there. You can see how loose it is. That's probably why we lost Robbie Daly there. He maybe just got his weight wrong in that powdery landing because there's not so much water down on that bit and it looks a bit loose on landing. I can see Joel Winstanley Dawson's putting some pressure on here on Blake Ward-Clark. I think over the next lap he's going to try and make a move and run it in there. He's closed up quite a bit on that lap. Hayden Statt though, wow, like he is, I tell you, his confidence is in a good place right now. He's had a storming month, I have to say, across all races. I've seen him in results, club level, other national events. He's there, he's in the zone.
Yeah, absolutely, and yeah, Daly currently showing in 10th place, and yeah, when Stanley Dawson's really pouring on the coals here. He didn't have a great first 2 races yesterday, so he was only standing in 5th overall before today, but guess what? The next rider in front of him is 2 points clear, and that's Ward Clark, so that's 4th place right in front of him, and if Daly doesn't make any further progress, that could even be a podium spot on the overall for John with Stanley Dawson if he passes the number 1 machine during the rest of this race.
Yeah, Hayden Stack going quickest, Keck's fastest lap. Obviously the actual awards were yesterday, but we just put a graphic up to tell you who's going the quickest in this race. So Hayden Stack is currently the quickest rider on track, and that's why he's gone another second and a bit quicker. He's opened up the gap over Sonny Rooney to 7.35 seconds.
Quite incredible. Another rider showing well is number 357, Finley Pickering, as Daly and Geddes Green both recovering from crashes together now. They're 9th and 10th on track and moving up into those areas past Bobby Burns and Lucas Lee. Also down there, you've got the number 90, wildcard rider of Halim Own, is there in 14th place at the moment, just been passed by Cameron Greenough. In fact, I think Hayden has made a mistake. He's dropping down the order somewhat. With the number 215, who was involved in the crash that stopped it, actually, Chase Panther, is thankfully recovered and he's out on track, currently 15th.
Well, that's good. Good that he's out there.
Yep.
One of the riders that was involved in that incident, so that's good. Get them back out there. But this is going to be good between these three. I have to say, I thought when Stanley Dawson just dropped off a little bit that lap, I thought he was going to put it to Blake Ward Clark a bit more, but Blake looking tidy. Every time I see Blake ride, he just looks there. He doesn't make too many mistakes. He's a very efficient rider, and he's very consistent because of it. So he's always there or thereabouts, you know. You kind of know where you're at with him. Yes, I'm sure he'd like to run near the front more and win more races, but he's on an upward trajectory. And I think he's another rider riding for the Jude Morris Racing Foundation, if I remember rightly.
Yes, he is. Yeah, he's got support there from the JMR Foundation, of course. And yeah, it's that kind of rider that excels in the sand. You can't hang it out as much in the sand because it will certainly go to bite you back. And yeah, Blake Ward Clark, his style is showing on the track with some pace. He is giving Sonny Rooney some serious grief here. Hayden Statt is away and clear and looking like he's going to wrap up the overall win if it stays like this. But Rooney and Blake Ward Clark, they are battling perhaps for second and third on the podium for the day. And John with Stanley Dawson will also be interested in that scrap if he can get in shot. But Blake Ward Clark it is that's putting the most pressure on Sonny Rooney right now.
Well, Hayden Stack goes quicker again at the front, so he is absolutely shredding it out there. The race leader, he wants to get this done, lead him from the front, not just trying to do damage. He's just focusing in on his thing. And if he gets the job done, he's going to win the overall. Robbie Daly, after that early crash, is now worked his way up to 9th. Elfie Geddes Green is in the top 10 now. In fact, Elfie goes up to 8th ahead of Robbie Daly. So there you go. And he sets the quickest lap of the race. So Geddes Green is on one after that little tip over on lap 1.
He's such an incredible little rider, Geddes Green, and to do a podium interview with him as well as an experience, you've got to line yourself up. He's going to kick your backside. He's absolutely brilliant to interview. But yeah, he's up there already trying to fight back now. He's got Lucas Moncrief is in his sights next on the 310 Phoenix. Even strokes Kawasaki. Ollie Waters is 5th, and then that scrap that we're seeing on screen between Sonny Rooney, Blake Ward Clark, but they're about 8.5 seconds now back from Hayden Statt. So Hayden is looking in imperious form here in the Fat Cat Sand.
He is indeed. We're just going to stick with these guys for a minute because this is one of the better races out on track by looking at the times there. Hayden, don't worry, we'll try and find you towards the end of the race if you're still leading it. You're still going to get some quality TV time. But so often, when a race leader goes and checks out, as much as we want to show him, we want to show some good racing, some good battling. So that's what we're seeing at the minute.
Yeah, we've got about 5 minutes left in this race, plus the lap to go. So as long as our timing screens are right this time, yeah, we're spot on with that. So yeah, Hayden Statt out in front, looking to make this a great 3. It'll be 3 out of 4 if he does so. They had that incident in race 3 yesterday, but yeah, still, like we said, overall tied with Robbie Daly, who's still there in 9th place after the crash over the tabletop. He's recovered, he's physically okay, and he's back on the bike at pace as far as we can tell. But he has actually lost out, as Jeff said there, to Alfie Geddes Green. So we'll see what those two riders can do as they try and get through the pack together. That was nice from Sonny Rooney, really hanging off the back of that 85. As we said, if you're new to this sport, just keep an eye on their body movement. These are young kids, by the way, as well. You know, they're like, you know, real strong, fully grown men, and you can see how they have to pull the bike around. You get thrown around everywhere on a motocross bike. You're never still for a second. You're always using muscles all over your body.
And don't you know it as you get older.
Yeah, there's nothing like that Monday morning feeling after the race, and everything has been stretched and strained, and obviously if you had a crash, then there's something else might be wrong. But yeah, from that side, these are 11 to 14-year-old riders, by the way. You can go up to a 125 if you're 13 and physically large enough to do so, and want to do so, of course. But yeah, 11 to 14 is the age group we're looking at here. And yeah, they actually, no, I've got that wrong. Sorry, this is small wheel. It's 9 to 12, these guys. Sorry, my mistake. 9 to 12 years old, these kids here. Some riders have, like Cole McCulloch, went straight from this class to 125, and you can see what he's doing there. He's getting on the podium overall at the moment. But quite an incredible showing so far from these riders here.
And that's the thing, of course, when you're that age, you know, some kids just go, whoom, straight up. There you go, like yourself, probably. You know, 6 foot at the age of 14 or whatever. And some kids, like myself, you know, don't ever grow at all, seemingly. So, you know, so you got the different age categories, but they can be so different in literally in the size. You know, so having the small wheel and big wheel classes, yeah, sometimes you just got to be patient.
Yeah.
A good example, for example, is Harrison Greenoff, say, in the 125 category. You know, he's so small. He's like weighs about a bag of sugar, you know, and he's out there with some fully big grown men on 250s.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, if you get that growth spurt, if anything like myself, then yeah, I was about 6 foot at 14 years old, but I was like a string bean. So yeah, it's very difficult. Didn't quite have the strength to hassle a bike around until I got later into my teens. So there is that side of physical development can affect the riders in this class as well. Obviously 9 to 12 years old, there's all sorts of things going on there. Here comes Daly. We can see him on screen. He's actually starting to attack. It's Get a Screen again. They've gone past Lucas Moncrief and Alfie Heron. So at the moment, Get a Screen and Daly showing up in 7th and 8th place. We are with them now on screen, and it's Daly is actually attacking Ollie Waters. Get a Screen has already gone past the MGMX KTM rider, and here goes Daly through now. Oh, he leans on Waters. Waters did not give way. Fair play to the young rider there, the number 55 boy from my neck of the woods in Gloucestershire, and Robbie Daly flying through on the Mad 4 Motocross Able Ground Race KTMs does get past Ollie Waters. So it looks to me like Finley Get a Screen is 6th, Daly is 7th, and Ollie Waters goes back down to 8th place. And now next on the shopping list, Finley Pickering, only about 0.6 of a second up the road, Jeff.
Yeah, that's it, and he's on the back of him already. Great work by our camera guys there, getting all the action further down the field. As we said, we're trying to get a little bit of Hayden Stat in before we finish this race, because he is now 8.3 seconds ahead. But the battle in here is just on the edge of the top 5. Basically, I think it might even tighten up. You know, Sonny Rooney has still got a good pace going, but from 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, that's tight in there right now. There's not much between them.
No, absolutely, and Get a Screen has got past Finley Pickering on the furthest end of the circuit behind the starting area. So, yeah, from that sense, he is actually attacking. He's got... he's immediately past Joel Winstanley Dawson. Incredible flight there from Get a Screen. Absolutely launched it there, where Winstanley Dawson just kept it low. And, yeah, so Winstanley Dawson falling back now into the clutches. I believe that is Finley Pickering is also attacking Winstanley Dawson, and they've both got Robbie Daly closing in on them. So as Jeff says, this battle going on between 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th all together. Oh, and Pickering nearly bashes the wheel of Winstanley Dawson, and that's it. Winstanley Dawson struggling.
He is struggling, and obviously we can't work out at this point if that's a problem with Joel or a problem with the bike, but he seems to have lost confidence or lost drive over all the jumps, not doing them anymore. Maybe he's... I don't know. We just don't know. That's the trouble. Until he finishes the race, you never know. I mean, we're speculating.
I don't think his condition, because yesterday I expected him to fade at the beginning. I thought he might fade because he had a great start, but he held it, and that was at the end of the day, the 3rd race of the day, in similar heat to this. Yeah, in this one, though, he is going slightly backwards a little bit.
I can tell you, Joel is a tough little cookie. He's a real gritty character. So that's what I'm saying. I totally agree with that. I don't think it's fatigue or anything like that. I think he's got some kind of issue there that's basically slowing him down. Here's Hayden Stat, though. Look at him, immaculate. He's got 1 to go. So let's follow him around. Do you know what? I'll let you follow, because I don't want to spoil this for him. I'll put all the pressure on you for that. You can bring. It happens to me too often, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have just been handed the hospital ball from Mr. Jeff Perrett there. Thank you so much. Yeah, Hayden Stat. I mean, he's got a great prospect here, because yeah, this race win, like we said, he was equal on points over the weekend with Robbie Daly. He started at 23 points back. Now, if we're going to talk about the points there, Daly currently showing in 6th. He's not yet able to make ground, we think, on Finley Pickering. So if he stays there, that is 15 points. So that is going to be a whole 10-point chunk going the way of Hayden Stat, meaning there'll be 13 points between them with those 3 rounds these riders have left to go. So there's still plenty to play for there. And on this form, Stat's going to be amazing.
That's so good, actually. That's great. See what I'm saying earlier on about how the championship now starting to take shape?
Yeah.
In some places, really sharpening up. And that's what I mean. You can't, it's getting intense. And it does, And this, don't think for 1 second that this doesn't mean that much to these kids because they're kids.
For sure.
No way. Like, this is it. This is the British, to be called British champion. You know, it's a big deal. So there'd be... I can remember being there, and like losing races and whatever with a bike failure. And when you're that age, you're like the world hates you. You're against it. You don't realise that that's just there's plenty more of those moments in life to come. Off a motorbike, let alone on it.
Yep.
So
Yeah, it's getting very close here, just working out the points there. I think we've got Hayden Statt, obviously, is going to be away and clear. 3 wins out of 4. No surprise there that he's going to be overall winner for the weekend if it stays like this. But Robbie Daly in 15 points is only going to give him 139, so he's actually going to fall to 3rd overall if it stays like this. Depends if he makes a few passes. A couple of passes could see Daly back in the 2nd overall, but that's your podium with Sonny Rooney 2nd again, could well be 2nd overall for the weekend. Yeah,
judging by that fixed camera shot there, I think Daly, I can't see him getting Geddes Green. Pickering maybe.
Yeah.
So we're going to try and find Hayden Statt and bring him over the line. Here he's at him in the background, crossing the finish line. He's come through. Here he comes. It's the checkered flag for Hayden Statt, and with it,
punches the air, beautiful, fists in the air, absolutely loves it. Great to see the exuberance from the young riders celebrating, and lots of fantastic celebrations through the class there. Rooney comes home 2nd overall.
I think that's what it was more for Sonny Rooney. I think this crew down there were absolutely buzzing with that 2nd. I'm glad we got Hayden over the line on the last lap, and we didn't. And no commentators curse. I can breathe easy now.
Yes, apologies to Charlie Heyman in the 125 class, who just were too fast for our cameraman. We couldn't find you, couldn't see you across the line, sadly, in that one. But yeah, we got Hayden Statt there, crossing the line. Sonny Rooney there in 2nd place, as far as we can tell at the moment. We'll see if our timing screens update to tell you any different. But yeah, it's Hayden Statt 1st, Sonny Rooney 2nd, Blake Ward-Clark sadly just going to miss the podium there in 3rd for this race, and 4th overall. So yeah, your overall podium then Hayden Statt, and then 2nd place Sonny Rooney, and 3rd place Robbie Daly.
That would be while the Rooney clan were going mad down there. That's a great result for him. I think that, I mean, obviously throughout the year, I think that's probably his best result, is it?
He jumped up. He was 9th in the championship before this weekend, and from yesterday's results alone, he's jumped up to 4th in the championships. Jumped up 5 places with his performances from yesterday, and he was only he's 22 points back from Blake Ward-Clark. So those 2 points back towards that. But yeah, that basically puts him 4th in the championship after this weekend. That's a real great jump for him.
Yeah, great stuff. Well, let's get down there. Brad is down there with some exhausted young riders. Let's see what they got to say.
Hayden Statt taking the win there and taking the overall good weekend for you.
Yeah, it feels really good to have the 1st overall for once, and yeah.
Obviously, it's a hot day today. Is it? How are you feeling after doing 4 races over the weekend?
Absolutely knackered.
Good job, mate. Well done.
Plug my sponsors. Chasing the Racing, Manchester Motorcycles, NJK Spark Plugs, and everyone else that helps us. And most of all, go get your lenses from Goggle Tech because they're the best ever.
There you go. Good job, mate. Well done. Sonny Rooney, 2nd place in that one. Absolute storm of a ride. You've got to be happy with that.
I'm really happy. I'm over the moon. Yeah, I can't thank everyone who helps me enough. It's just been a wonderful weekend.
Yeah, well, hopefully we'll see you up here again.
Yeah, hopefully, yeah. Well, I didn't start the season very well. Don't think I reached my full potential, but this weekend I think I really showed I can run with the top boys. So yeah, I'm happy with myself.
Good ride, mate. Well done. Billy Ward-Clark, 3rd place in that one.
Yeah.
Great way to sort of finish off the weekend.
Yeah, it's been really tough in the heat, and I'm just happy to finally get like top 3 in one of the races.
But yeah, I mean, like you said, the heat's obviously playing a massive part, but your fitness is obviously up where it needs to be.
Yeah, I do a lot of training with Unpro Trainer. He's my personal trainer. I go every Tuesday after school.
Well, it's obviously paying off. Congratulations. Now coming up now, we've got the first Pro MX1 race of the weekend. Tommy Searle was your fastest qualifier. He didn't quite have the results he was looking for at a previous round at Blacksaw, so he's going to be looking to find that early season form and get back up on the top step.
MX1 is ready to line up on the sighting lap right now. We have the big boys, MX1, 454 strokes all and told, ready for their first race of the weekend. This is where we will be giving out the Kex Fastest Lap Award for this particular race here. Give a shout out to sponsors 24MX as well, and they're providing the whole shot award for race 2 of each class. So the youth classes have already had those, but the bigger boys have still got to decide that. That will be in their final motos of the day. They'll get the 24MX whole shot award. Scott Sport Ride of the weekend. If you're online, either trackside or at home, please pick up the Revo ACU British MX Instagram page story, and you can vote for your favourite rider of the weekend. Billy McKenzie won it last time out when we did this at Blacksall. Yeah, let's see if we can get anybody you like can be voted for by the Instagram story there. And they'll get a free set of Scott goggles. I'm sure Billy's got a few of those already, so maybe give somebody else the free stuff. Anyway, Maxis also for the schoolboy classes are giving out 65s, giving out free tyres for all of the youth classes this weekend on the podium for those that win. Kex chairs also on the podium. If you're trackside, please go and find the Kex chairs on the podium. Get your photo taken on them. Tag us in the photo. We can push their fantastic designs. And yeah, don't forget the sponsors here of this whole series. Revo, of course, they've got their Revo 7 Kawasaki team as well, with both riders in MX2. Fueled by sponsor Gulf Race Fuels, making sure we're all got fully fueled up. Road to Recovery, the charity sponsor. 24MX, of course. Max's tyres, we mentioned there. Bickers, Scott Sports. Factory Image Racing, who have got a trade stand in the area there if you want to see them. Some great cheap sunglasses if you fancy picking those up. Sports Insure, 10 Plant Power, Wolf Sport, Dulson Training, Surf and Turf, and then our media partners, TMX, Trials Motocross News, reporting increased sales this year, which is against the trend for printed media. Great to see. Keep supporting, well, me writing the articles really, and then,
shameless but brilliant plug.
Absolutely. And then Motorhead, our media partner, who put in the videos and some great footage online as well.
Yeah, TMX, yeah, obviously an institution. So want to keep. No, it is straight up. Want to see that still out there. As I said, love print media. I don't think it's dead just yet. I'd hate to see print media go. So yeah, get behind that. Absolutely.
Yep. They're featuring our 1980s feature that I put in there every week. Next week is Kees van der Ven. I'll exclusively reveal that spoiler for you. There you go.
Kees van der Ven. Yeah, I first saw Kees van der Ven with my own eyes at the 1985 Le Touquet Beach Race.
Wow. There was 4 or 5 straight he won, didn't it?
Yeah.
5 straight he won in that.
To be fair, I was more memorised with the helicopters the whole time, following him around than actually watching him. But there you go.
I'm just pressing you were a teenager in France, Jeff.
Yeah, I was. Yeah. Not on a school trip. Yeah.
Good stuff.
Sky that at school.
Anyway, that's by the by. MX1. Here we go. 21st century.
Yes.
Who's going to win it?
Okay, well, if you are going to do that to me, put me on the spot, that's cool. I don't know. See, I always worry about upsetting other riders, but you've got to make a prediction anyway. So I think on current form, I'm going to go with Tommy Searle. Last time I saw Tommy was at Cusses Gorse. He didn't win the overall, but only because an issue with a brake pedal, with a stone in his brake pedal. He was quick at the start. It looks like he's starting to up his game, and he'll absolutely want to win this championship again. Not going to be easy, though. Sean is obviously looking better because he's been ill. He's had that thing or whatever, so he's looking in better shape. Kulas, you can just never rule Harry Kulas out on British level. So the MX1 class, and there's more on top of that, of course. You know, there's loads to go through. Those 3 in particular kind of spring to mind straight away. I'm going to go for Tommy because he's been getting good starts of late, and I think he knows his way. They all know their way around here, but Tommy, not too far from here really, comes up here enough. He should be looking good.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, from the top 4 have been the class of the field so far. The 3 you mentioned there, Searle, Kulas and Simpson. And, of course, Josh Gilbert, who is coming off a good weekend, I think, at Cusses Gorse. He was very good here in the MX Nationals early in the season at this very track. He took the overall win there. So, yeah, from that side, I think it's all down to the start gate. If I'm going to pick a winner beforehand, I just think because he made that statement of intent online before Blacksall and then delivered with the overall win, Sean Simpson, I think, is the man on form, and he's my one if you're forcing me to pick something.
Well, Tommy, that's good. That's
what
we're saying. So if wherever you're watching in the world, wherever you are, I mean, you might even be watching here at the venue on your phone, whatever. You know, it just always makes a race a little bit more enjoyable, especially if with your mates and your entourage and going, right, okay, having a little bit of, sweepstake or whatever it is, you know, because then you've got riders to root for. So wherever you are in the world, pick a favourite.
Yep.
And get behind them.
Absolutely, and we can see there on track there, Tommy Searle, fastest qualifier, immediately straight to the inside gate. He's going to have the very inside, and he's going to try and control the field there. On screen right now, number 41, there's an interesting party. If you haven't heard of this rider, Tristan Perrett on the KTM. I think he's actually working out of Sean Simpson's SS24 truck. He's got those graphics on the side of his bike anyway. There's Sean online on track there on screen next to Harry Koulis. But yeah, Tristan Perrett, multi-time South African champion in MX1 and MX2. He's sort of like the Ricky Carmichael of South African motocross. He's been sort of dominating there, and he was very fast at Blacksall. He did start to hassle the top 5, started to get right in there. Had a couple of crashes, but yeah, I think not sure how this terrain is going to suit him, but Perrett certainly an interesting.
I'll tell you, they actually have a lot of similar tracks to this kind of surface over there. It's kind of sand, but not deep sand. Yeah. And of course, the heat. You know, again, they race. Admittedly, they race their winter. You know,
absolutely.
So, but still, he'd be more accustomed to the heat than most on the start line.
For sure, and just to mention, while we're in the Southern Hemisphere, our reporters tell us that, our statisticians tell us we've got a lot of interested parties watching down under in Australia. So if you're in Australia, give a big shout out to you guys. Thank you so much for tuning into the British Championship. And heads are down, and they are getting ready to go! Off they go, the cream of the crop. It's John Adamson. He qualified well. Second in qualification. Number 2, John Adamson has hit the front straight away with Josh Gilbert and Harry Koulis in tow. Tommy Searle is right up there as well.
Ding dong. So there you go. I mean, you've got Sean Simpson is not too far off that as well. This, this is going to be good. John Adamson excites me.
Yes.
There, I said it.
Yeah.
I got no qualms with saying that. John just is an exciting rider to watch on that AC United gas. He's not got the start of the season he wanted to, with a few little niggling injuries and whatever, going good of late. They seem to be getting everything on track now, and this is going to be exciting, because I'll tell you what, John's not an easy guy to pass. He'll be as wide as a grand piano these first few laps.
Yes, indeed, and of course he is his debut year in the MX1 class. Don't forget, he's his first year after being MX2. Billy McKenzie, talking about Scotsmen that are difficult to pass. He's up there in 5th place. The old-timer is up there in 5th. Billy Mack, I think he heard me mention about the goggles, and he's going to make his case for them again. I think he's up there again in 5th place.
Yeah, he's made a flyer. So former British champion, obviously, you know, GP winner.
Incredible.
Yeah, it's and just loving his riding more than ever Billy is at the minute. So it's great to have him back. You know, no pressure, nothing to prove. He's won a British championship. He's, like I said, he's won GPs.
Yeah, that's it.
Let's see if he's got the minerals, the stamina. He won't put the same effort and training in as these guys. He might will a little bit, but he's made another flyer. Give it up for Billy Mack.
He's absolutely right there in front of Gavin Stevenson. Martin Barr, also another veteran there in 7th place at the moment. Petr Petrov, the Bulgarian, in 8th, and Tristan Perrett, the South African, in 9th, with Sean Simpson in 10th. So watch for Sean Simpson to challenge Perrett, and he's going to have to move further forward than that if he's to get my predictions right. He's way down at the moment. But T-Rav Gilbert just holding off Koulis for 2nd place. John Adamson is making hay at the front of the field. Did not expect this. I thought he might be first, and like you say, difficult to pass, but he's pulling away, Jeff. He's absolutely miles away at the moment.
Well, he is, and that's the thing. He's making a bolt for it. Has he got the stamina of the track? Oh, Jay Haig.
Oh, we just failed to mention him in the build-up. Jay Haig, the normally MX2 rider for the Crendon Fast Track Honda team, making his debut in MX1 this event. And he was 9th in qualification, but he sadly stopped on track. It looks like a mechanical issue, sadly, for that Honda.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, shame that. Anyway, it's good to see him out there on a big bike, kind of ready for it, I think. Be interesting to see the DT, the team, and what they choose, or rider they choose, maybe for a 250 rider next year. We're getting close to that kind of negotiation with certain riders. Silly season, as they call it. So probably over the next month or so, we'll start seeing some rumours, whispers.
Simpson's making his way forward. He's passed Tristan Perrett on that lap and Martin Barr. He's working his way towards Gavin Stevenson and Billy McKenzie as well.
As you know, Ben, you see, the thing is now, though, he's going to have to put some stellar laps down early on, and that's going to use more energy.
Yes.
So I'm not saying that he can't catch those guys in front, but when you get towards the end of the moto, theoretically, the front guys should have a little bit more in the tank, because Sean is going to have to dig. Nearly whips him out of the way.
Whipping sideways past Gavin Stevenson as they go behind the start line area there. Sean Simpson making hay. I did misspeak. Martin Barr has not been passed by Simpson. He has actually passed McKenzie himself. So he's worked his way past another Scot there, and he's 5th behind Searle in 4th. Koulis third, Gilbert second, but John Adamson marching away on the ASA United Gas squad.
Yeah, he's looking good. Great to see Martin Barr up there as well. Martin has been suffering with a bit of a kind of mystery illness at the minute. He's definitely struggling with fatigue. Don't really know what it is. Let's see if he can go the distance in this one. That's not making excuses for Marty. He's not that type of rider before at all. He always digs deep. Just saying that Martin has not been 100% for some time, so let's hope he can dig deep in this one. There goes a Scotsman, past a Scotsman. All we need is an Irishman. We've just got one of them. We can some kind of gag in there somewhere, isn't there?
We need a few Welshmen to raise the level and get up there for us to really finish that one off. There's a few Englishmen up in there. The cornerman Josh Gilbert is up there ahead of the Estonian Koulis. Multinational, multicultural here this weekend with the South African Tristan Purdon still up there in 9th place, battling with Petr Petrov, the Bulgarian, as well. So they're all mixing it up here. Just flashed past our static camera on circuit there. Number 3 is having a good ride so far. Ben Edwards up there in 13th ahead of Dan Thornhill and Richard McKeon on the edge of the top 15. Yeah,
Ben Edwards, another Scottish rider. So we get plenty of Scots racing the Revo ACU British Championship, as well as Irish riders as well, both for Southern Ireland and Northern Ireland. As Ben said there, we have got an array of worldwide talent here.
Purdon attacking. Petrov there is next, the Phoenix Even Strokes Kawasaki squad member holding off to Tristan Purdon right now, 8th and 9th. Simpson moving up to 6th on that lap. Next in his sights is Martin Barr, but he's got about 2 seconds to catch up to the Irish rider. And in go the inside goes Petrov. Shoves up the inside of Tristan Purdon. They both just about stay up through that very tight, tricky right-hander. And he is moving forward there is Petrov, which is great to see. He's not had the best of seasons so far, Petr Petrov, currently lying 9th in the championship, and he needs to move forward from that. He's instantly attacking his fellow Kawasaki rider, Billy McKenzie. He gets alongside him, out jumps the Scotsman and pulls clear. So Petrov, 2 fast moves, puts him up into 8th place in the race.
Yeah, like I said, Billy doesn't train as much as the others. He will start to feel it. You know, it's just you've got to be on your A game when you get the other side of 30, as we said, and now he rides for a bit more fun. He just does what he does. So we, keep Billy up the sharp end. There's going to be a big ask from him.
He's trying to keep himself sharp for the Vets Motocross Foundation. Of course, he's going to take on Ryan Villapoto and Zach Osborne at that event at Foxhill at the end of August. So yeah, he's certainly going to have the fitness for that if he keeps up this sort of pace here. And meanwhile, we have Gavin Stevenson now coming under threat from Petrov. Launches it. Petrov launched across the end of the start straight there, so we could see a change there. We switched to the static camera on the live feed here. We can see that Simpson is attacking Martin Barr already for 5th place. Tommy Searle staying in 4th at the moment, and Gilbert is starting to draw close to the leader, John Adamson.
Yeah, we mentioned earlier on how Josh Gilbert earlier on, first round of another national series, absolutely romped it here and literally caught everybody off guard. I think, nobody expected him to put in that kind of performance. He'd been in Florida for a month or so, riding, of course, sand and humidity.
Yep.
So he's kind of used to it, a bit more now, certainly the humidity. And it looks right now, Josh Gilbert, we are, 5 minutes in, 2 minutes in, he's thinking, right, I'm going now. I'm going to try and get in the lead, clear track, check out. They would have settled in by now, Ben. Heart rates would have been pretty much right up there now. All your muscles are loose. Those first couple of laps, you can tend to breathe a bit heavy. All those things. They've completely settled in now, and Gilbert is in his rhythm.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, like I say, it is pretty much bang on 7 minutes in, plus the 2 laps to go, of course, as well. But we have Gilbert now really attacking the gas of John Adamson. Husqvarna v gas, the 2 branches of the KTM Emporium, and Gilbert getting very close. Sucks up the inside, not quite able to do so. Goes round.
I will say this much, John Adamson will love this.
Yeah. This is what he needs, get up front with the best.
Yeah, not even the fact that he's leading the race. He loves to tear up, loves to scrap. He just may be all over it. He won't just roll over now and have his belly tickled now that Josh Gilbert's gone into the lead. He'll try and fight back straight away. But that was a nice move by Gilbert. So he goes into the lead. New race leader, Josh Gilbert, on the SC Sports Home, powered by Stebbins Car Superstore, leading the way.
Yeah, next up then is Koulis. He's looking to attack the Scotsman straight away, take advantage of the disruption that he would have suffered. Meantime, Sean Simpson has got past Martin Barr for 5th place. And then we've got that great scrap between Stevenson and Petrov for 7th. Tristan Purdon up to 9th. It's just ahead of Liam Knight, and Billy McKenzie just dropping down to 11th at the moment with Brad Todd on his case. Ben Edwards, Dan Thornhill, Richard McCohen. He's out your top 15, but right now Koulis it is that's looking at the back end of the gas thinking, I want your position, please, sir.
Yeah, and Harry, he's just like the Terminator. He's ice cool, he's just focused, and he just grinds you down. I'd hate I'd hate to have Harry Kulas behind me in a very different way. Like some riders, you know, you think they're going to run it in there. You've got super aggressive riders. With Harry, you just know that like he won't go away.
Yeah.
He will just wear you down.
And he was not happy at Blacksall. I interviewed him on the podium at Blacksall, and he was probably the least happy person I've seen on the podium all season. He was not chuffed to be, what, he was third overall there. No, actually he was second overall there behind Sean Simpson. He really was not chuffed to have not won that one overall. There's movements down the back end of the top 10. Liam Knight has made a good couple of moves. He's got past Stevenson and Tristan Purden as Brad Todd moves past Mackenzie for 11th place. So Mackenzie sadly slipping back for him. But yeah, Martin Barr is there in 6th. Sean Simpson has now moved his way up to 5th, but he's got 3.5 seconds to catch up to Tommy Searle in 4th.
Yeah, great racing in this MX1 Pro category. Look at the names at the top there, as we said. So Searle in 4th, Simpson now closing in on him, Kulas, Adamson, Gilbert. Just an amazing array of talent, and all the big hitters kind of right where they need to be, but honestly a long way to go, and it'd be interesting to see. I know, listen, we've had some tough races already this year, but we haven't had this heat yet.
No, true.
This year. Gilbert pulling up, bike issue.
Oh, Josh Gilbert pulls up. That's the end of his race by the looks.
Absolutely a bike issue. I know that purely by his body, because he just threw his head back. If that was an injury, he'd be like doubled over, or like you. Yeah. But you could see the frustration. He threw his head back. Got to be something wrong with the bike. Not with Josh, I don't think, unless he has caught his ankle or something like that. But the frustration was there to see.
Oh, and he was looking odds on for his first race win of the British Championship season. But John Adamson looked over at the tabletop jump just to make sure that he was gone. Couldn't quite believe the Christmas present he's been given. But he has got to fight Harry Kulas for that. There is Gilbert, we see at the side of the track, completely stationary. Such a shame for Gilbert. But Adamson it is that's still out front from Kulas.
Like Kulas doesn't need any extra incentive. Now he realises the rider in front of him is leading the race. So let's see. No, I was just going to say I thought we might go to replay, but not. Just a little screen swipe there for some of our sponsors. Yeah, I tell you what, this is going to be a good one, because Adamson loves a scrap, like I said. You know, lots of riders might be, even though they're top level pros, might think, oh no, come on, just leave me alone. Not John. You're like, yeah, come on, bring it on.
No, he's putting these right up there. I mean, they say the top 4 in this championship have been completely dominant and almost unbroken. Not many have actually broken in between them. Ashton Dickinson did before he got hurt, and he was looking good as well. Jake Millwood has also had his moments. But yeah, from that side, it's great to see somebody else breaking up the aliens, if you like, of this British Championship, and John Adamson has put himself square into contention for that with a great hole shot, and he's obviously inherited the lead after that problem for Gilbert, and he's actually, by the looks of this section of the circuit, pulling away from Harry Kulas along the back edge there.
Yeah, it's a great ride from John Adamson. Just love to see him up there. As I said, he had kind of breakthrough year really last year. Okay, he started being more noticeable the year before that, but sort of last year really was when it was like, okay, it's all coming together for John. And quite rightly warranted the ride on AC United Gascard. It hasn't quite gone how they wanted it to go. I think he's had a few injuries, ailments, all those kind of things. And of course, new team, takes a little while to get everything where you wanted to get, with your bike set up and all that. He's learning the team are learning about him. But look at it right now, it's coming together. He can ride, there's no doubt about it.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tricky front wheel landing there for John Adamson, but I think he's the adrenaline dump of being in front for a change for, the first time really this season for John Adamson. That adrenaline dump has kind of passed, and he's settling right into his rhythm now, and he's pulling away.
I think that was Josh Gilbert's bike. You could see lying on the floor in the background back there. It looks to me like Tommy Searle is starting to up the wick a little bit. He's taken a marginal bit of time out of the top 2. Not loads, but there he is, and he came into shot there. He's still got a lot of work to do, mind you.
Yeah.
He's still 4 seconds odd back behind, but he's definitely closing. You can see him on the screen there within the same shot now, and he wasn't there a moment ago. So Searle is starting to up the ante here.
Yeah, he's got a 3-second buffer over Simpson in 4th, so from that sense, he's got a bit of breathing room. He can afford to risk a few moves and take the fastest lines possible to try and catch these leading pair, because he knows that if Kulas gets past on Adamson, that's another 5-point chunk off of Tommy's championship lead, and there's only 13 of those. That would cut it down to 8, so again, we're talking about crunch time for the championship. 5 motos after this one. If it's like it is now, that lead goes down to 10, it goes down to 11. If Kulas gets past Adamson, which, let's be fair, the form book would say he should do, then yeah, from that sense, Tommy's going to have a real issue there, and that's going to be an 8-point lead heading into those last 5 motos. You don't want it that close. Nobody wants it that close.
I mean, you know, Tommy's always looked good on a bike, really. You know, oh, look at that line. That's how he's gaining time, getting creative.
Beautiful.
That was a thing of beauty.
So if you're wondering what myself and Jeff were just thoroughly enjoying ourselves over there, basically along the motorway parallel section of the circuit, he is literally jumping over the track. Now, there were issues about a course cutting early in the season, but he didn't touch the ground. So what can you do if there's no post there? You've got to do it. He just jumped, and absolutely beautiful.
Yeah,
section.
that was absolutely immaculate. So yeah, Tommy, I think from the moment he stepped, swung his leg over that Honda, he really did look good. I said he makes most bikes look good, but I don't know, just the minute he got on that Honda, I think it's given him another lease of life in his career anyway. We all know, like we said, he's getting towards the tail end of his career. How long, much more he's going to go, we don't know. But he looks great on it, and he's healthy, as far as I know. You know, no niggling injuries. Hopefully he'll go for several more years yet. Of course, you can follow him all over social media. He's got his vlogs that he does with his good friend Ed Warren from Kex. Great stuff. So give Tommy a follow. Or maybe even vote for him for your rider of the day. I would, just on that.
That was a great. I think that's definitely the move of the day. That was quite a stunning line that he's found there. Interesting to see how many riders would be taking that particular one. Again, you can't really call it a cut because he's jumping. And from that, I mean, that's something that you can do. So why not do it? There's nothing to stop you. Adamson launching, heavy landing for the Scotsman. He's certainly fit and strong enough to cope with that, but you won't want too many of those. Koulis still having a watching brief. They've got about 5 seconds over Searle. It's going to be so close, I think, between these two.
See, this is the thing with Harry Koulis. He's so good and so calculated. He kind of push at the end of the race. You just never know how hard he's actually pushing. Like, I know, like, I'm sure John is just like getting it done, focusing forward, trying not to think about it, getting in as many good laps as he can. I can't believe that John Adamson is sort of holding anything back.
No, for sure. He's out in front for the first time.
With Koulis, we've seen it time and time again. You think, is he riding at maximum capacity? Then all of a sudden, we get to around that 5 minute to go mark. It's like between 8 to 5, boom. Then Harry just kind of goes, okay, flick the switch, now's my time. And just like that, he's on the back of them and making a move. So, but Searle has lost a bit of time now, even though we're doing those as sublime as he was. So I've got to say, John Adamson is setting a very, very good race pace here on the Acer United gas. Lovely through that section as well. But Koulis, I've got to say, it does look like he's not really trying.
He is one of those deceptive riders. They say that sometimes we don't really know how hard he is pushing because it doesn't translate that effort to his sort of body English. He doesn't really move or hunch his shoulders. He just basically lets the bike do the work underneath him. Great smooth style. But again, sometimes you could go inside his head and he's at absolutely full maximum effort. It just doesn't show. Petr Petrov is having a good ride up in 6th place. It could be one of his best results of the season if he stays like that. He has yet to break the top 6 in a moto this season. So Petrov to be up that high is going nicely. He's got a bit of ground to make on Sean Simpson, 7 seconds between them. But yeah, he's having a great ride on the Phoenix Even Strokes Kawasaki.
Yeah, he is. It's another rider that came into the series this year. You know, got a lot of experience, race GPs, all those kind of things. And again, I think it's taken a little while for him to get back up to British Championship pace because, you know, a lot of people think, okay, you know, it's not World Championship or EMX, but I'm telling you now, like, we have got fast riders in the UK. And I think some riders that have been out of it come back in and go, wow, you guys are really quick in the UK. And I think, obviously, he's getting to know the team a bit more and all those kind of things. Sometimes you just jump into a team and you hit the ground running. Sometimes it takes a bit of time.
Absolutely, and speaking of imports to the series, Tristan Purden, our guest rider from South Africa, his second round after he rode a Blacksaw was impressive in his speed, although he did have crashes too. Oh, and Dasby Spasby are singing his praises. Petr Petrov drops the Kawasaki on the inside of the left-hander there and gifts the position to Liam Knight and Tristan Purden. That's Purden up to 7th, but yeah, Petrov for the first time looking like a top 6 finish, and it has gone with 7.5 minutes left to go in this race. Such a shame for the Bulgarian. We hope he's okay. Looked like he was picking himself up there. But Koulis, outside of our shots, it looks like Harry Koulis has made a move. Just outside of our camera shot, we've also got Martin Barr has passed Sean Simpson at some point, and the pair of them are actually battling on screen right now. But yeah, it's happened out of our sights, I'm afraid. Looks like Koulis has gone past and is ahead of John Adamson all of a sudden. Here comes Simpson making a move on Martin Barr. He does so, goes past the Irishman again. He must have had an issue there, Sean, because he was behind him and now he's got back past him for 4th.
I don't think that's an injustice to Martin. I think maybe Sean made a little bit of an error and Martin snuck back by, but now he's back past him again. So Kulas is your new race leader according to our timing, so we must have just missed that. Yeah, look at that. Maybe it's a case of he's worn him down, because I have to say, it suddenly looks like John is now getting to that point in the race where he's starting to look like he's getting a bit of a wall built up in front of him. I think Kulas has kept his pace and John's dropped off. Are we right in that?
Yeah, he had a 4-second drop in his lap time that time. Everybody around him doing 154s, although 156 is there more like for Kulas and Searle as the track gets heavier and the conditions get hotter. But Adamson is 2 seconds back and within sniping distance now of Tommy Searle. Tommy will want this. He won't want Kulas to make any more points on than necessary, so he can limit the damage to just 3. He's got to get back past Adamson here in the remaining nearly 6 minutes of this race, plus 2 laps.
The way it's shaping up, I mean, it's too early to say, and a lot can happen. I get that. I totally appreciate that. But, you know,
there's that line again.
Searle and Kulas took it to the wire last time.
Yeah.
It's already starting to shape up that we could be going to Landrake. Same scenario.
I think we could well do, because, I mean, let's face it, all this is happening at the front because Josh Gilbert's bike stopped. So, now all of a sudden they're fighting for the lead because of that. And here comes Tommy making attack on John Adamson as they head towards the far end of the track by the entrance gate. He makes a move. Oh, he's around the outside as Searle. Adamson hugs the inside, will not let the Crendon Fast Track Honda man go past without a good scrap as he loves it so much. Here comes Adamson, tucking it tight, stopping Searle from getting through. But Searle is on full attack mode now, knowing that he needs to limit the damage from Harry Kulas' attack here. Goes up the inside. There it goes. Tommy Searle up to second place as he passes John Adamson, heading round towards the wave section, past the finishing line. He is up there in second place now. Can he do anything about Kulas? The gap was 3.986, just shy of 4 seconds between Kulas and Searle, the championship contenders. Cream rising to the top yet again.
Yeah, we've got just over 4 minutes to go, plus 2 in this one. I'm just looking at John Adamson. What would you do? Would you twist or stick with this one? He's got a big gap over Sean Simpson. Sean Simpson's charging, mind you. But I'll tell you what, I know what I'd do, but then that's maybe why I never won too many races. I'd start thinking about, bringing that thing home in third spot, because it looks like he's just starting to run the tank a bit dry. John Adamson, not literally, of course, I meant, physically. So he'll try and stick with Searle for a little while, but I hope for his sake he keeps it on 2 wheels. And let's see if Searle's got anything for Harry Kulas.
Yeah, it's a 1:57 lap time for John Adamson last time around compared to Searle's 1:54. But then Sean Simpson only did a 1:58. I think that's his battle with Martin Barr was during that lap. So we'll see what Simpson's pace is like. There's 20 seconds between Adamson and Simpson as they crossed the line last time. There goes Searle hopping across. That's an amazing line from Tommy. What a great bit of ingenuity from there. And there's a one little giveaway rut just showing what he's doing if anybody is sharp enough to do so. But that's something a little bit special from Tommy over the far end of the circuit.
You're still going to do it though, because the side of if he hangs that up short, that's going to be a classic high side.
Big one if he gets that short, for sure.
So that's, I think
a risky move.
I think he's taken a little bit out of Kulas this last lap. But again, we never know where Harry's at. It's like, because it's just like you can't tell if he's charging, if he's cruising.
Now, Tommy has worked hard on his conditioning. He did so particularly during the winter time. He just thought, well, it wasn't a great season. Although he was champion, he only won 1 race. So, yeah, from that sense, he will want to improve on that, and he has worked hard to do so and has done the necessary this season.
Let's see if that gap comes down. I think it might. I don't know. It just looks
physical.
No, it's gone out. Well, there you go.
Up.
So there you go. He was actually closer to begin with than I first realised. So Kulas responding well then. Okay, so not as close as we thought. Harry in check, as a visual, he doesn't look that too far ahead, does he?
It's deceptive, that shot, though, because there's 3 jumps in there, and they look much closer than they perhaps are in reality. But, Tristan Perrin's having a good ride. He's up to 7th again now this time. He's still 3 seconds shy of Liam Knight in 6th, who's also having a good, solid performance. And Martin Barr in 5th is about as high as he's been all season as well. He's yet to break the top 5. So Martin Barr is showing as well as he has all year up there. Tommy, doing a good start. Is it me, Jeff, or does that tank look a little bit bigger on this Honda?
Yeah, I think maybe it might be, which I'm quite surprised, because I wouldn't call it deep sand, But yeah, it does look like it's one of those ones that got a little bit more in it. I'm quite surprised that, although obviously British Championship's not nearly 30 minutes by the time you get the 2 laps done. So, but normally now you don't see it unless they run really deep sand, somewhere like Lommel. Not quite as deep as that there.
There he goes, saving a bit of fuel there. And, of course, Tommy's been testing in Lommel, hasn't he? He's been out there in the real deep stuff, like you say, trying to get things prepared here because he didn't have did not have a good day here at all earlier in the season. Even his boss, Dave Thorpe, said so. Thorpe didn't even bother coming to this one. He decided to be outside playing with adventure bikes in Iceland, apparently. I thought he's out there testing those. So, yeah, from that side, Dave, not here this weekend, but Tommy making definite improvements from that weekend.
Oh, I can say, like, you know, it's unlike any team manager to sort of publicly call a rider out. It happens very, very rarely. You know, and DT is very supportive of all his riders, whatever. And I was most surprised when he kind of called Tommy out. Tommy took it on the chin, had a little bit of fun with it on social media and whatever, bounced back pretty well because, you know, but since then, of course, he's been back to his regular form, and he is definitely, obviously, in contention to try and regain his title.
Oh, I just looked at that a long time then. I thought he was going over, but no, he's absolutely fine, Tommy. Yeah, he can see Kulis in the distance, but the gap has gone out again to 5.7. Adamson is being closed in marginally by Sean Simpson, but it's only gone down. No, it's still a 20-second gap now. It stretched it back out in that time. Adamson was faster, so Simpson not making that much speed at all, still fourth at the moment and not really moving forward from there.
Again, but that might be smart riding from Sean. You know, they all want to charge on. I appreciate that, but they're also being around the block, they're realists. He's probably thought, God, you know, John's 20 seconds in front. I'm going to use so much energy in this heat to try and take that back and might not even get him or make it.
Yeah.
Let's hold it back a little bit, you know. I don't know. Who knows what's going on under their lids out there, but...
So there's been a change in the top 10, though, in 6th place now. Tristan Purden, the South African rider, improving in stature in this series ever by the lap. He's moved up to 6th past Liam Knight now. So the KTM rider... he's got about 15 seconds between himself and Martin Barr. Dan Thornhill has also moved up there. He's up past Petr Petrov for 9th place. So the Bulgarian slipping back. And Billy McKenzie in 11th place. I mean, that's not a bad ride for Billy. I think that's going to match his best of the year so far as I can tell. Yes, it is. Yeah, his best so far. Billy McKenzie actually was 11th in the second round of Blackthorn of the last round. So he's matching that today.
Yeah, fair play. And as we said, you know, he's knocking on a bit now. He won't mind me saying that. And obviously still in front of a lot of younger riders than him. Well, a good number of years. This is a good ride for John Adamson. To do his confidence good. You know, he led plenty of laps. Got some good lap times. Okay, you know, he's still got to bring it home. Potentially something might happen to the front too, but it'll be a solid and well-earned third if he can bring it home.
Yeah, for sure. And obviously with Gilbert's problems, that's pretty much ruled the Cornishman out of the overall contention as his bike lies on the side of the circuit, sadly, by the finish line. So, yeah, Josh is sadly out of it for the overall contention, which would give someone like John some hope that he could maybe put on the podium with another good start and another good performance in race 2.
Yeah, and of course, he's going to go out Gilbert in the second one. Got nothing to lose now, has he? He did just roll the dice. He's got plenty of energy in the tank. He'll go out and he'll be absolutely ripping in that second one. And the others might just let him get on with it because they know he can't win the overall.
Yeah, sure, that's right. And it's taken a serious dent for Gilbert's championship as well, of course. He was 46 back of the championship lead as it stood, so another 25 points here from Kulis, another 22 for Tommy in second. It's going to stretch it right out to 68 points, which is a hell of a gap to get dragged back in 5 races.
That's what we were talking about, right? With like 3 rounds to go, you don't want to, we've already mentioned it, you know, if that happened at round 1, you're like, okay, that's not ideal, but I've got at least another 7 rounds to try and get that back.
Yeah.
Now, you know, it can be quite demoralising. If it happens at the beginning of the year, you can get remotivated. You're kind of like, no, I can still do this. I'm in it.
Yeah.
Now that's gonna have an effect on his mental approach. He's just like, for race wins, he's just going to go for it now.
Yeah,
you know?
sure. Yeah, 68 points is he needs help, doesn't he, from that sense. And good battle going on between Petrov and Thornhill. They've actually just overtaken each other again. Petrov it is now, the Bulgarian, moving up to 9th place past Dan Thornhill on the Cap Screens Crescent Yamaha, the teammate, of course, to race leader Harry Kulis. And yeah, Dan's been coming on slowly and surely over the season with injuries early on, halting his progress somewhat. But he is right up there now into 10th place in this race. And that's, yeah, matching some of his best of the year.
John Adamson's foot just came off there, off screen. He still didn't shut off. I can only assume that he stayed on the bike. Just as we changed camera angle, his foot came off right when he was going into the face of one of those jumps. I hope it didn't throw him off. Can't see him back there.
Come on, John, don't make us this nervous.
Nah, he must have been. He's okay because it was before the finish line, so
right,
he crossed the line.
good.
Yeah, so he did stay on. Should be coming in the shot
yeah,
now.
we'll just see him.
There he is. Yeah, slowed him down a bit more, mind you, but he's still in there.
That's one of the benefits of a slight lack of height. If my foot go off the foot pegs, it's in the floor and I'm over it. But he's definitely getting the advantage of that and staying on board for what would be a season best for John Adamson, 3rd place. His previous best was a 5th in Moto 1 at Blacksall. He had a 6th and a 5th at Canada Heights, but he's been steadily improving. 5th at Canada Heights and 6th as Blacksall with his most 2 recent rounds. And yeah, he's looking to improve here from 6th in the championship. He's not quite going to close in on Gilbert. He's about 64 points back of Gilbert in this championship for today, but certainly he will look to move up to 5th because Brad Todd is there right now, and Todd is down in 8th at the moment, so that's definitely more than the 3-point gap between them. So John Adamson moving up into the top 5 in the series if it stays like this now. It looks like we're going to get ready for the 2-lap board next time up. I think we're going to get that. If our timing screens are correct.
Yeah, our timing, I think we got just a slight lag with our timing here at the venue. I think it's working fine for anybody if you're on speed hive. I think you're getting that, but for whatever reason, a little glitch in our system. So it might be the checkered flag this time around. Of course, we unfortunately can't see that from where we are in the TV booth here.
Looks like the checkered flag is out. So yeah, this could be Harry Koulas going in towards the end of the first race here in the MX1 category. Takes the final jump, rounds the final corner, heading towards the wave section. There it is. Checkered flag out. Harry Koulas takes the win. Nonchalantly just takes his goggles off. Time to cool off. Nice and professional. He's not going to celebrate that yet. His big prize will be in his mind. He'll look over and see that he's only made 3 points on Tommy Searle, but it's all good gravy for him.
I hope that Brad speaks to him because normally Harry's a bit like a robot. He doesn't sweat. Let's just see if today if he is actually sweating.
Is it like Daft Punk? Human after all.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
I think he has worked harder in that heat than he's previously done. He's extremely fit. You wouldn't be human if you're not sweating today, surely.
That's absolutely crazy. And of course, yeah, it's hardly from a tropical part of the world up there from Estonia.
Well, he's going to go, well, hopefully Brad's going to hunt him down. I'll tell you what, Brad will probably be more out of breath than him.
That's unkind to Bradley. He does MCA Championship, our Brad, does he? He's fit as a flea.
I can say that because I know I'd be more out of breath than Brad. So I can say that justified. There's Brad there.
Go on, Bradley.
Okay, so we're going to throw down to Brad down there once they get ready down there. You can see Brad just making sure that he wanted water.
Yep. Quick rundown of your top 10 before they get the interview through here. Harry Koulas, the race winner, ahead of Tommy Searle. John Adamson, 3rd. Sean Simpson, 4th. Martin Barr, 5th. Tristan Purden, a great showing for him. Best of the year for 6th. Liam Knight, 7th. Brad Todd, 8th. Peter Petrov, 9th. And Dan Thornhill, 10th. Billy McKenzie hung on for 11th ahead of Gavin Stevenson, Ben Edwards, Glenn McCormick and Charlie Putnam. And the last of the point scorers, Richard McEwen and Scooter Webster. Josh Gilbert and Jay Haig showing on the leaderboard 18th, 19th. We'll have to check if they're going to get any points for those positions because obviously they did not cross the finishing line within several laps. But yeah, we're looking good there. We should be able to hand this down to Bradley, who's got our race leader, I think, in the pits.
Harry Koulas taking the win there. Super hot day today. It looks like hard work out there.
Oh, it's good. Finally, at least we have good weather. The track is quite easy, quite fast. But I had really good start. But then in the corner I lost a couple positions, so I was 3rd. Took my time, and I saw like John was like everywhere, like he was wild. And he went off the track, so I got the lead, and then Josh had some problem. So it was easy to take the first place, and then just control my race to the finish. So yeah, really good first race, and happy for that, and we have to do the same in the second race.
Yeah, well, good luck in the second race. Cheers, thank you. Now coming up now, we've got the first MX2 race of the weekend. The big news in that class is the championship leader, Isaac Gifting, is out for the rest of the year with an injury. So Comrade Muse is going to be looking to take full advantage of that, get the red plate back, and possibly go 1-1 here this weekend at FatCat.
You found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
Here we are then, back at the Revo British Motocross Championship, fueled by Gulf Race Fuels. We've just had a blazing hot MX1 race, lots of action, lots of drama, and we are now back with the MX2 category, 250 4-strokes and 2-strokes, and I think the odd 125 2-stroke still left out there as well. So a hell of a mixed bag for this class, and as Bradley Wheeler said, our presenter there, we have got the championship leader out of it. But first of all, if you're just joining us here or have just seen the MX1 race and just wondering who we are, my name's Ben Rumbold, the series commentator for the Revo British Motocross Championship, fueled by Gulf Race Fuels, being joined this weekend and for the rest of the season fantastically by Jeff Perrett, and of course our MXN-TV and Alpha Live broadcast going out worldwide, completely live and free on YouTube and Facebook. So how are you finding it so far, Jeff? How's your first day on the
It's great.
Revo?
You know, what's not to like? You know, people say, you know, I'm not going to preach about how sometimes it can be a long old day talking continually, but when you're a fan of sport and you love it, come on, it's not a bad gig, is it? You know, I get to sit here and watch motocross. We get most of the camera angles. We don't miss too much. The crew out there in blazing heat are doing an amazing job. They're having to concentrate, just following the riders around. So yeah, thanks for joining us on the live stream on MXN-TV. And as we said, you know, we're going to be doing this now for the remaining 3 rounds that have the pros at them, the MX1 and MX2. So yeah, we are at the first of 3 rounds. So up next is Whitby, and then we'll be wrapping this up at Landrake. There is Josh Gilbert's bike. If you've just tuned in and wondered what the hell was going on, Josh was unfortunately leading that MX1 race, and something happened to the bike. Something expired. He disgruntledly, not in a half, too much of a half, obviously. He didn't want to push it back himself.
We noticed that much, yeah. I mean, I think he's done enough work for there. I'm not sure if the mechanic was picking something up, but it's his toolbox and stand. I mean,
is it the chain? Because look like he's got that big 32 mil.
Yeah, it doesn't appear to be. Is it locked? It is. The
paddle there you go then. Locked. Yeah, so that's, well, for me that just indicates that probably was a full seizure then.
Crikey. Bad news there for the SC Sport Homes Husqvarna squad, just when Josh was looking in line to take his first race win of the year. Obviously, mechanical failure there, just completely pulled up whilst leading. So, yeah, that cost him the race lead. John Adamson inherited the lead, which he'd had from the beginning, and Josh had just passed him. But, yeah, John Adamson ended up finishing 3rd there behind 2nd place Tommy Searle and race winner Harry Koulis. So the top 2 in the championship again, and it's gap down to 10 points at the championship. Sweet as.
It is.
We don't mind it being close up here in the booth.
Yeah, oh, no, absolutely. You know, you want it to go the distance. I mean, you know, we're not going to start being biased towards any one rider. For the neutral, we absolutely want this thing in all classes. I know it's not unlikely that's going to happen, but, you know, you want it to go right down to the last race of the year. That would be brilliant if that can happen.
Yeah, absolutely, and yeah, it's some great results through the field here. Got to give it up to Tristan Purden. Again, it's only his 2nd race over in the UK. Our multiple South African champion, who's joining us for some of the rounds here at the Revo British Motocross Championship, fueled by Gulf Race Fuels. He is right out there in the top 6, which is a first for this season. He showed that sort of speed at Blacksaw, but to end up there in race 1 here at FatCat is fantastic stuff. As the 250s come up to the line, MX2, race 1, ready to go.
I'd just like to point out, if you can hear some wind coming through our speakers, that's not because it's so hot. We've actually got fans going in here, so we're not stood outside. The fans are working overtime.
I thought it was atmospherics.
As we're melting in the TV truck.
There's our guest rider. Looking at this, here's our guest rider, 998, Todd Kellett.
I can tell you now, Todd Kellett, okay, listen, he might not have the speed of the top guys, but what he will have is absolutely endurance and stamina. In fact, 20 minutes, he's not even warmed up.
That's a sprint. It's a sprint for Mr. Kellett. Yeah,
that's like just riding down to the line for Todd in that one. So, yeah, he's used to 3 hours of sheer pain doing beach racing. And listen, I've known Todd a long time. He's fortunate. Obviously, he was on Team Green program that I managed to manage when he was a kid, and that was one of the things that drew him onto the team for me. Was just the kid just never quit, and he's now an adult that never quits.
Yeah.
Nothing's changed.
Something to behold in the beach race as well. I saw some great footage of Todd at Le Touquet battling out there. Didn't quite get the overall win in the end, but what a scrap it was. So if you're lucky enough to see that footage of Le Touquet from last year, then it's well worth a watch. But yeah, he is up there, and he actually qualified quite nicely in the MX2 session earlier today. The fastest rider was Conrad Muse, and in second place was our guest rider for the weekend, or as the recent addition to the Sport Homes, SC Sport Homes Husqvarna squad, Mr. Talviku is there, and he qualified in second. Dylan Walsh qualified third, and Kellett was right up there in fourth.
Yeah, Talviku, there you go, then straight in at the sharp end. I expect him to be solid in this one, because again, like another Estonian, and they are just seemingly yeah, there they are. You know, they breed them tough over there, don't they?
For sure, yeah, that's it. Jürgen Matthias Talviku is the name, number 261. The Husqvarna is the bike, and they get themselves ready. The 15-second board is up. You can tell because everybody's hustling forward on the bike, getting into position, getting their breath right, eyes down. They will all glance straight down. 5-second board comes. They're in clutch, engaged, ready to go. Who's out in front here? Looks like a KTM. Karsmakers it is. Kai Karsmakers. Looks like a bad start for Conrad Muse. He's right towards the back of the circuit. They've put a little hay bale in there to stop the sort of Tommy Searle jump going on, we just noticed. But Kai Karsmakers it is that is up there in first place.
Then it's Muse in second.
It is Muse in second. My apologies there. Got it wrong there. Dylan Welsh is currently up there in fourth place as well.
Was it? No, you might be right. I think they might be wearing similar
kit.
I
spotted it, yeah. And we'll have to see if they come round.
Was it Carpenter?
The circuit. It's Carpenter in second place. It is Carpenter. Jamie Law is up there on the two-stroke Husqvarna. Conrad is there in the yellow and blue kit in fourth place. Three abreast going into that corner. 3 into 1 doesn't go, and it's Talviku that's shoving up the inside there of Tom Grimshaw and Carlton Husband. And very wisely, Todd Kellett, a bit of Western Beach Race style, went round the outside of the traffic jam there like it was a breeze. Absolutely stunning. Kai Karsmakers it is with a lightning start. The young Dutchman, of course, like you say, this is not going to be sand to him either, but he is right out there loving this softer stuff.
Yeah, he'd be strong, there's no doubt about it. And you know what, it doesn't matter, you know, new team and all that. He'd been accustomed to the bike quite early on. Yeah, they'll have to make small refinements and get used to how each other work. But trust me, he's got the minerals to run at the front straight away, as time qualifying indicated.
Yes, absolutely. Fourth fastest already was Todd Kellett, so there's no issues there with his speed at all. And then see what we can do here. Conrad Muse, a cautious start, I would say, from the rider who was dominating the series until he got wiped out in the first corner at Canada Heights. And up on the pegs there, it looked almost like he was cruising. It was number 48, Adam Collins, as Kellett blasts around the outside on that two-stroke Yamaha. Absolutely loving life. Stuffing up the inside of Collins. Collins retaliates, not quite able to. It's Kellett that's moving up there, and he is currently in fifth place. Conrad Muse was fourth at the start of this lap. He's moved his way forward past Jamie Law for third. Here comes Kellett. He's attacking Jamie Law along the motorway straight. He comes up, passes him, absolutely blasts over it.
Ben, you know, on one occasion, although it's blindingly hot out there, I actually wish I was outside now. I do, just so I could hear those two-strokes and Kellett. At least for one lap. Can I just nip out and
go for it?
I'm joking. just to hear him shred past me for one lap. That would be awesome. But Kellett on the move, and of course he's riding a two-stroke. Normally in the beach race, and he's on a big 450 four-stroke.
Yeah.
So he'll be absolutely having that. He'll be twisting that right hand back as much as he can.
So Kellett, this is on the outside of the top four as the leaders come up towards the finishing line area here. We can just see back Karsmakers scrubs over the jump near us. Absolutely amazing. Carpenter second now with Muse in third, and in fourth is Kellett. Looks like we'd lost Dylan Walsh, who was up there higher up at the start of the lap, but not quite sure where Dylan's gone. Yeah, he's dropped right back the standings as the Kawasaki Revo 7 team member here. So not quite sure what's happened to Dylan. But yeah, Karsmakers and Carpenter first and second. Conrad Muse, he's certainly got more in the tank. There is Dylan Walsh pushing the bike back. That will be the third straight mechanical for that team. That's not brilliant stuff for them. Really unsure what's happened there with Dylan Walsh, but the bike has let him down again, sadly. There's also no sign of his teammate, Jamie Wainwright, in the top 20 at the moment. So not great times for them. But yeah, out in front it is the Hitachi KTM, fueled by Milwaukee, the sole remaining member of that team out on track right now, as teammate Isaac Gifting sadly not able to wear the red plate again, because he had that early in the year where he had earned it but couldn't wear it because he wasn't there. So this time Gifting is not here. Carzamakers is, though. He's keeping that team right at the sharp end in first. And what a great show from Jamie Carpenter. Up in a second, he's getting stronger and stronger.
Yeah, he is. Again, this championship's got bouncing around, isn't it? It's like people are dropping out, getting injured, some coming back. As we said, News, you know, he missed a round, and yeah, it's going to be tight in it now with Gifting going out. He's not going to score points this weekend, so.
Yeah, I mean, he's out for the season, so we've heard. So yeah, from that sense, that Conrad is well, he's virtually the red plate holder. He's only got 7 points between him and Gifting, so it's up to Carpenter really to extend this championship to make it interesting. And he's currently leading Conrad Muse on this lap, so we'll see what he can do. There's a great scrap on screen here. We've got it's Tom Grimshaw right in the middle of it for sure, and he's got Jamie Law up behind him. No, it's 32, Callum Mitchell going around the outside of him, Adam Collins, and also in there is our young rider from Estonia, Jorgen Matthias Talviku. So, yeah, one of our fastest riders in qualifying. He's got a whole gaggle of riders up in front of him here.
God, go on, Callum Mitchell. Did he stay on that? God, he did. What a move. I tell you what, Callum was committed to that. I thought he was going to high side, but he kind of just hung it out there and put it in front of Grimshaw. He is on the pipe. Look at them. I'll tell you, Tavaki's going to have a pair of these, because while these two are dicing, he's starting not to follow, and he's going to catch them both napping if they're not careful.
Absolutely.
I was just going to say, Karsmarkers has got a good chance here to gain a bunch of points over this weekend.
Yes.
You know, Law, Grimshaw, Carpenter. Yes, you know, he races GPs. You'd expect him to be in front of those guys. I know he's had some DNFs and all those kind of things, and obviously missed round one. So yeah, he's gonna want to push on, no doubt now. And of course, the team will still want to win everything. They won't have their guy leading the championship anymore.
Sorry, Jeff. Yes, absolutely mad going on here with Mitchell and Collins and Talviku throwing it around next to each other over these massive tabletops here at Doncaster. Right off the back was Collins there, and very nearly looped out on him there. It only needed one more bump to catch, and he would have been over the back road. There goes Talviku making a great move on number 32 of Callum Mitchell. He sails past him alongside the motorway area there. The Tommy Searle line has been blocked with a massive Parts Unlimited hay bale, so to take it away any chance of controversy, they put the hay bale there. I think that's safe. We don't want any protests. Absolutely. We don't want any of that, so that's fair enough. Got to give a shout out to the rider in 11th. Sam Atkinson was in contention last year for the 250 MXY2 class. First year in MX2 has not been stellar, it's got to be said, and to be up there in 11th place is fantastic for the Kawasaki rider.
Well, it absolutely is, because you, as a rookie, I'm telling you, you compare results and you think, oh, I'm on pace, you know, in that. It's very, very different. You suddenly get out there, you might be on pace in the rookie class, in the youth class, but when you get out there, it all changes. So any young rider coming through who thinks, oh, my times are pretty good, you wait till you get out there. I'm not trying to put you down. It's way harder than you think.
It is a massive step for anybody, isn't it, really?
Yeah,
it's got to be said.
It is.
We've got some goings on here. This is Jamie Law having a battle now. Looks like Talviku has made his way past Law into 5th place. Absolutely flying is the young Estonian. And he's got Todd Keller in his sights next, but he's got about nearly 9 seconds up the road to catch him. That's a gap, but he's shown some serious pace. So we'll see what he's got. Conrad Muse has meanwhile moved up to 2nd place, and he's starting to hassle Kai Karsmakers. Action at the sharp end then. Bright yellow and blue Dayglow, can't miss him. Conrad Muse in 2nd, stalking the black-clad Kai Karsmakers on the Hitachi KTM fueled by Milwaukee squad. Bitter blood between these teams. And Conrad Muse just sails past him. Incredible move there. Karsmakers tries to retaliate, hasn't quite got it, or has he? He's got that jump better. Karsmakers is not going to roll over, just missed it.
Yeah, he just over jumped, almost like Supercross. He actually jumped too far, and then obviously killed all his momentum into the face of the next jump. Conrad basically set that pass up from the corner, not the straight. He just carried more momentum out of the corner, got a run on the rollers. That wasn't a horsepower move, that was just he had more momentum out of the corner. Could hook gear, higher gear earlier, and away he went. This is going to be good, because Kellett is closing in on Carpenter. I will say right now, those riders at the sharp end are all incredibly fit. I can't see any of them wilting under the fitness, but as I said, Todd Kellett,
it's next level.
You know, it's like Mormon stuff, innit? They do something and by half again, like Todd's like They put the flag out, and he's like, what? Why can't we keep going? Can we just roll the 2 races into one?
Man, I've got another 2.5 hours in me, come on.
Yeah, come on. So you won't see him lagging at the end. I wouldn't have thought,
Conrad Muse. There are times when Conrad takes your breath away on tracks like this. He was missing the bumps completely because he was at the side of the bag, just tailing around them. Incredible stuff from Muse, and one of the best riders to watch in this sort of going, especially when he's on form, full of confidence. Main rival's gone. I mean, there's got nothing to stop him again, hasn't he?
Yeah, you can argue that, of course you can, because bottom line is Karsmarker's got to have to do a lot of work to catch him up. Carpenter's there in the mix, but a fair few points behind, and so you're absolutely right. Conrad in the driving seat, but of course, he went out.
Yeah, who knows?
Obviously Canada Heights, he had that injury.
Dancing around there.
You never, that's the thing with sport, motocross in particular, until the job's done.
The job ain't done.
The job ain't done. And that's exactly right. It's true.
Yeah. Sam Atkinson has paid back my compliments. He's gone up to 10th place now as well, so that's great showing for the young Kawasaki rider. Tom Grimshaw is there in 9th place. That's a bit disappointing for Tom. He's had much better results than that, been top 5 or 6 in all of the most recent rounds since Fox Hill. So Grimshaw having issues there, but he's in that scrap with Adam Collins, Callum Mitchell just up the road from him, Talviku and Law together 5th and 6th, and then Kellett, Carpenter, and then of course Muse has just passed Kai Karsmakers on this lap to take the race lead. And yeah, like you say, Kellett just going to show into shot now, our static camera on screen. There goes Carpenter as the sorry, had to laugh at the marshal suddenly changing shirt there. Obviously that one's now wet through. He's got a fresh t-shirt on. Just shows the whole world his chest there as he changes. Thanks for that, lad.
No such thing as bad publicity.
There is.
He's living, that's it, capturing the moment. He'll be texting all his mates in the week, go rerun, go back and watch
somebody
it.
who knows him, screenshot that and just share the hell out of it, please. Right then, just outside the top 10, we got Carlton Husband in 11th, Charlie Cole there in 12th, and then the number 300 of Ben Franklin on the Husqvarna 13th, Jake Sheridan and Tom Murphy there in the 15th place. So they're all up into point scoring positions. A couple of our youth riders that have just moved up as well. Travis Steels, Bailey Johnston, 16th and 18th either side of Tommy Alba. And Mickey Ellis is having not a great ride down in 19th. That's again much lower than he's been.
Yeah, Mickey, Michael is very much more hard pack. He prefers that. He obviously lives just around the corner from Golden Barn, down there in Brighton. Put him on a hard pack track, and I tell you, he would not be running in 19th. He obviously probably by his own admission, not his favoured conditions these, but like I said, on hard pack, different rider altogether.
So here comes Conrad in command again. Obviously showing no ill effects from that collarbone injury that he picked up in the first corner of Canada Heights. He is after what he had told us he was after at Canada Heights, just off the edge of that jump there, just staying a little bit low there, Jeff. Great. It's great to see a rider like Conrad going at it. I mean, he's you could say it's slightly boring. He's heading away and clear, but you just watch him ride, and there is just things he does that can make you just gasp. Meanwhile, Carpenter is not a million miles from Kai Karsmakers. There could be a battle on between those two KTM riders before the end of the race.
What a season Jamie Carpenter is having, by the way, as well. You know, you can anybody that puts up the argument, oh, riders have been dropping in and out and getting injured, and he hasn't. No, you can't. He's had a brilliant year. You can't start saying that, that he's only there, because he's there on merit.
Yeah, for sure.
On that GRT impact machine. He works hard, and he's earning it.
Good scrap on track here. 6th, Jamie Law, the two-stroke Husqvarna on the Pico team machine, is up there in 6th place, but he's got Callum Mitchell all over him like a cheap suit right now. Callum Mitchell on the number 32, which is the Fabricant race team KTM, attacking there, the Norfolk man. And they're ahead of Grimshaw's moved up to 8th there, ahead of Adam Collins. But look at this scrap in the mid-pack, Jeff. There's lots of action here.
Proper.
Wow, 122. I think that's Jay Sheridan there. You're looking at 13th, 14th, 15th. Look at this all together. Stunning little race going on here as they head towards the finish line area.
That is a bit more like the beach race. That's where riders everywhere. That's why Kellett would be right in the mix there.
My mistake. That's alongside the motorway area of the straight there. And here comes that scrap. Stunning little back. Look at this lot. A freight train of 5 riders all heading out towards the far end of the circuit, with our fresh t-shirted Marshall just on that corner there. And Travis Steele's also making his way around through in that position. Aaron Ongley, Ben Franklin and Sam Nunn just showing up into the top 20 right now. So yeah, whatever issue has befallen Mickey Ellis, he's actually dropped right out of the points scoring positions right now. He's back in the 21st. Also, sadly, Alfie Jones, MXY2 champion from last year, is back down to 22nd at the moment. But the youngsters are having the flag flown by Sam Atkinson up in 10th place. And yeah, we've obviously got the other riders there. Bailey Johnston just moving up into 13th place as well at the expense of number 74, Tom Murphy.
Okay, we're not even, well, we're just kind of coming up to just past the halfway stage nearly.
11 minutes
quite,
to go.
not quite, yeah. So we're just over it. Plus you got the +2 on top of that, and I tell you, it's getting hotter out there. We're up now into the high 20s. We must be pushing 28, 29. I would have thought out there now, and there's not much of a breeze. A slight one here and there, but oh, yeah.
On screen action, we got Travis Steels there, number 22 in 7th place. Again, one of our rookies actually moved up partway through this season. He won 2 races in the 250 youth class earlier this season, but he's moved up there. The young rider from Nottinghamshire, Talk 10 Plant KTM team, has made his way up into MX2 and showing up inside the point scoring places. 17th right now, and he's got Ben Franklin just ahead of him.
Yeah, it's good that those guys have put a rider out there to talk template team, obviously after losing their star rider, Ashton Dickinson. Ashton, obviously we hope you are firmly on the mend and come back stronger again next year.
Yeah, I'm sure he's watching, cheering on his teammate there as well, up into the top 20. Sam Nunn is, I think has actually got past him there. Yeah, Sam Nunn's actually, I think, got past Travis Steels on that lap. But up at the sharp end now with 9.5 seconds advantage already pulled away from Kai Carsmakers is Conrad Muse. So looking to grab back that red plate for the next round at Whitby.
From a rider's standpoint, Ben, that track is starting to dry out pretty quick now.
Yes.
They put a lot of riders down, but we're getting a very different FatCat than we get more often than when we come here, because usually it's run, you know, beginning of the year towards the end. Obviously, we've had a dry spell, not necessarily a hot spell, but we haven't had much rain for ages. Now we've got a real hot spell, and we're getting more sharp edge bumps now than we do traditionally get at FatCat. You're getting more sort of rollers. Now we're getting a lot more square edges, and it's getting harder underneath, so you get that polished edge. And I think as we go on, that will definitely catch some of these riders out. Not necessarily the pros, but maybe the youth classes coming up next. Some of them might just get caught out with these square edge bumps.
Yeah, absolutely. Just showing Alfie Jones there on screen. I think he's fighting back from an issue there. He's crossing the line in 21st place, much further back than he has been through most of this season for our reigning MXY2 250 champion. But yeah, he just beat Sam Atkinson to that title last year, and Atkinson is up there in 10th in this one. But yeah, got to say, Jorgen Matthias Talviku riding quite nicely. Starting to close in on Kellett, 1.2 seconds apart there for 4th and 5th. So Kellett's been unable to make any ground into Jamie Carpenter. 3 seconds separate the pair there. So it is Talviku starting to attack Todd Kellett to see if he can pick up the 998 two-stroke Yamaha. Trying to fend off the 261 Husqvarna of Talviku.
Kellett's still going strong, as we said, on the 250 two-stroke. That's awesome in its own right. And do you know what? Todd wouldn't have done too much to do that. He hasn't had much time. I mean, he obviously used to sand racing setup on a 450. Hadn't had the bike very long, just picked it up. It tinkered with the suspension, I'm sure, but I don't think he'd do too much to it. And he's right there, isn't he, at the sharp end of British Motocross still.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not as much of an advantage you'd think in these drier conditions would be the two-stroke. Whereas if it's heavier, that really does favour that machine. But yeah, with this drier going, it's really not as much of a. I think it might still be a slight. I think it's still a better bike to ride than a 254 stroke. I think it's got more performance, but yeah, it's not advantage.
It's not just that, you know. Todd will also. He's just used to tougher, like deeper conditions, so. He would have been praying for rain. He picked the wrong weekend for it.
He really did.
You know, I've seen Todd ride so many races where others have just. I mean, even when he was on Team Green early doors, we had a few riders out training, and it started raining. They pulled in. He was only a young kid, and he stayed out there till he ran out of fuel.
Yeah, without doubt at the top.
Goggles
keep
off.
On riding. Yeah, absolutely. But he's just lost out there. They just actually flashed past us, past that camera there, towards the far end of the circuit. So yeah, it is Talviku has just made his way up past Todd Kellett to 4th place. A great showing there for the first time in this class this year. So there he is on screen. Talviku having just made the move, and he's past Carpenter as well. They've both caught Jamie Carpenter. Talviku has just gone around the outside of the number 184. They head towards the finish line area, and they're right on Kai Carzamakers. So here's the battle. We've got it on screen. Watch it on track. Going through the waves after the finish line. Second place, Kai Carzamakers. Third is Talviku. Fourth is Carpenter. Incredible action.
Yeah, he's got a good line there. He's getting out of that rough stuff. He's going kind of just by giving up a little bit coming down the rollers and backing it off a bit. He then doubles that time on that as they go back across the start and round that corner. Yes, he's going wide, but he's keeping the momentum going. And I saw Karsmarker sort of basically look over his shoulder going into that corner saying, yeah, okay.
Yeah, you want to go around there.
Right, okay, you want some, let's have it. He's kind of ready for it. I thought he was going to yield, but he didn't. So here we go.
Carzamakers, and at the inside, Talviku, absolutely merciless, shoves up the inside of Kai Carzamakers, barely touched him, but certainly gave him enough of a tap there to say, right, coming through, mate, no problem at all. So, yeah, Carzamakers trying to retaliate as he goes on the back straight towards the top corner alongside the motorway. Carzamakers gets it sideways. An older bike, it would have, worse suspension would have pitched you off with that sort of move, but the KTM's more forgiving. He's still there in third, but what a great charge from Talviku, from fourth to second in just over a lap. Incredible riding. So he is up there in second place now, reflecting his speed in qualifying.
Yeah, honestly, that overtaking move was really, it was hard, but it was fair. But he literally just hit those braking bumps and jumped across, literally into Karsmaker's line, and that was it. You know, like just caught him off guard. Basically, I'm sure he wasn't expecting a pass there.
No, for sure. That's definitely. Caught him unawares there, just completely on the, well, they're both dancing through the sand. Like you say, you're thinking more about the bike rather than racing at that point. But Talviku wasn't even flying up the inside of it.
Honestly, he is there. He's right. He is right in his rhythm and zone right now. If you're watching him ride round, that thing is flowing. He's got the confidence. He's letting the bike dance around underneath him. It looks like in some shapes he's out of control, but he's not. He's just keeping that thing flowing. Like there, now he's gone back to the original race line, you know.
Yeah, he's flowing nicely there. He's got just over 6 minutes plus 2 laps left to go in this race. Not sure if he can do anything for Conrad. I mean, that would be a true revelation there. I think he's got around about 12 seconds to catch up.
Yeah, we're just trying to refresh the time in here. What you're seeing on the screen at home is not quite up to speed. So there's always a slight lag. So
yeah, we've got our timing clock right next to us now with somebody sorting out a placement for us. Thank you, Darren, unsung hero here next to me. Great stuff. Yeah, they're actually timing down now. 3.5 minutes plus 2 laps left to go in this race. So we've got to think maybe 3-4 laps impossible.
Yeah, so we take our times, what you're seeing on the screen, off Speed Hive. We just need to update that or get that sorted. So what you're seeing is that's not the current running order. It's Conrad Muse leading the way now. Silvacu is in second now. Then it's Karsmarkers, then Carpenter, then Kellett.
That's Jack Lindsay on the number 433, Apika Husqvarna, just going a lap down there to Jamie Carpenter, who has been somewhat blitzed there by Talviku. So Carpenter now sets his sights on Karsmakers to see if he can break into the top 3 at this moto. So Carpenter, who had a nice podium at Blacksall, 3rd overall with a 4th and a 3rd. Karsmakers was the other way of that, 3rd and 5th, be 4th overall. So yeah, Carpenter, like you say, having a great season. Got the overall win at Fox Hill. Obviously you can talk about that if you really want to talk about controversy, but he ended up getting that win overall. And yeah, he's been there solid in the season and 3rd in the championship right now.
Yeah, like I said, you know, he's just going about his business and he's doing it really well. You can't start calling Jamie into all these other things that happen. He's been solid. His best year so far. Switched to a new tip. I mean, but I know that looked like he's out of control, right? But he wasn't. You know, everything was, like, you know, he just kind of went with it. No panic there.
Yeah, Talviku swapping as he hit the jump and it kicked the bike sideways. So kept it fully in control, almost as if it was intended.
Yeah.
A great shove there from the young Estonian. He really is showing his worth this weekend in his debut at the Revo British Motocross Championship, fueled by Gulf Race Fuels. But the commander of that series, it will be after this race if it stays like this. Conrad Muse obviously picking it up from the absent Isaac Gifting, and that is a great shame for the championship, it's got to be said. I'm really looking forward to the pair of them duking it out at Landrake, especially seeing if the team was going to skip the GP and just to fight for the British Championship. That would have been wonderful to see. Sadly, we've missed that little bit of drama, but Conrad Muse, he'll be won't be missing that drama. He's had enough of that this season with controversy and with bans and such like penalties, and also, of course, yeah, the injury that he had at Canada Heights. So this is what he was after. Nice, clear run in the sun.
Yeah, you know, and as much as Conrad would want to obviously make a real run at a world title, and we all wanted him to do the same, you know, obviously, you know, it just hasn't quite always gone his way like that. But one thing that he'd want to do in his final year in MX2, you know, well, that's obviously, you know, if he carries on GPs, he's going to have to move up.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing if that's the case, he'll also move up in the UK onto MX1. So it'll be interesting to see what his movements will be this off-season. Whether just stick to what he's doing with his own kind of team setup. I'm sure his phone will start ringing from.
He's a talent. There's no doubt about it.
From some of the top British teams in MX1. So it'll be interesting to see where Conrad Muse ends up next year. From a British standpoint, we'd love to see him doing GPs and doing well. Being brutally selfish, would also love him to stay in the UK as much as possible and see him race at some of the national championships in the UK. So
yeah, I mean, I'd love to see him up in the MX1 class, duking out with the likes of Searle and Kulas and Simpson and such like. I think that would be a red hot series, and that would be a great addition there. So I'm personally keeping my fingers crossed that he does go 450. I think he's certainly got the ability to, and I think it would test him better. I think it would give him a real good extra motivation, because for all intents and purposes, he's so fast on the MX2 bike. I think he just needs that fresh challenge for himself, maybe. But yeah, either way, he'll decide what's going on there. Now, I'm not quite sure what's happening again. Our time screen is a little bit behind us, but Kai Karsmakers looked like he was getting caught by Kellett, and it's the 2-lap board coming out next.
Yeah, so they're going to be yeah, so Muse was over the line, so we've got about 2.5 laps. Speed Hive, which we're kind of linked into, I think maybe, do you know what? I think it's just all our equipment is melting. I think that's probably what it is.
It wouldn't be the first time this year either.
No.
There we go.
So we're going to try and take a visual here. We know we've got 2 laps to go next time around, but please, for the time being, kind of ignore.
Yeah, the 2-lap board is being prepared. The clock has run down to 0. We've got that next to us now. So they are preparing the 2-lap board to get things ready for the last 2 laps for Conrad Muse. And we'll see what we've got there in terms of track time and see who's out there.
Yeah, so as I was saying, just please ignore the timing tower for now. You do know that Conrad Muse is leading, I can tell you that, but that is not the current running order that you're seeing on screen, because it's Telvicu is in second, not Karsmakers. So we're just trying to get that sorted out. It's all getting a bit heated in here, and I don't mean that we're falling out. I just mean...
No, Jeff, I wouldn't fall out. Never. Conrad Muse is coming in. I'm just going to keep an eye out at the back door here, Jeff, to see it visually. Conrad comes in towards the final corner here, so it is Conrad Muse starting. There goes the 2-lap board. So in comes Conrad. We just look out to see who is going to follow him over the line and see who's coming up through in second place. I think it's Talviku. Certainly he was the one making the moves early in the race. Yes, Talviku it is that comes through, flashes by in second place. There's a few lap riders there. Karsmakers is still there in third, and Karsmakers has got Todd Kellett all over his back wheel as they come past the commentary tower. Yeah. Just to peer out and see, Karsmakers has got Kellett for close company. That's the battle for third and fourth. And they've moved past Jamie Carpenter. Yeah, Carpenter just coming past now. So it is actually Muse, obviously. Then it's Talviku and... Talviku clear, but then the battle is on for third in the race between Karsmakers and Todd Kellett, who's got past Jamie Carpenter for fourth place and is attacking the third place rider, Karsmakers.
Well, let's see if the guys out there on the cameras can pick that up. We're looking for rider number 33 out there and 998. Obviously, we've got our director sat right next to us. He's in comms with our cameraman, and we're going to try and spot those guys on track because Conrad, well, he's out there on his own. It would be good to follow Conrad around at least the last final half lap, but he's still got 2 to go. So let's see if we can pick up this battle then for third. If Kellett grabs the third, they'd be absolutely pumped with that. There's the race leader. So we got our crew out there trying to find on track number 33, who is holding down third on the...
Yeah, Talviku is a clear second. He's definitely got that in hand. But yeah, the battle was they flashed past the finishing line. And I could see out the window here that we had Kellett attacking Kai Karsmakers. So yeah, here is Keller on screen. He's just gone past the static camera there, and yeah, so he's actually still behind Cars-O-Makers. So Cars-O-Makers obviously has responded to the threat. Here comes Carpenter. Carpenter is definitely there in 5th position, and then behind him we have the Husqvarna of Jamie Law. And here is Keller on screen now. We can see him towards the tail end of the circuit, over by the entrance gate. He's coming through, looking to see if he can just add the Dutchman's scalp to his established collection. They go past, yeah, there's Cars-O-Makers past the line with 1 lap to go. Kellett's still there in 4th.
Yeah, he is, yeah. I was just going to say, from a young age, Todd's always been like short, stocky. Honestly, it very much always reminded me of Ricky Carmichael, because Ricky was just always like, you know, just solid, like a dead cow hanging up in a butcher's. Like, it's just the kind of thing that Rocky would punch to train against. Honestly, like, and that's how he's always been, so physically strong. Short, but just muscles that bike round. But I don't know, on this occasion, I think Cars-O-Makers has just probably just got a bit too much for him with a lap to go. But I know one thing, as I said, Todd will not quit until that flag drops. Yeah, I think from that side, Cars-O-Makers actually had an issue there. I think it was 2 minutes and 1 second there was his lap. He's just seen some time in catching up with us a little bit here now. And yeah, Todd Kellett's dropped right down to 1 minute 59.9, which meant that he caught right up to the Dutchman. But meanwhile, on the last lap now, we see Conrad Muse is away and clear, 19.5 seconds. We pick him up on screen now, heading out towards the far end of the circuit by the entrance gate. He comes across here in complete control. And this would be Conrad's 6th moto win of the British Championship. Actually his first one since the 8th of May back at Ling 2 months ago. So this would be a nice welcome return to form. And he takes the checkered flag. Conrad Muse crosses the line, waves the number 1. He's back up there now, top of the championship for Conrad, where he obviously believes he belongs. And he is back up there now. 2nd place, we trying to catch up the battle here. It's Tal Viku, who's made a stunning debut in the Fat Cat Sand. Can't last for more than 2nd behind Conrad in this going. Great debut, for not just obviously for him, but for the team as well. You know, they had a tough decision to make. You know, Florent Mio decided that they'd part ways with Florent and bring him to Vacu, and well, look where he is straight away in there, bang, 2nd. So that's obviously worked out for him and the team. Yeah, Cars-O-Makers should be coming around through our screens anytime now. Yes, he does, and Kellett is there in 4th, number 998. And then Carpenter crosses the line in 5th place. So, well, let's see if we can get down there. Brad hopefully is caught up with the race winner, Conrad Muse.
Conrad Muse, a few little mishaps at Blacksaw, picking things back up where you wanted them at this round with a win in that one. You look pretty solid.
Yeah, no, we're back to where we are now. Obviously, I had the injury and that put me back a bit, but yeah, couple bike problems at Blacksaw. We got that sorted out. Massive thanks to my dad for mechanicking and getting the job done, and yeah, shout out to all the people that's helped me, and I'm yeah, looking forward to race 2.
Is the track kind of coming around now? It was obviously super fast in practicing qualifying. Is it starting to sort of rough up and a few lines develop?
It's not ridiculously bumpy because obviously the weather has dried the track out, but it's got some square edge choppy parts out there that can catch you out if you switch off. So yeah, we'll keep focused for this next one and try and bring home the win.
Nice work. Cheers. Thank you. Good luck. That's it for the first round of there for the pro guys. Next up, we've got the final race of the weekend for the Big Wheel 85 class. We saw some cracking racing yesterday between Josh Vale and Billy Askew. Josh Vale took the last race win yesterday, so he's going to be looking to carry that on in today and possibly nip the overall from Billy Askew.
You found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are. You found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
Welcome back. We are getting ready now for the Big Wheel Moto, fourth one of their weekend. Before we get going with that, just as you can see, we've got all our sponsors there. Of course, Revo, title sponsor of the British ACU Motocross Championship, fueled by Golf. But obviously, the guys that make this live stream production happen as well. We've got the guys at Beer, Oakley, Race Effects, all these kinds of RFX, sorry, all these guys, Fly, Seven, Bell, all these people that make the live stream happen. Without them, you wouldn't be watching it, and you certainly wouldn't be watching it for free of charge all over the world. So thank you to those guys to make it happen. Of course, We've got a list of series sponsors as well. 24MX, as you can see there, Revo title sponsor. We've got the guys at Scott involved as well. Remember, you can get online on social media on the Revo ACU British Championship website, social media and Instagram, and choose your rider of the day. They're going to win some Scott goggles. I think that's what they are. So who would be, at this stage, who would be your rider of the day?
Oh, he's going to be another hospital ball again.
Yeah, so you get used to that. I'm going to throw those curveballs out there.
Excellent. Tough to say. Let's have a look. What have we had so far? Small 185s was a good scrap. Hayden's stat was amazing there. I think, personally, though, I think so far, Talviku.
Yeah.
He was way back in that race. Absolutely miles behind and then caught right up to second place. So, yeah, brilliant stuff.
That was a good ride from him. As I said, you know, always looking at the youth riders as well. I was impressed with Sonny Rooney, you know, just for getting his best position so far. Obviously, his team, his family, whatever you want to call it down there, they were pumped for him. This is going to be slightly different, though. What we got here is big wheels, and I can tell you, there's not much difference. Obviously, I are bigger than small wheels, not by a lot, but my God, they make a difference in speed, those few extra inches on the front and rear wheel. And of course, these lads are a little bit older, a little bit stronger. That's no disrespect to the small wheels, but the big wheels, they just hang it out that little bit more. They got more strength to muscle the bike around, and this will be a good one.
Yeah, absolutely. If you look at the results through the year, it might look a little bit processional. Billy Askew has won every single race bar one. However, yesterday he lost his second race of the year. Josh Vale came through to take the third race win yesterday, and that was after a crash in race 2 when he was right on Billy Askew. So the pair of them have been putting on a fantastic performance all weekend, and they are right together on the start straight. Gates 2 and 3 just outside of Freddie Gardner on the inside gate, with Charlie Richmond next to them as well. So here they go. The heads go down, and the big wheel 85cc class get ready to go. Who's going to get the whole shot here? Crucial scores, and it looks like it's one of the Matt Gardner MX squads.
Second.
No, it's Askew, I think. Askew has made it.
Second.
Oh, it's the top two straight away out in front. Askew first, Vale second. Now, yesterday, Vale got the whole shot in race 3. Askew passed him, Vale passed him back. So it's right between these two, a proper duel in the sun here.
And then it's Jake Walker, who's rapid as well, by the way. Then you've got the two Matt Gardner racing machines of Freddie Gardner and Charlie Richmond. So there you go. All the big hitters
right up the front.
Yeah, this will be a good one.
Yeah, Jake Walker, the only other rider to deprive Billy Askew of a moto win this season. He did it by an absolute millimetre. Thousandths of a second only separated Jake Walker from Billy Askew, but he just broke the timing being first. The two MGMX squad members there together, Charlie Richmond, Freddie Gardner, they're currently lying 3rd and 4th in the championship after yesterday. Sorry, 4th and 5th in the championship after yesterday, because Askew leads it. Walker second, and in fact Josh Vale with his efforts yesterday closed to within a point of Jake Walker for second place in the championship. So there is that on the end of the line as well. So that's why Walker will be fired up in particular to attack Josh Vale and try and stay with him.
Well, Josh Vale, I've said it before in previous broadcasts at other nationals, he has got his together. He's basically got himself fitter, leaner, yeah, just coming on strong, you know, really, he won't mind me saying, you know, he had a bit of puppy fat a couple of years ago or whatever, and he's worked really hard. You can see it. He's like now a lean young man, and he is working hard to get to the top, and I really love that. He is part of the Jude Morris Racing Foundation, JMR Racing Foundation as well. So good stuff coming out of the crew over there, what they're doing with that foundation and academy. Good on them.
Absolutely incredible as well. And these two riders on the screen were locked together as well yesterday, as they are right now. This is Drew Stock ahead of Ollie Bubb, number 44. Bubb just made a mistake and Stock passed him, and now Bubb has just sailed right past Stock as well. So Ollie Bubb, the Gloucestershire rider, moving up to 8th place again, and 9th is there Drew Stock. 10th, Jack Breary, who had a good ride yesterday from the number 5 rider. He's currently on the edge of the top 10 ahead of Lewis Spratt and Caden Boyd. Gus Musto, also brother to Ben in the 125 class, is up there in the top 15 as well right now. And there is the scrap going on. Charlie Richmond, number 30. Number 14, Freddie Gardner of the Matt Gardner Motocross squad.
Yeah, and Jamie Keefe is closing in on them pretty quickly, actually. He's getting right on the back of them. As the two teammates look at each other, that's not mutual respect. I don't think that's just like, there you go, they're racing hard.
Getting very close, and for Jamie Keith, he had his best day of the whole year yesterday, 6th once and then 2 4th places, and he's improved in fact overnight from 9th to 7th in the championship. So yeah, Jamie Keith is coming on all sorts of leaps and bounds in this class this weekend certainly, and he's there in 6th at the moment trying to hunt down these 2 MGMX bikes. And Askew continues to lead, but about a second and a little bit just ahead with just under 11 minutes plus a lap to go in this race. And it's absolutely tooth and nail, but Vale dropped there by about a second, so 2.3 is the gap. Askew looking to pour on the coals here.
Yeah, as we said, today's circuit will be different than yesterday's. If you've just joined us, I actually wasn't here yesterday, so I didn't see the circuit, but obviously what we've got today is they've got more water down, but what we've got today that we didn't have yesterday is the pros out there, basically, and the pros make a very different track. They rough it up, they use much sort of flow-in lines or whatever, so this track will be quite a lot different to what these lads raced yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the water going down, I just went and poured some water on my head outside, Jeff, and the water had gone by the time it hit the floor. The ground is still dry. It's absolutely incredible how hot it is out there. So, yeah, these riders, I mean, you can see they've got the benefit of the wind flowing through, obviously the adrenaline firing them up as well, so not maybe feeling the heat as badly, especially when they're in motion, but certainly if they have a crash and they suddenly hit that heat when you're stationary, that's when it hits you, Jeff. You and I both have had our fair share of crashes. I'm sure we know well and truly what that's like.
Yeah, horrible, ghastly feeling that is. I tell you, it's just like just blanket of just stress comes over you, doesn't it? You're like, oh God.
Oh God, I've crashed. Oh, I've lost that position. Oh, it's really hot.
Yeah, and then trying to start the bike back in the day when they didn't have electric starts.
Yeah, kick starts.
Oh God. Yeah, don't miss any of that.
It's great fun racing, really.
Oh, no, it really, really is. No, that's war of attrition. That's what makes it so darn good.
Yes, for sure.
But yeah, it's a young man's game. So, well, you can still ride on, or whatever, but obviously the sharp end, you want to be fit and healthy. So, yeah.
Certain. So, yeah, it looks like, Walker and Vale are currently just unable to keep Billy Askew back from dominating this race again. So Askew, if Vale had won this race, if Vale does win this race ahead of Askew, then that would be the overall verdict going to Josh Vale to deprive Askew of it for only the second time this season. But Jake Walker is trying to make progress and trying to hold off Josh Vale from the second place in the championship. If it stayed like this, they would be tied in the series for second, but they would still lose back a lot of place from Billy Askew. Here's Vale on screen, going past the mechanics area there.
There we go, then back to the front. That's the rider in second, currently on your screen. The 479 of Josh Vale, Billy Askew 441. If you're wondering why, but both they've opted for triple-digit numbers, and particularly beginning with 4, they have both decided, or potentially decided at the beginning of the year, to race the European Championship. So rather than keep swapping and changing their numbers, the EMX85 Championship, all the numbers start at 400. So that's why they go for those numbers.
I actually didn't know that.
There you go.
In the 125 class, there's about 4 or 5 riders all start at the number 4 with a 3-digit number. So is that just keeping their numbers from that series?
That's the whole thing, yeah. So they don't have to keep swapping and changing. Race shirts, extra race shirts, printed number backgrounds, those kind of things.
Race knowledge, I need it. Great stuff. Thank you there, Jeff Perrett. Just taking a quick break a second. But so Billy Askew, 441 out in front there. Again, he's pouring on the course, 2.4 seconds. The bike kicked sideways over one of those jumps. Oh, I had a tricky rhythm section there. Did not get on too well along the motorway straight. As here he keeps it on the pegs. Over the tabletop jump, nice and easily. This big Will 85 certainly not having any issues with some of these bigger jumps. The lads can let it properly sail over here at high revs, of course, with the little 2 strokes screaming away beneath them. But Josh Vale trying to stop Billy Askew getting away. Askew has regrouped, thought again. He was having issues through the waves yesterday. He had several big moments through there, not a crash as such, but he certainly had to back off on a couple of occasions. And in race 3, that was certainly where Josh Vale was making a lot of his time on Billy Askew and actually passed him through there. The first time he actually passed him was through that section. So looks like Billy Askew's scratched his head, done his homework, and has actually come back out blazing today. He's got the start, which is one of the major factors, and now he can see he's coming up to that section of the waves now. I think he's coming through. Yeah, here he is, dancing through the final corner on the track, past the finishing line, and he's running a slightly wider line than he did yesterday, so that's still a decent flow, but it's a little bit rough, not quite as smooth as all that, but he is out in front, so who am I to criticise? That is absolutely flying through there, but tough, tricky right-hander. Here's Jake Walker on screen, a slightly shorter rider bouncing through, and as Jake Walker's had a problem, yes, Walker has fallen. Walker's dropped back there. He's been passed by both Gardner and Richmond. Gardner's gone past Richmond as well, so Gardner it is crosses the line in 3rd place, and then it is, yeah, so it's Gardner 3rd, Walker 4th, and Richmond in 5th place.
Yeah. It's all swapping and changing out there, these guys. We're just trying to refresh the time in here that we're using on Speed Hive. By the way, wherever you are in the world, you can go on Speed Hive, find Revo ACU British Championship. You can not only see live timing, albeit I'll tell you right now it's lagging a little bit, but you can also see all the results from yesterday, from every round of the championship so far. So, and obviously all the championship positions. So if you ever want to do that at any time, download the app. It's well worth having on your phone, because it's not just that. There's all kinds of racing on there, karting, everything. Very good app to have if you're into your motorsport. So Askew doing what he does, and more often than not, he has stretched out his lead to 387 as Jake Walker nearly gets off the back of that gas there. Like I said, it nearly got away from him. But top two are kind of comfortable at this stage. I think Walker has made up for his mistake, and it's still going to be the best battle on track, to be fair, certainly in the top 10, as between the two Matt Gardner racing teammates of Freddie Gardner and Charlie Richmond. They've been kind of, well, been having their own little thing going on all race, really, haven't they? Like,
yeah, they started almost together as well, and then Gardner's got the better of Richmond at some point there because he's gone through. Just noticed the number 98, James Egerton, sadly for him, the Clocker Valley Windows KTM, coming over from County Tyrone. He's pushing his bike at the end of the start straight there, so that's the end of the race for the number 98 rider, who was in the couple of top 10 positions yesterday. So, yeah, from that sense, not great for him, but here we have a battle on screen. Jamie Keith, the ever-charging Jamie Keith, came through yesterday with a great late charge in one of the races to deprive a rider. He's actually listed as a KTM, but that's clearly a gas that he's riding there as he is attacking the back end of Charlie Richmond. Jamie Keith, 4th and 2/3 yesterday. He's up there in the overall reckoning if he can get there.
Yeah, he's been having a good season, Jamie. Putting together pretty good, and I think he seems to just be getting that little bit better every month, every time I see him. Little tiny refinements, getting that bit better. So good on him for that. Driving forward. Tough class, it's super competitive, this this big wheel class, 85 class. Of course, some of them will be staying down, some will be moving up next year, so then we get the small wheel 85 riders coming in. That's what I like about the kind of youth classes, that they can change year on year, and that's, in some ways, like, that's why I get excited about when they come into the pros in the last year, because that's when you actually see where they're all at.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
Because you get these youth talents, but sometimes they don't ever get to race each other as they come through. Then all of a sudden, they're in their adults, and that's it. That's it. You know, it's not done, or you've got to be real good at that stage. So that's what the industry looks at.
Yeah, for sure. Here is Jamie Keith attacking Charlie Richmond, doing all he can to get through on the MGMX squad rider, and looks like he's pushed up the inside up to the furthest point of the track, up alongside the motorway there. Jamie Keith gets it slightly sideways coming off the jump, but keeps it on and moves on through this slightly tricky rhythm section, not quite suited to big wheel 85s. Probably better with a bigger bike and the better power, but they are over it and clear there through. So it is still Askew from Bale. That will be your overall positions for the weekend, 1st and 2nd. Jake Walker, I believe, has moved back past Freddie Gardner for 3rd place. It's showing on our screens, but that isn't quite correct. 2.5 minutes plus a lap to go. And yes, so Walker, that would be cementing him in 3rd place. If Richmond got the better of him in this one, then he would have claimed 3rd. But at the moment, Richmond is struggling. No, on track. It is actually still Gardner in 3rd. My mistake. And it's Walker in 4th. So here we go. Walker nearly falling there, which made both myself and Jeff jump out of our seat. Lost both feet off the pegs there to Jake Walker. But he's pushing on. He's still getting up there.
Yeah, and that's all. That is all from pushing his absolute limits there. Just both lost traction in both tyres there. And luckily for him, obviously he had an outside berm for the bike that he hit into. If that berm wasn't there, he would have definitely been laying that one down like a speedway rider. But he wasn't, well, you could say he was lucky either way. He's still charging, hasn't put him off much. And to be fair, probably we're going to get, 2 to go from here, I reckon. He's pushing on. I could see him making a move on Gardner before the one is out in this one.
Yeah, I think we're getting about 2-minute 5 lap times from the leaders, and I think we should have 3 laps. I think this, including the one they're on. Yeah, I think it's. I think they crossed the line with about 3 minutes to go. So I think we should have 3 laps in total here, because it's obviously taken on from where the leaders go. So yeah, Askew and Vale, 3.5 or more seconds between them now. Vale just doesn't seem to have any answer at all to Josh Vale in this one, which is a shame for us. We didn't get the scraps that we were hoping for, sadly. But yeah, I mean, you can't take anything away from Billy Askew. He's bounced back from his defeat yesterday. And in race 2, Josh Vale was clearly the faster rider as well. I mean, in the last few laps, he was making 3 seconds a lap on Askew, although obviously Billy was cruising a little bit there. But yeah, this time Askew has got the start, pulled the pin, and he's pulled clear and is taking this overall victory away from Josh Vale right now. And Jake Walker at the moment, doesn't actually matter for a third overall if he passes Gardner or not. It's Charlie Richmond that he's battling for the overall position. So Walker will be keen, obviously, trying to make points. He's going to lose second in the series at this rate to Josh Vale. So if he does pass Gardner, then Vale and Walker will be tied on points going to the next round at Whitby for second in the series, but they are about 40 points back of Askew right now.
Yeah, Whitby, next round, looking forward to that. I know we've still got plenty of racing to go here yet, but of course, Whitby, different proposition, more of a kind of hard-packed circuit littered with a lot of really cool kind of technical jumps, like more of a kind of rhythm sections and stuff like that, big tabletops, drop-offs. It's pretty cool circuit. We haven't been there. Well. Yeah, we haven't. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, there's a big kind of drop-off at the end. I think they call it Dracula's Drop, where it looks like literally the pictures look like they're jumping into the sea. It's a brilliant. Stunning. Yeah, it's a really good venue, and we haven't been there for a while, so looking forward to that. Yeah, absolutely. Lucy Barker on screen, the number 3, as our top female rider in the Revo British Motocross Championship, fueled by Gulf Race Fuels. Sister to James Barker, who rides in the 125s, and yeah, Lucy is currently come into this weekend 8th in the series and has stayed there from the events so far, overtaking Ryan Waggett, but being overtaken by Jamie Keith. So yeah, Lucy Barker doing nicely, certainly showing that the girls can still ride the motocross in the big 185cc class, and with the growth of the women's movement in the sport, she's got a future in the sport if she wants it, don't you think? Absolutely brilliant, and they are absolutely more girls racing, more women racing, and that is absolutely brilliant. Yeah, so girls, if you're watching, you've never seen a motocross event, or you're tuning, or you've got a friend, what you got to start doing is just leaning on your parents a bit. You know, never mind like, oh, can we take up football or anything like that. Take up a proper sport. Get onto your parents and say, look, buy me a bike, I won't let you down. I'm really hoping that my little daughter Georgia doesn't hear on that one. I tell you, she is a motocross rider already. She's just balls out. Yeah. But yes, this is it. It can definitely be done. And yeah, Lucy's a nice character. She says hello in the paddock, and yeah, always. She is one of the chattiest people I've ever met. Let alone, you know, she is a right laugh, Juicy Lucy. She's good. Yeah, great to. She's out there doing it. So 9 seconds clear now is Billy Askew. He comes round here. Looks like this is the last lap board being made ready. The clock is at 0. Yeah, clock's at 0. So this is the last lap for Billy Askew. Did the board go out? I couldn't. Yeah, I think we just turned the camera. I think that just saw it out of the corner of my eye. Yeah, yeah, the clock's at 0. So this is definitely the last lap here for Billy Askew, ahead of Josh Vale, who just comes through here past the start line area. So yeah. Askew looking over his shoulder. He's away and clear with this one. What surprised me here is Freddie Gardner. This is a great ride from Freddie. I mean, he's had a best of 4th and 5th through the season. Yesterday he got 5th, 5th, 6th. But now he's in 3rd place and holding off Jake Walker, who's been fighting for wins in this class. Yeah. So that's a great advancement for Freddie Gardner in this race. Absolutely, yeah, because Walker has some serious turn of pace. You know, he's a very, very quick rider. I'm not saying Freddie has, but again, Freddie's being consistent. Young rider on the rise. Obviously, you know, he's riding there for his dad's team, but, you know, that's he's there on merit. You could say, oh, well, he's riding because his dad runs a team. Well, his dad's always going to support him, isn't he? You know, whatever, but put a team around them as well, and they've got, obviously, like Ben Musto, the Musto brothers, all that. A great setup they got, the guys there. Put a lot of effort in, Matt does, to that team, and good on them. We need more youth teams. Yes, for sure. You know, that high-end level, just, yeah, definitely. Yeah, so his younger brother Jet is also here today in the 65cc class, so yeah, he's obviously had his days racing already, has young Jet Gardner. Freddie Gardner, though, flying the family flag up there in 3rd place and holding off Jake Walker, who is on the number 99 MRTS Racing at Gas. But out in front, though, is Billy Askew. You can't take away from him. Last lap, GRT Impact KTM, another one of those massive youth operations, Jeff, in the pits, and thoroughly deserve every success that they get.
as Askew runs across the far end of the circuit. Oh, he's off the track. Oh, and Askew, and there's a big crash. Oh, on his last lap, Billy Askew jumps off the side of the circuit. Peak is gone. Peak is absolutely gone.
He's got a 12-second lead. Is he going to get up in time? I
think he's going to be close.
This is going to be close.
Oh, my God. Is that Vale? No,
that's not Vale. I think, do you know
that's
what?
Parker a lap down.
I did not see Vale go by.
There he is. Here comes Josh Vale into shot. So how beat up is Askew? How bad is his bike? This is the last lap, and Josh Vale is right on him.
Oh, they've only got one corner to go. I think he's going to hold on. It's not the first time Billy Askew's done that, by the way. He's going to just about hold on. Well, is he? Have we got one to
Vale
go?
is charging. Absolutely
we can't
charging.
See. Let's see. We've still got one to go, have we?
No, that's the checkered flag. There it is. Oh,
wow.
Showdown. So close. Askew, no peak on that bike, no peak on his crash helmet. I thought he was a goner. How he's won it after that crash is unbelievable. Off the side of the track.
I bet Josh Vale thought, oh, good, Mike, what's happened here? Like, you know, it comes round. Billy, given it, well, his heart rate would have spiked more than anyone.
Look at that difference in time. 0.298 seconds between them. And Vale collapses in the paddock, absolutely distraught. He just missed out on that race, and that would have been the overall as well.
He looked kind of confident on the first big tabletop, didn't he, on the last lap? Almost, you could argue a little bit too confident, but he had every right to be. He had a 12-second lead, but that just goes to show you've got to keep your concentration levels right to the flag, even when you think you've got it in the bag. In fact, that's the worst thing you can do. As you see, and that's what happened. Guaranteed, that's what happened. He was already probably thinking about the podium, what he was going to say to Brad, all those things, and then before you knew it, he was in a ditch on his head.
God, he really was. That was a hell of a crash to come back from. Looked like a slip in a corner. He came off the side of the big tabletop, down in a ditch. We saw a big splash of sand, if you like, as he hit it. I mean, that was just an incredible crash to recover from. Just amazing there. And I think we're taking our time to get through to Brad in the pits because, these two lads have just poured out everything there, especially in the last lap. And, talk about a spike in heart rate.
Great, and do you know what we said at the opening of the show? Motocross offers so much, and it's never over till it's over, and something always happens in a motocross race. There's your proof.
Yes,
right
no
there.
doubt about it.
Just when we thought that was just all settled down, they'd all come over the line, no problem. No.
So just to say that on the overall section, that is Billy Askew, the race, the overall winner, Josh Vale second, and Jake Walker hung on for third overall on the weekend.
Yeah, we're going to go to a quick ad and we'll be back in a while to speak to the winner.
Josh Vale, another second place there. Looked disappointed with that. I mean, I know you won the last race yesterday, so you need that for the overall. But I think this is the best Josh Vale we've seen all season so far.
Yeah, I mean, it was joint point. I had to win that race, to get the overall, and I didn't make it happen. But in the last lap, he made a mistake, and it came down to the last corner, and it was definitely less than a second. But I'm happy.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to be brimming with confidence after that, knowing that you've got the pace to win these races.
Yeah, set some fast laps yesterday. It was close, but I'm happy.
Yeah, good job. It was a good race to watch anyway, mate. Well done. And coming up next, we've got the final race for the 125 and 250s, where Charlie Heyman's really been putting the screws to the rest of the competition on his 125 and just dominating the whole weekend. Ty Westcott's been inching closer to him in the races, but he's been first in every race for the 250s as well. So really, it's just down to them two. It'd be good to see if Ty Westcott can get the start and run the pace of Charlie Heyman, see if we can have a bit of a battle.
So welcome back online to FatCat, and obviously our trackside viewers as well can hear me. So yes, thank you so much for being here. If you're trackside, absolutely brilliant day of racing so far. And of course, if you are watching online as well, welcome to you. We are now heading through to the final race of the weekend, the fourth of their races this weekend, and that's for the MXY2 category, as it was known. It's now between the 125 and 250 classes. 13 to 17-year-old riders on 125s, 14 to 17-year-olds on 250s, and yeah, they race together but are scored separately. So yeah, as the classes go, first we'll tackle the 125s. Out in front, 3 wins out of 3 so far today for the smooth, slick rider Charlie Heyman, who's away and clear now in the championship chase, is really showing his credentials there to see if he can pick up a future professional ride. And yeah, Heyman is away and clear at the moment. In second over the weekend is Cole McCulloch, who's showed some great speed this weekend, the Northern Irish rider, moving up from the small wheel 85 class as he was last year, straight into the 125s, and he has, over the course of this weekend, really dragged back the advantage to become fourth in the championship, and is actually now moved past Joe Brooks in the last race to move up to third in the series, which is quite incredible for not just a complete rookie, but one who leapfrogged the big well 85 class to ride in this particular division and really fast track his career. And yeah, Cole has certainly shown better moving on the second. Slight technical issue, bear with me. So yeah, getting things sorted here, and the pit boss, apologies.
That's me. That's me. I'm causing the issue here. I've been fortunate enough to have two nights of
rock.
Yeah, a rock at Hyde Park, being at the front as well. 2 nights of Pearl Jam, and I think I'm starting to get basically. I think I'm starting to go deaf live on air.
Hey, but there's no doubt you're still alive.
I am indeed. Nice, seamless plug.
Good stuff. Yes, so we are getting warmed up for the 125 and 250 class. As I say, Charlie Heyman showing the way round so far this weekend. Second in the points going into this final race after the 3 motos they've had so far is Cole McCulloch on the Hitachi KTM fueled by Milwaukee team. And then in third place after the 3 races is the NGMX KTM of Ben Musto, who's had a fantastic rider, who was second last year in the Big Well 85cc class, very close to Tyler Hooley. Tyler's not had a great weekend. He had a exhaust go missing on him, fell off after a crash in the first race, so he pulled in, no points there, but then 6th in race 2 and 4th in that most recent race for Tyler, so he's recovering nicely this weekend. Also right up there is Wal Beanie, up into 4th spot after a few good races and his first race in this class all season.
Yeah. As I said, it's an unusual situation to go into up into the pros and then drop back down. The reasoning for it, in case you were wondering, I'm going to tell you anyway. It's basically so he can get used to riding more 125s, because it looks like he's going to be racing in the Junior World 125 Championship, representing the team GB and of course the ACU at that. So good on him. So let's see how he gets on with that. Of course, we've still got so much racing to go, not just for the Revo ACU British Championship. We've got so many good things to look forward to the rest of the year. We've got the beach race at the end of the year. We've got the Motocross of Nations at Redbud. Yes, get in.
Yes, I'm going to try and organise a bit of a pub party like we did last time it was at Redbud. We had that in Gloucester, filled the pub. They were amazed by it. And they were like, when's the next one? I was like, oh, maybe 5 years.
Yeah, you have to wait a little while for that one.
Yeah, it was well worth it. So we're going to
try
and
works well,
that
doesn't
again.
it, with the timing.
The timing's perfect.
Yeah, so for us in the UK, it's like, yeah.
Yeah, put the Monday off and just absolutely get plastered on Sunday night for the Motocross Nations. Perfect stuff. So, yeah, here we go. Also in this class, of course, we forget to say, and we must not forget to say, the 250 class are out there, the 450, the 250 4-stroke riders. Tyler Westcott away and clear in that championship. He's won all 3 this weekend. And, yeah, he is obviously in front of the standings there in the championship. Second in the championship is Jack Taylor, the number 22 Team Green Kawasaki rider, ahead of his teammate, number 36 Hudson Roper, a more local rider to this sort of area. And he's been paying off there with a second place in race 2, fourth in race 3, and he's currently lying second overall, but it's very close for second overall in that category as well as it is in the 125. So we'll keep you abreast of the points. I've got things just about under control here, we think.
Honestly, like your level of prep is high end. Ben's got his little booklet here, and it's so multicoloured. It's like Pride Week.
The highlights, the
like
highlighters are my tool. Here we go. Head down as they get ready to go. Off they go. The 250s and 125s again. Oh, someone down straight away on the start. Didn't catch who that was. Not sure if it was Heyman. In fact, I think he was lining up in that sort of area. No, I think he's still on the bike. It's Heyman. Can't quite make out who that was. It's one of the Team Green boys. Absolutely sideways there. I think that's Hudson Roper.
Hudson Roper. I'm sure that was Hudson.
Fired up there. It's 36 or 22. Just trying to catch the numbers that come through here. It is the 36 of Hudson Roper. He's out there in front there. He's got Heyman knocking all over him at the moment. So Heyman is right up the front as they start through. Tyler Westcott was also there in the top 4. Look at the dust, Jeff. It's showing badly as Harvey Cashmore takes a novel line on that corner up the inside of the back. Not intended, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think for the first lap, it always looks worse. I don't think the dust is at any level that's going to cause the riders no problem. So we're talking minimal here. The track's still in good in that sense. I don't think we're going to get a dust problem at all. What we are going to get is a more rough and sharp edge bump circuit for the remaining races. That's for sure. Yeah,
definitely going to catch them out. Ben Musto's had a good start. He's up there in the top 5 at the moment across the line. Also, I think the other Team Green man, Jack Taylor, is showing his teeth at the front as well. So it was look for Joe Brooks. Not quite sure who went down on the start line crash. We'll try and find the timings and see who's missing. But yeah, that was definitely a bad crash for somebody that was up within its inside 5 gates. We'll see who that is there. Ben Musto right up there again. I think that's second 125 because he's 4th on track and 2 of the ones in front of him are 250s. So there he is in a great second place at the moment for Musto. It's Ollie Coleman, we think, might be down at the back.
Because he was in all black kit and not the inside.
There's 30 riders in class, so if you're 20th, you're not at the back. I think.
It's not him then.
Let's have a look.
But he hasn't, either way, Ollie Coleman has not made the start that he wants really anyway. So he's going to have to work hard again, but Heyman in the lead. Much better start for Roper this time, leading the 250 charge ahead of Westcott. Then it's Musto in 4th, but 2nd in the 125.
Yeah, just seeing find who's missing. I think it might have been Cole McCulloch. Yes, it is.
It was.
McCulloch down on the inside. It was in that sort of black GRT impact. The Hitachi KTM Full by Milwaukee squad. So that's unfortunate for the Northern Irish rider.
There he is, though, already.
He is up there. He is. Fantastic.
He's already on the back of Jude Turnton there as well. So he's already in, if that's right, he's already up to about 18th. That was definitely him that went down because he's in all black. And I tell you, as we said, the red mist thing going on now, it just go all in like, it's the most annoying thing. You have an amazing red mist ride, you come in and your mechanic or your family go, why don't you ride that all the time?
Yeah, I really know what you're talking about with that one.
I don't know why I can't ride that all the time, because I crashed and I got mad. I'll get mad all the time, I can't. Oh, if only you could put that in a bottle, eh?
Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah, so that's all flowing through the veins for Cole McCulloch at the moment, and he's already showing inside the top 20 if we're correct on what our viewings are seeing here. But yeah, Musto is doing very well here at the moment. Jack Taylor is currently 3rd, 250 on DAS ahead of the informed Callum Murphy. Wal Beanie has got some work to do as well. He's got there with Tyler Hooley knocking up the back door of him, and 8th and 9th, those two on track. Rafe Bodley in 10th on circuit, and McCulloch is working his way through. We've got our timings on point now. Thank you, that's great stuff. Beanie and Hooley have made their way past Murphy and Newbury. Barker 10th. And Ollie Coleman's made his way right up there from 20th to about 14th position. McCulloch now showing on the leaderboard 19th, so that's incredible riding from the Northern Irish Spoon, who face planted coming out of the start gate. Obviously no ill effects. He's staying back on the gas, and he's looking to fight for that podium position, because that really will throw the podium up for grabs. He was only 3 points ahead of Musto, who's right up there in 2nd place, and he didn't have too far before Wal Beanie was right there as well.
Yeah, I think it was the classic. They just clash bars or clash wheels off the gate, you know, and sometimes it just happens so quick.
Yeah.
You literally have no time to react. That's probably what happened there. Just snatched the bars out of his hand, all the wheels, boom.
The start line dips down as well there, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's kind of like that BMX ramp style thing. Not quite as bad as what's Matty Basin's design, but certainly it does dip.
Enough you've got to get the weight over the front, and if you haven't got your weight in the right position, that front wheel will go light, and that may be what happened there
Good scrap going on in the 125 class. Ben Musto made a bobble through the section by the motorway. He's just been passed there by Walbini, and Hooley also makes his way past the 254 stroke of Jack Taylor. So yeah, Musto dropping back in the standings at the moment. Those riders will be up onto the podium position unless McCulloch can get much higher in the pack. It's definitely going to be the podium positions there. Heyman again away and clear in the 125s.
Yeah, Roper holding down now. I think by now Westcott might have gone past him to lead the 250, so I'm sure the timing column's not quite right on that lap. I think Westcott has gone past Roper on the HJA KTM. So let's see if they're regrouped, because he doesn't. There's Beanie behind him. So that's Beanie runs into the back. No!
He's properly tangled up Roper there. That's the end of Roper's challenge for sure, for the lead anyway.
How unlucky can you get?
Clipped by Beanie there.
So that was nothing to do with Hudson Roper, minding his own business, and then all of a sudden he's had his own personal Walbini brake fitted. As Wall just threw his bike into the back wheel of the Kawasaki there, the Team Green Kawasaki, and handlebars in the spokes, and it's just basically when you're a kid and somebody would put a stick in your wheel. That's just what happened.
It does not look like that was quick to recover from either. They're not recovering back to the pack there. They still haven't crossed the line as the top 15 have moved through past the timing boards now. Our screens are now up to date, we're pleased to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, so that's good to see. And but those two riders are going to suffer even worse than McCulloch did. McCulloch himself was up to 11th on track, and that is 7th in the class, which is quite an incredible recovery, and could well see the Northern Irishman salvage at least a podium position, maybe even second overall. Ollie Colmer pushing back there. That looked like Ollie Colmer pushing his bike back in the middle of the circuit.
Yeah, maybe.
You can see him there. And also, we've noticed we've got an absenteeism. Joe Brooks is not even on track, ladies and gentlemen. So one of our top 125 riders didn't make it to the circuit this time.
That has to be that knee injury from Cuss's Gorse a couple of weeks ago. Oh, there's Beanie. So he's now separated his bike from the back end of Hudson Roper's Team Green Kawasaki. Hudson will be absolutely livid. What could he do? He was there having one of his better starts, better race, right at the sharp end of the 250s, but that's racing. That's what you can do. So much luck plays a part in the championship.
Yeah, that's bad news for Roper. He's back to 6th place now. There's only actually 7 250cc riders out there, so he's still going to collect some points, but yeah, it's not what he wants. But in the meantime, Westcott still in command of that championship, out in front again of the 250 division. Nothing's really going to stop him unless he has a big problem somewhere. But there it is. So out in front still, Charlie Heyman away and clear. Tyler Hooley is now your second 250 rider. He's passed his old foe, Ben Musto. They are second and third, the rookies to this class. Got to be said, Big Wheel 85 boys coming up and mixing it up nicely. James Barker now just getting around the outside of Jack Taylor on track. Taylor is obviously a 250 rider, but Barker is 4th. Dan Arkell's having a nice ride up in 5th in class, and Rafe Brodley 6th, and here comes McCulloch in 7th.
Yeah, Jack Taylor rocking new colourways. I'd just like to point that out there. Each Team Green rider, like Formula One on the McLarens a couple of years ago, or sorry, the Mercedes, they've all got their own colour scheme. It's a team look, but Jack's running the purple, Hudson's running the blue, and Charlie Palmer is running the red. So there you go. They all get their own little unique colourway.
Nice, like it. So Heyman, 10.5 seconds clear of his 250cc equivalent, if you like. Tyler Westcott, there's the go-karts just caught my eye there. I thought someone was going to run off track. My apologies. Go-kart racing happening alongside Doncaster Motor Park here. But yes, Westcott away and clear in the 250s, but Heyman is showing his speed in this one. Ben Musto on screen. He's got a couple of seconds between himself and Tyler Hooley. So it's going to be a podium position overall for Ben. It looks absolutely certain. He was only 3 points behind McCulloch before this race started. McCulloch is down in 7th right now. So unless McCulloch catches back up to, I think, 4th place, would keep McCulloch in 2nd. So if he doesn't get there, then Musto is going to have a runner-up position for the 2nd time this season. No, the first time this season. His best was 3rd overall at Blacksall. So this would be a season best for Ben Musto in this class.
As you mentioned, Ben, look, McCulloch, that's a strong ride to get into the top 10. Remember, he was flat on his face after 5 feet at the start of this race. Now he's in 9th. And let's be honest, the races aren't overly long. I mean, they're, for the kids, they're long enough. But at this stage of the race, we've still got a fair amount of time in the race. So he's got on a charge.
Just under 11 minutes to go. Yeah, it's a 20-minute race here, so we're not quite a halfway point on the clock there. So plenty still to happen in this one. Give a shout out to Tyler Hooley. He had that DNF in race 1 of the weekend yesterday with a failed with a broken exhaust. Basically, it was going nowhere, so they pulled him in to save him for the rest of the races. He recovered to finish 6th in race 2 yesterday, 4th in race 3 earlier today, and he's right up there in 2nd place, only the flying Heyman in front of him. And Hooley is showing a really good form here. He was the Big Wheel 85cc champion by a single point from Ben Mustoe last season. They really took it to the wire at Landrake.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they did.
That was a hell of a race.
Brilliant.
There was the race 3, I think it was, where it was decided, like, and yeah, they were like inches apart. It was just an incredible finish, and and even the last one was just drama packed.
And it wasn't just in that in the Revo ACU British Championship either. They took it to the wire in some other championships as well. Oh, there is Melman, a GRT impact machine. I don't think that's a bike issue. I reckon he might have just sort of stalled that coming out of that corner. Seems an odd place to stop though. Yeah, restarting the bike, although it's maybe
not having it.
Not having it. Yeah, maybe.
He's kicking away. We've all had that feeling as well, Jeff. Yeah. Just, not starting it too well there. Jack Taylor has another 125 fly past him. It's McCulloch. Can you believe it? Colin McCulloch is up to 6th on track, and in the class that means he is 5th in total now, because only Westcott of the 250s is ahead of him. So McCulloch in 5th. If he gets past James Barker, then he will have fended off Ben Mustoe for overall 2nd place. So that's how it lies there. Tyler Hooley out of it for the overall. Obviously had a DNF yesterday, so he's just in it for overall championship points, is Tyler Hooley. But yeah, Mustoe will lose 2nd overall if McCulloch can catch and pass James Barker. That's 4.5 seconds last time round, roughly.
Oh, I tell you,
that's possible.
Yeah, he is closing him.
Red Mist Ride, like you say, completely giving it some. There is Colin McCulloch. Where's number 555 on his back? If you're slightly confused on that, he's 55 on the bike, 555 on his back. Not quite sure why, but there must be some story there.
Yeah, it was the same with the European.
Right, there it is.
Any numbers between sort of 400 up to 600 is
there it is. Yeah, that'd be right.
So that's his European EMX125 number 555.
I wish I had your knowledge.
Well, you're not as old as me. Here come.
I'm not Fabian. But so McCulloch there in 7th place on screen now, 6th place on track now. He goes through the timing beam. Let's have a quick check. What's his task? His task is around about a second. Is that right? Is he catching Barker? No. Ooh, thought he stalled it there.
Yeah, he ran in hot there, didn't he?
No, there's Barker at the top of the circuit. So we can see there on the straight going up the other side of the starting line that, yes, McCulloch is catching James Barker. I say that's about a 5-6 second gap there.
Yeah, and I think at the time he's got left on the clock, that's doable. With the current rate that he's
6
catching
seconds
him.
on the screen.
Yeah, of course. Same old adage though, catching a rider's one thing, but getting past, sometimes you've just got to strike the minute. It's happened to many riders. You've got all the hard work, all the momentum, and you get behind them and you don't strike early, and then you kind of lose all that momentum that took you to the rider, and you start riding their race.
Yes.
And you kind of then get out of your rhythm, all the sync that made you get to that rider's rear wheel. So if he gets there, he's got to go straight away. Just put a move in straight away. You don't want to get caught up with that, because it happens to the best of riders, that does.
And he's showing great paces, Cole. Only Charlie Heyman is faster than him on the circuit right now, and only that is by a few tenths. So McCulloch almost on Heyman's pace, and look at him clawing in James Barker. He was a second and a little bit faster that last lap than Barker in 4th. So yes, McCulloch, it's definitely on. So yeah, it's looking scary. If he gets that, don't forget, it's a 2nd overall for McCulloch, which is quite an incredible ride.
Yeah, meanwhile, Charlie Heyman on that SJP Moto KTM is just doing what Charlie Heyman seems to do a lot. As we said, it doesn't win all the time, but more often than not, if you were a betting man, it's just odds-on favourite all the time, pretty much, by form. That's not just us being favourable here to one rider, that's just fact.
Yep.
And again, Westcott is pretty much the first name you're going to go to in the 250 category, at least this year, on the HJ8 KTM. So the top two, both classes out front. Hooley putting a better ride together this one though. In 3rd on the Acer United Gas. Then it's Ben Mustoe on the Matt Gardner Racing 125 KTM. But we are seeing if McCulloch is closing. He's caught at least a tabletop.
Yes, yeah, there is.
If that's a thing.
They're both closing in on Mustoe as well. There is, Musto is just ahead of Barker on track, so we're going to have a grandstand finish here, it looks like, for third on track, but second in the 125cc class. We've got the two leaders of both classes, 1 and 2 in the race, which is nice for them to give us that symmetry there, with Heyman and Westcott, leaders of both classes, out front. But yeah, this scrap is developing massively. Barker is giving Musto all he can handle as they head up towards the far end of the track. I saw Barker trying to snap away at Ben Musto. Just move our cameras slightly up the track, please, guys. We can see these guys just ahead of McCulloch now, who's putting in a great charge. It's got to be said.
Do you know? I think if we stick with McCulloch,
he's going to be right with him anyway.
This is definitely going to become a three-way battle very time soon. One thing that's very noticeable with Cole McCulloch.
That was a nervous look back. Sorry.
No, Ben maybe feeling the heat. Literally the heat from Barker and fatigue and whatever. It looks like he's going to have to dig deep to fend off Barker here.
Oh, here comes Barker around the outside. He takes it. James Barker moves up into second 125cc. He is there in front. In fact, they're not far behind Tyler Westcott, would you believe?
No, they're
here
not.
Comes, where's Hooley gone? I think Hooley has passed Westcott on circuit. So, yeah, Hooley's gone up to second on track and put Westcott between him and this battle here. It is Barker now up ahead of Musto, and then McCulloch is coming.
I wonder what Westcott would do. At this point, I think, look, I've got
round the outside.
Both of them.
Both of them. Barker's pulled up. McCulloch goes past him, and then it's a puncher. A puncher for James Barker. Yeah, as flat as a pancake, that back wheel.
Yeah.
And McCulloch moved round the outside of Ben Musto at the same time. So it all happened in that one corner. Barker's race is run. Don't think he can see it home from there with 4 minutes and a lap left to go.
You got a feel from him there. I mean,
that's rough
it's
going.
Motorsport.
In this heat as well.
Yeah.
And it was Hooley that's moved up past Westcott for second on track. It doesn't matter to the points, of course, but he might need that barrier because McCulloch is absolutely charging. There's Hooley at the end of the track. Look how looking slightly laboured, aren't they? It's getting hot, isn't it?
I'd have to say, been watching this class all year, obviously at the Revo ACU British Championship, but also other national championships as well. And this is the most fatigued I've seen all the lads.
Yes, yeah, for sure.
So clearly we're at the hottest point of the day, arguably now, aren't we?
Yeah.
Mid-afternoon, I think it's kind of getting to them now, some of them.
Yeah, that's it. And McCulloch, while we've been talking there, has actually gone past Tyler Westcott on circuit. So he has got only about 4 seconds, I would say, between himself and Hooley to take second in this class on the day, which is incredible regarding his face plant. Still 3 minutes and a bit to go. But yeah, McCulloch, and a little bonus for you as well, for him anyway, and a bonus for Heyman, is that, of course, Ollie Colmer is out, Joe Brooks is out, so Cole McCulloch over this weekend has jumped from 4th to second in the championship, and Heyman is just away and clear.
Yeah, apologies to all Charlie Heyman fans that we haven't been speaking about him much, or just because, the racing's been going on a little bit further through back in the pack. We've been watching Cole McCulloch come through, seeing some great racing. We obviously saw the carnage with Walbini and Hudson Roper. We will try to get to Charlie on the last couple of laps to give him some much-deserved TV time.
He's one of those, like Conrad Muse, though.
There he goes, across the line.
Yeah, I mean, he's one of those that is just amazing to watch, isn't he?
Yeah, so Heyman safely over the finish line. There's Hooley, some ways back. So, we're going to try and pick up Charlie Heyman for the last couple of laps when the 2-lap board goes. Oh, sorry, one lap board goes out.
Look at this. They're within the same straightaway. Am I American? No. They're on the same straight there coming in towards the last corner. 2 minutes and 4 on the board. I would say 2 laps to go.
Ben, you have the power to be whatever you want to be. You're only one decision away from changing your life forever. If you want to be American, you crack on.
I think that'll do disservice to my ancestors. Oh, my Lord. Not to offend anybody American. Absolutely no problem at all. If you're watching in the States, great to have you with us. It's absolutely stunning. And, we just don't call it a straightaway in the UK. That's all I meant. Anyway. Oh, look at this little battle on the track here. It's Dan Arkle, it is. It's fending off. Actually, he's got some 254-stroke company. That's Callum Murfitt, who is currently lying actually second in the 250 class again. There has been some issues there, sadly, for your boys in the Team Green squad. Jack Taylor is currently still showing. Jack's there in second, so I take it back. But yeah, he's there. Dominic Newbury's actually third as well. Those two aren't a million miles away from from each other on track. There goes James Barker down the timing screens, of course, with his issue. I think no, I thought that was him on track. It's not. So Westcott leads Taylor. Dominic Newbury is third, 250. Callum Murfitt fourth. and Hudson Roper is now moved up to 5th 250 past Joshua Bassett.
Okay, we must be getting close. We are about 4. I don't know where Charlie Heyman is on track, but Darren, our director and producer, is on the comms to our cameramen, are probably just literally, yes. Probably can't even see the screen, the sweat dripping down in front of their eyes, but they're out there doing a grand job. So we're going to try and pick up Charlie Heyman and bring him home, because he deserves it, basically. I'm just going out on it. I'm calling that one.
I'd say so.
He deserves the time. Let's show him some love.
He's just gone past the line at 15 seconds on the board.
So we got 2 to go.
He's not going to be added to anybody's Christmas card list for that. He's making everyone do an extra lap here. So, yeah, this is it from that. So 2 laps to go for Heyman. That's 2.5 laps for these riders that we see on screen, with McCulloch trying to chase down Tyler Hooley for second, 125. What a recovery that would be. It's incredible already, but to get up to second would be absolutely amazing. Oh. What a stunning, stunning ride. They fire past our commentary point here. Yes, there goes McCulloch on the whoop section. Here's Charlie Heyman, the SJP Moto KTM, same team that runs Josh Vale in the big Wheel 85cc. What a rider they've got on their hands here.
Absolutely immaculate. Looks like he's on his opening lap. White kit looks cool at the best of times.
Yeah.
It looks even better when you've got hardly any speck of dirt on it, and you've got a 25-second lead. It suddenly looks even better.
Yes.
He's just put. I mean, he has previously, not in this championship, but in another championship, he's already had a perfect season. He's on track to do that again. Obviously, So I mean, yeah. I really would like to know and see where Charlie's at. I hope, for the sake of British Motocross, that's their kind of way they're looking at it, is just to save him until the 250 EMX. Obviously, it's not getting any cheaper to go and do that.
No.
So maybe they're going, right, okay, keep him on 125, racing in the UK. Let's put all our investment into him when he gets to the 250, see what he can do. I really hope that's the case. I don't know for sure, but I think we'd all like to see how Charlie Heyman gets on in European competition.
Yeah, it's getting to that level of conversation, isn't it, when he's absolutely dominating this class, and it's a stacked field. I mean, he's making it look very, very easy against good riders. I mean, you've got Hooley and Musto. Yes, they're rookies into this class. They've got futures as well, as has McCulloch. But he is just sailing away and doing it in such a style that, that's beautiful motocross. You can't say anything else, but that is sheer artistry from just floating around, making it look easy. Every one of us who's touched a motocross bike and seen a circuit on one knows it ain't easy. It ain't as easy as he's making it look right there. And there it is, 1 lap board to come. And Charlie Heyman is going to make it 4 from 4 if he stays and doesn't do a Billy Askew.
Well, we've done the big pick up now, haven't we?
Let's touch that one.
Whose idea was it to follow him around on the last lap? Not mine. We're just going to sit back and watch this because, Charlie is on for another absolutely stonking weekend here. As we move forward, as we said, these guys, of course, they've still got 3 rounds to go because we have a 1 round at Warmingham Lane, which is just youth only. We don't have the pros at that.
And those three races also have 4 motos each weekend. So we're talking still 12 motos to go for this. Anything still can happen. Obviously, Heyman will be hoping it doesn't happen. But he still has plenty of riding to do to make sure that he can lock this championship down. But when he's riding like this, it's hard to question it. And like you say, he totally deserves it.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I mean, look, just there. Even when he's cruising, it's like he's still just picking the wheel up and bouncing over stuff. He's having fun with it now. He's slowed down significantly. And again, sign of great experience for a young rider. He's been in this position before. We saw, for example, the rookie mistakes as a young rider that we saw Billy Askew make, switch off a little bit. Charlie's not taking that risk. He's slowed down, but I can guarantee he is not mentally switching off.
No, that's it.
He's not looking around him. He's not just gone into some kind of trance daydream thinking I've got this in the bag. He's just doing what he's got to do to get it over the line. So there's some of our riders that are a little bit further down the field. Yeah,
that's Carl Harris. That is the number 9 rider. He's catching Benny Bradley. I think our cameraman there is mistaken that rider for Charlie Heyman. So we'll try and get that rectified. Freeze the camera there, mate. And
there he is.
Beautiful. Nice one. Almost like I was talking to him.
Yeah. No, see, if Charlie was a mate of those two, he'd overtake them now. Save them doing another lap.
I think if I was one of those riders, I'd be looking over.
I'd be like, come on, Charlie, get by, quick.
Do it.
But here it is then, another absolutely storming performance. I'll let you bring him in, Ben.
Yeah, masterclass from Charlie Heyman. No major disputes for any other position in that last lap, so you didn't miss anything as we watched the pure artistry of Charlie Heyman taking the race win, 4 out of 4 for this weekend, and with 2 of his championship rivals dropping off the pace again today, you've got to say he's the favourite to clinch this title if it stays like this. 3 rounds to go in this series, 12 motos. There's your championship favourite, Charlie Heyman. Give it up for that rider. He has really shown his teeth this weekend and shown us all his talents, and well done to Charlie Heyman.
Yep.
And coming across the line now goes Cole McCulloch. He's just crossed the line there ahead of Tyler Westcott. You can just see outside my window there. Jack Taylor also not far behind them. So, yeah, Tyler Westcott dropped off the pace as well. But Tyler Westcott it is that takes yet another win in the 250 division. And Hooley managed to hang on to second place. McCulloch got a third and Musto fourth. So in our overall rankings then for the 125 class, obviously Charlie Heyman, 4 out of 4, takes the overall victory there. Cole McCulloch did enough in that last race to hold on to second overall. And Ben Musto, likewise, he hangs on to third overall. So that will be your podium in the 125s. The 250, Tyler Westcott, again, 4 out of 4. No complicated mathematics from that one. For second overall, though, Hudson Roper had a rough race. So we'll quickly find that through for you.
Well, I think it's going to be between him and his teammate, the 2 Team Green riders there, potentially, would it be?
Yes, it is. They were only 2 points apart. So, yeah, with that
probably
last
going
race...
to be Taylor just nipping his teammate for second then. I would have thought.
It is, yeah.
My maths is terrible.
No, you're right. Yeah, it's only 2 points. It's pretty simple. Yeah, Jack Taylor second, like you say, with Hudson Roper fourth. That's 6 points. So, yeah, definitely Taylor takes second overall, Roper third.
Okay, let's get down there and see what's going on.
Tyler Hooley, good solid second place in that one. Obviously a bit of an up and down weekend for you with the exhaust situation yesterday, but great way to sort of finish the weekend.
Yeah, I'm really happy I finished the weekend. Past few weekends I've been having a bit of bad luck, few DNFs, bad starts, etc. But this weekend I think I were on point and I showed good speed.
Was there anything you sort of changed up coming into this weekend, or do you think it was just a case of just getting those starts dialed?
I didn't change anything really, it was just a case of getting start style like you just said. That's the most important part of the race, and them races I got them quite well and showed good positions.
Yeah, oh, nice one. I think that's a good solid ride. It's probably the best we've kind of seen you ride all year, so yeah, congratulations. Next up, we've got the final race for the MX1 boys. Harry Koulas took the win in the first one, and Tommy Searle he kept him honest for the majority of the race, but kind of tailed off at the end. So Tommy's going to try and take that win from him in this one, which is going to give him the overall and keep a firm grasp on the points lead.
You found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are. You found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are. found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. MX1 Race 2, the final race of the weekend for the big boys. Tommy Searle once again right up the inside. Perrett Petrov obviously lost his power washer, didn't clean his bike between races. He's second on the second gate there. Liam Knight just next to them, as well as John Adamson, who got that lightning start whole shot in the first race, the 24MX whole shot, which is actually up for grabs in the second moto. So they are now vying for the 24MX whole shot award. I think a whole shot is award in itself in this one, Jeff, isn't it? Just to get out there and clear.
It's going to be, I mean, you know, overalls decided in this class on 2 motos. Obviously, if there's a tie, it's the better second race will get that tiebreaker. So, yeah, I mean, Searle will be sat there knowing if he gets this one done.
Heads are down. The MX1 boys' final race is go! Tommy Searle again. Is he going to take his... Oh, it's very close between Koulas and Searle, but Tommy Searle comes out with the lead.
Yeah, Tommy held a tighter line and managed to squeeze him off there. So here we go, game on.
Gilbert making a move on Koulas, not quite able to make it though. It is Koulas still second, from Gilbert third. John Adamson looks like had another good start in fourth.
See, Gilbert can make a difference to the overall here. He can't win it. He had a DNF. But if he wins it, then that's going to play. I mean, if he stays behind them now, if it stayed as it is, Tommy would win the overall. Although he tie on points with Koulas. But if Gilbert wins those extra few points for winning it, that's going to affect if Tommy comes in second and probably hand it to Koulas. It's going to be a very, very interesting race, this one, strategically anyway.
Absolutely, and my pick, Sean Simpson, has not had a good start again. He's just stuck there slightly behind Liam Knight on the 134 machine. Billy McKenzie's had another top 10 start. He's right up there immediately as well. They fire through at the end of their opening lap. And it is Tommy Searle. He has led the second race at every round so far, exactly knowing what he needs to do. Get out the gate, get out there and combat. If he's lost the first moto, he always retaliates, and he is doing so again. He's now giving Harry Koulas. He is asking Harry the question, can you pass me, Harry? Can you get onto terms? And Harry's going to reply, I think, with this one.
Oh, absolutely. I'm telling you right now, if there's no mistakes between these two, this is going right to the flag for the overall. I mean, obviously, something might happen. We know that. It's a long race, and often enough in motocross it does happen. But these two out front now, that's for the overall. They're going to push each other to their maximum.
For sure, Simpson is working on Liam Knight. Knight, he knows it. He's nearly off the back there. He looked across at Simpson, gave it just that little bit too much throttle, nearly off the back. Simpson goes round the outside, sails on him, grabs a roll off at the same time. Just a little cheeky move there to say, honestly, it was too easy, mate.
Well, just watching Simpson compress his back, that just gave me a bad back watching that.
And Simpson is no spring chicken either, in his early 30s there at the moment, but he's flying around this circuit at the moment, always good in the soft stuff, of course. Interesting
now, we always say how sort of Koulas sits there, you never know if he's trying. To me, looks different this time.
Yeah.
It looks like he's really, really trying to make the move early. Now, having been, you know, a high-end racer and all that kind of thing, I think if he can't get this move done in the next 5 minutes here, then just take it back in, have a bit of a breather, get ready to go again. But it looks to me like Harry Koulas is like, right, let's try and get this pass done early.
Yes.
But he won't keep that pressure on like that all the time. He'll take a little breather at some point if he can't get it done in the next 5.
They are absolutely together going through the wave section here. Koulas working on Searle, really giving it some in pursuit of the Crendon Fast Track Honda rider, with Gilbert trying to stay on terms with them. Did Gilbert go down then? Gilbert, no, he's just stayed up there. He's certainly washed the front end out a little bit, though.
You know, we said about Gilbert's got a load more energy because he didn't finish the first moto.
Yeah.
So he's got that in his locker, but what he doesn't have is the track time. So,
track
you know, yeah, so he's not bringing that flow into the second moto. What I expect from Gilbert, though, give him 2 or 3 laps to kind of work out where we're at with the track. Of course, he hasn't done as many laps as the other guys. Then I think we'll start getting Josh Gilbert sort of winding up the wick, because he can just throw everything at it.
Absolutely, and he said that there's no more technical rider in this series than Josh Gilbert. Comes up with some incredible lines sometimes, and Koulas, Searle was slow out that corner, he knew it, he looked over nervously at Koulas, and here comes the Estonian. Is he going to do it inside? Red corner, blue corner, take your pick which one you want to cheer for. At the moment, Koulas is giving Tommy Searle all the heat that he can handle. They go along the motorway section there, and that line that Tommy Searle used in race 1 has been cut off by that cruel hay bale, almost just to deny him and perhaps save any controversy, make sure we don't get a penalty for anything like that at all. But here we go. It looks like Adamson is giving Gilbert some heat as well.
Yeah, while you were out of the booth here, Ben, actually, Dave Edwards, our clerk of the course, came in and just said, yeah, look, no harm, no foul. You know, like Tommy was doing that, but legitimately his wheels didn't touch the ground. Nothing wrong with that, but just to stop that deteriorating and do that, they went out there and put those bales out there. So there you go. Yeah, all's good there.
So staying on it, and those two in their efforts to outdo each other have cleared from Gilbert. I would say that's about a 3-second gap now. It's, I think, roughly doubled from the end of the previous lap. We'll see as they come through this time.
What I would say as well, not only have you got arguably, obviously, the 2 of the fastest riders in the championship, went the distance last year, you've also got 2 of the most canny and smartest riders out there. Koulas in particular, ask Josh Gilbert, he'll tell you, it's like the guy's got this, like, he's like an owl. He's just got this 360 vision. He knows where everybody is on the track. Honestly, Josh will tell you that. He's like, the guy just seems to know where I am all the time when I'm behind him.
If you liken him to an owl, then I think you've already made a fan of him out of my missus, because she loves owls anyway. But there we go. But I mean, she's going to be cheering for him. He got very close to Tommy in that corner there, and yeah, Koulas. I mean, I don't know, because Searle did this thing at Foxhill where he lets Harry get close and then turn up the wick, almost to play a mental game on him. So sometimes Koulas doesn't know if Searle really is going at full speed or not. I think he's starting to play this little mental game with him, which is the kind of thing you need when it's this close. It's one or the other. It seems like every race now they are either first or second together, it seems to me, apart from when it was Simpson last week, of course.
Yeah, of course.
Last round. Oh, and
see, I think I don't know, I'll be interested to see if Josh Gilbert on that SC Sports Home powered by Stebbins Car Superstore can actually bridge this gap, because these two are at it, and of course they're not going to slow down a bit because this is for the overall, and in some ways that's obviously making the job harder for Josh, but he will have a little bit more energy in reserve, I think. You know, just at that key moment in the race where it starts to, these guys extremely fit as they are, Josh has just, you know, he saved a lot of energy by, unfortunately, DNF in that opening moto.
Yeah, just done a little bit less work there, but we'll see. Searle and Harry Koulas, very, very fit riders, of course, work on their condition constantly. You can see it even like in Tommy's YouTube video this week from Longwall. He was on his own, just doing his own little workout on his own, just because he had to make sure he can keep that condition up there. But he's going to be tested every inch of the way here. Koulas, the Estonian, is absolutely all over Tommy Searle. They come through the wave section here. I think Searle's slightly slow into this section. He takes a wider line to kind of straight line it rather than risk taking it at a turn, and Koulas catches up every single lap through there, and Tommy is now trying to stretch it back out again, hunting for the edges of the circuit to try and find the smoothest ruts. We'll try and find our lap times here.
I think we haven't got them up quite yet. Again, we've got a slight lag on Speed Hive on the timing, but it looks to me kind of like Josh Gilbert is starting to join this party. He doesn't want to be left out. He wants to at least go out here or try and get a race win. He was doing everything right in the opening moto to try and get his first Revo British Championship race win of the year. And it looks to me like he is just starting to rein these top two in. There he is. Oh, he messed up in the corner as soon as I said that.
Searle has made a ground there on Koulis. Obviously, he felt the heat from Harry coming through the wave section here. Slightly sideways off the jump there as Tommy, but he corrected it on landing, and he's actually poured on the coals a little bit here and put a few bike lengths between himself and Koulis. I saw Koulis look over his shoulder as if to say, is Gilbert there? And Gilbert is there, but it seems to me either Harry's had a duff lap or Tommy's just put the hammer down.
I think a little bit of both. Harry definitely made a small error, lost a little bit of time. And that coupled with Gilbert closing in on them as well makes it look worse. So the top three are starting to just sort of pinch up a bit. You know, it's obviously catching, as we said, the riders is one thing. But from a mental approach, when you, even at this level, even when you start, you know, you can have your lap times and you can be, say, 6-7 seconds back, whatever it is. But you haven't quite got them on the same section of track. And then once you close enough where you can actually see the rider like in front of you without deliberately looking further down the track, you just find this extra little bit of momentum. And that looks to be like where Josh Gilbert's at the moment. Dancing
around there, Josh. I think he's faster than the pair of the leading two around that corner there. Absolutely on the pegs, dancing through that corner as they approach the wave section. As Gilbert tips it in almost horizontal, coming out of there as well. He really is ripping that Husqvarna fantastically well. Obviously, he'd be angry. He was denied that first race win and trying to get back to his first moto win of the year. Let's not forget, he hasn't won in this series yet this season. Fastest lap there for Harry Koulis, though. The Keck's fastest lap award going there, looking like at the moment to Harry Koulis. And yeah, we've got some timing back up with us now after the fourth lap of them crossing the line. 15.5 minutes plus the 2 laps to go. Plenty of work for these lads yet, but Tommy Searle is dropped the hammer that time. A second and 1.2 seconds faster than Koulis. He's got a 1.5 second gap right now.
Yeah, understandably, we are focusing on these top three because this is basically for the overall, and there's not much between them. As you can see on your timing tower on the left-hand side of your screen, that is the current running order. Simpson got some work to do if he's going to get anywhere. Obviously, to win the overall is probably a big ask at this point, like he took at the last round at Blacksall. But there you go, John Adamson looking quite good for a podium at this point.
Yeah, that would be the podium overall if it stays as it is now. Sean Simpson has to pass Adamson, and then they would both finish equal on points, and it would go to the elder Scotsman. I was about to say the Scotsman, but of course they're both Scotsmen. So yeah, that's it. They would Simpson would have to pass Adamson to take the podium position from them. As it stays right now, that is it. Whether or not, if Adamson has to stay in front of Simpson to take care of the podium. Tristan Purdon, again, worth mentioning there. Brad Todd is having a nice ride in 6th place. He's got 5 seconds ahead of the South African guest rider Tristan Purdon. Is having another good one there in 7th place. Again, certainly used to this sort of heat, I would imagine. Martin Barr in 8th. Billy McKenzie's sticking in there. He's staying in the top 10 longer than he did in the first time. He's there in 9th place now for Billy McKenzie, ahead of Glenn McCormick in 10th.
Yeah, unfortunately, we've got, as always, you know, you get to around mid-season, we do get involved with a brutal sport, as amazing as it is. That's part of the appeal. It's very, very tough, and you know, injuries, you do get them no matter what grade of ride you are racing motocross. We all know that. Unfortunately, we've lost a couple of riders out of the series through injury. Jake Millward, the most recent rider not to be out there, unfortunately.
Yeah, of course.
And Jake would have been good round here.
Oh yeah,
he's
he loves
done
it
many laps around here.
Ashton Dickinson as well, another rider that we are missing sadly from this series after his injury. Dylan Walsh was initially in this championship, but he's dropped down to MX2 for the rest of the season. So we'll hope for him that he has a better ride in race 2 after mechanical gremlins struck him in race 1. Liam Knight has just overtaken Gavin Stevenson for 11th place, so that's a battle going on there ahead of Dan Thornhill. The leading expert class rider is Martin Barr, the number 50. So that's why, if you're wondering why there's a W next to Tristan Purdon's name, that means wild card, as you might imagine.
Yeah, this is the track is fast. It's getting
Quick
more and more brutal. Yeah, I'd see Tommy's got so much experience. I mean, listen, he's been runner-up in the World Championship, what, 3 times, is it? 4 times? I forget.
4 times, yeah.
Wow, that's a lot. So, you know, he knows how to deal with pressure, and he's raced Koulis enough here. He won't be thinking I've broken him at this point. Not a prayer. He knows that Koulis is going to come back at him.
Was that, sorry, Jeff, I looked like Gilbert. Yeah, Gilbert ran wide in that section. There's a big time out where he went there, so he was making ground on Koulas, but I think the Cornishman has made an error there, which is going to cost him frustratingly some time in his pursuit of the second place rider. And like you say, at the moment, well, if Tommy wins either way, it's the overall.
Yeah.
Whether Koulas gets passed by Gilbert or not. Is Harry doing what you were saying, though, holding back?
I honestly,
for that last few laps.
That's how I see it. I think, Tommy's still getting a charge on. That's not anything detrimental to Tommy. He's been pushing on. But I think Koulas, he gave it a go for those first 5-6 minutes. Couldn't get it done.
Yep.
Push, and you lose a lot of energy. You use a lot of energy, even trying different lines and really pushing. I think he's just having a little half breather. Obviously he's not lied up on the couch thinking, whatever. He's still putting a lot of work in. But what I mean is I think he's just backed it down 5%, something like that, just having a rethink, taking the deep breaths, making sure he's getting all that oxygen in, keeping so your arms don't pump up, all those kind of things. And we're going to get probably to around the 18-minute mark, something like that, and I can see him start, pushing on again. So if it stays like it is, I think the last 10 to sort of, let's say 10 minutes this moto is going to get, very, very interesting, because that's it. That's when you flick the switch, you go for it. You've got no more time to wait. You have to go all in at that point. And I think they're going to get real tight at the end of this moto.
Martin Barrett is on screen at the moment, showing in 8th place at the moment. Our leading Expert Cup rider is there on the Pico Husqvarna, and he's riding through there, trying to catch up to Tristan Purden, who's having another good ride, the South African. Billy McKenzie's had an issue. He's dropping down the order, although I think he has now crossed the line in 15th place. And just behind Jay Haig, making his MX1 debut. First moto didn't last long for him with a mechanical or certainly a stoppage there. But yes, so Haig is up there in 14th place now in his first ride in this class. Out in front there, we've got Tristan Purden on our screens there. Multiple South African champion in both MX2 and MX1 classes. I think he's around about 27, 28 years old, so yeah, he's no spring chicken, but he's out there solid on that KTM. I think he's got the SS24 graphics down the side. Certainly he was driving in convoy with Sean Simpson after the Blacksaw round. They went past me like a dose of salts on the van and the van drive on the way home. But yes, absolutely showing his worth here. And Brad Todd, this is a very nice, solid 6th place at the moment for Brad Todd. And Brad has had a few of those this season. So this is around about one of his best results so far. And
it's great for the team. What I like about the Gabriel team is they're kind of building with the rider. Every year they get that little bit better as a team. They want to be a top team there. But every year, just a little bit better, getting better and better as a team, as a unit. And they've got a rider that's also sort of matches where they're at. He's improving all the time as well. And good luck to them. I really hope that they keep pushing on. We want more and more, obviously, teams racing the British Championship and British Motocross. Yeah, he's getting some attention though. Purden is turning up the coals on Brad Todd and looking to give the KTM, his fellow KTM rider, some pressure here as he comes up towards the corner at the top behind the start line. And it's Purden giving all the hassle that Brad Todd does not want right now. But Brad, like I say, on that on the Gabriel KTM, just losing ground a little bit. Koulas is turning up the wick though. It looks like on our timing screens just a 10th between them as they attack the previous lap. So we might see some movement from the leaders at the moment coming through. Yeah, we're going to try and see if our guys out there in the field can pick up the race leaders, because Koulas is now found his second wind, and if that doesn't work, there'll be a third one, there'll be a fourth one, and they'll just keep going until the flag drops. We can't see Tommy, so has he actually gone into the lead here, or is... Tommy's not directly in front of him. No, he's behind. There he is. Koulas has taken the lead. While the spectators trackside will be way ahead of us there, but we've just seen on our screens that Tommy Searle has lost the race lead to Harry Koulas. So that is a change at the front order. That would be for the overall win as well. So not quite sure how Tommy has lost that much speed, or lost that much time. Well, it was coming down, obviously, wasn't it? Because the gap came down to less than a second, just over a second. So. And now Gilbert's right there as well. So Tommy looking like he's starting to just flag a bit, just up on his haunches there a little bit, not attacking that corner maybe as hard as he could have done. Maybe he's turned to take a breather now. Of course, and don't forget, of course, Harry Koulas has recently signed a contract to return to MXGP. He's riding with the Yamaha team in that class. I can't quite remember the name of the team, I'm afraid. But yeah, he is up there now, of course, competing at the very top world level, or he soon will be. So
he's surely been putting the laps in the preparation, and it's paying off here. He's definitely got a turn of speed over Tommy around this section of the championship. So again, as we say, 4 motos to go. This would make it 5 points between them with those 4 motors left to go. That is going to be very, very close towards the end of the season again.
And Tommy will realise that. And, you know, like Gilbert has just got, you know, he's effectively, not mathematically, but effectively he's out of the championship. So Tommy will absolutely want to make sure that Josh Gilbert doesn't, like, get in there and take another 2 points, because it could come down to that. We saw it last year.
Yeah,
it was that close.
It really was.
So the last thing Tommy needs is Gilbert coming in there and being kind of meat in the championship sandwich, effectively.
I did make a mistake on that. Sorry, yeah, if it stays like this, it's 7 points. If Gilbert goes past him, then it is 5 points between them. So, yeah, my apologies there for Tommy reducing his championship lead without it actually happening. Adamson is putting in a great ride, Jeff. I mean, he's got to say he's holding off Sean Simpson there. Still 3 seconds clear of him. His lap times are around about a similar pace to the top boys. And, yeah, we just hope for Adamson he doesn't have a drop-off like he did in race 1. He kind of dropped back there to 3rd, and he's got a bit more competition around him this time.
Yeah, I think we've still got plenty of time to go, but yeah, obviously we were trying to get everybody a bit of love and a bit of TV time there, and we unfortunately missed the change over the lead. However, now I think we're going to stick with this one, because Tommy looks like he's starting to come back. Josh Gilbert came into view literally there like somebody just fired him out of a catapult.
Absolutely on the edge of the circuit, dancing that back wheel. Another inch or two further over, it'd been off the track and a big crash. He'd
been in Hull.
Pinpoint accuracy from Gilbert. Stunning stuff from Josh there. That's the sort of level of technicians that these guys can hold on to. If you watch them closely, see what they do, see the bumps they're missing, see how they scrub the jumps, keep it low, save the time. All that artistry is there to see when you see these top riders go. Yes, they're not battling back and forth, left and right overtakings, but there's so much going on out there to see. And you can see how Gilbert is still trying to urge that Husqvarna forward and catch Tommy, catch Harry. And Tommy himself is not letting Harry get away with it, Jeff. He can't let him do it.
Can't afford to. That's the point. It's you know, it's gonna be tight, and you know that, and they will know that. They're not stupid. They know there's 4 laps. No, sorry, not 4 laps. 4 races to go after this, and you just can't afford to make that area. And we've seen it time and time again. A classic story of that back in the day is Kurt Nickel, GP.
Yeah.
His gate didn't drop, and he charged through the pack, and then for whatever reason, thought, oh no, I'm done with it, pulled out. He ended up, sorry to remind you, Kurt, if you are watching, ended up losing a world championship. And if he just kept going round, rolling around in the position they did, he would have ended up being world champion.
Yeah, absolutely.
Every point is critical.
Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, this is going to go the distance. There's Jay Haig.
Is that Jay cruising again with troubles, or is it a slight?
Well, I don't think he's still having issues with those ribs and stuff. I think, you know, as much as he's back riding, he's been off a bike for so long with that big smash up they had. And of course, he's jumped on the 450, so maybe that extra bit of power and weight, and in this heat and the lack of bike time, and it's all just kind of like, oh, okay.
Yeah, pretty scary.
I need to work a bit harder, but yeah, he's missed a lot of racing over the last month or so, Jay. So
yeah, it's a shame because he had some good results in MX2. Did Jay Haig early this season? He was there in contention and picking up some tops. He had a 3rd in the opening moto of the season in the MX2 class at Cullum. So yeah, it's not rewarded his speed, has it? No. Sadly, this season, sadly.
Gilbert is trying alternative lines. Either that, or do you know what? Maybe not. Maybe he just overrun, didn't quite hit that inside line. I look like maybe there. I don't think he intentionally went wide, but he's lost a little bit of time on Tommy there. That inside line down there seems to be working better. They are now coming into lap traffic. Obviously loads of riders out on circuit, but still these guys are lapping so fast. They'll be into the thick of it now.
Yeah, just looking at the timing screens, we can see that Tristan Purden was putting all the pressure onto Brad Todd, trying to get up into 6th place to match his 6th from race 1. So I think the South African would be approaching Brad Todd in the next lap. We could well see a change for that position. We're staying with the leaders on our screen here because it's just like a chess match here. Who's going back and forth?
Oh, there's John. We see he deserves a bit of attention, John Adamson, because he is holding off still Sean Simpson. And that, as you said, Ben, is the battle there for the final podium spot if things stay as they are.
Yes, it is, yeah. If John stays there, simple maths, he's 3rd overall. If Sean Simpson passes him, Sean is 3rd overall. So that is the battle for the final podium step between Kulas and Searle. They have it stitched up at the moment in favour of the Estonian rider. So, and of course, Tommy would be there with 2 seconds. Gilbert, the wild card in this equation. Mechanical failure robbed him of any chance of the overall in the race 1. So, from that sense, Searle is still hunting down Kulas, trying to claim the overall win. Gilbert's getting closer there, Jeff.
Yeah, this is just shaping up. These last few minutes are going to be good. We have 2:27 left on the clock to run, I think. Yeah, this is going to be about a 3-lap, 4-lap, maybe. Gilbert's right there now. Obviously, we've now broken away from the battle for seeing who's going to get third on the box and be the top Scot, because now Gilbert is right there. He stuffed it in that inside, trying to make something happen there.
Yeah, for sure.
Probably lost a little bit of momentum, but at least he's trying. You're never going to overtake somebody if you keep following. And Josh is now close enough to stick a wheel in there, but I think he just threw it in there a little bit too hard. Tucked the front end in, lost a bit of momentum.
Like you say, Jeff, it's never a good thing to follow, especially when you're trying to overtake somebody, but there are sometimes corners like that, and maybe it's just wise just to cut the losses, follow him, don't lose that much time, and get him where you can. And I think there, Josh just guilty of perhaps just trying too hard through that corner, and it didn't pay off, and he's lost back some ground that he was making. Little mistakes, little increments when it gets like this at the top order of a race. Yeah, these are the top riders on the island right now, and they certainly are giving us a great show. Gilbert is closing in again on Tommy Searle as they come up to the top end of the circuit alongside the motorway, and it is Gilbert giving it full beans in attack of Tommy Searle. Harry Kulas hops beautifully, just slightly to the side of where Tommy was going, with the line there being blocked off, of course, by the hay bale to prevent any sort of problem with the track degrading. And yeah, Searle second, Gibson third, Gilbert third. It's still giving it every inch that he can there. The Cornishman trying to get on terms with Tommy Searle. That would do him a real favour. You just look back through the pack there. You can see Adamson just coming through along the motorway jumps as well. Kulas, cool as you like.
Yeah, well, he is, isn't he? Like I said, he's Iceman. He's like, you know, when you actually get to know Harry, he's very dry-witted, actually. He's very, very funny. But he is just uber professional, I have to say. He's like, he keeps himself in such great shape. You know, very meticulous about the bike. He's got a great mechanic in Steve Henderson. You know, that dynamic seems to be working well. They won't leave any stone unturned, but he's getting some heat here, but he can deal with it. But they are all pinching up, and
they are getting close.
I think it's Gilbert that is genuinely pushing them on.
Oh, Gilbert went sideways over the jump there. We just flashed through to it on the camera point. Sorry, Jeff, to cut in on you there, but yeah, it went sideways and it looked like Gilbert was in trouble. So again, he seems to close right through that wave section. I think that's Tommy's weak point of the track. Don't think his line there is particularly fast. I think it's safe, but not fast. And Gilbert and Kulas make ground on him through that section and start to give him the heat in the next corner.
Well, time has elapsed, so I'm guessing next time around it's going to, well, it's not guessing, it's definitely going to be 2 laps to go next time around. So we've got a 2-lap sprint race here then, basically to define who is going to win the overall here. It's not going to be Josh Gilbert, I can tell you that, because he scored points, I think, in the first run. But or did he? Did they give him the points?
I don't know if they gave him points or not. I'll have to check on that one.
But anyway, he didn't score enough points to be in the running for the overall. So it's literally between Kulas and Tommy. And look at Tommy.
Tommy is going for it.
Here we go. Buckle in.
Woohoo! He says it himself. Tommy Searle, when the going gets tough, the tough get going. He's attacking. Oh. And Kulas has got a lap rider just up the inside. Tommy tries to go on the outside of the pair of them. That's a lovely ball down. He goes for it. Tommy up the inside. Oh, he puts Kulas over the bank. How Tommy Searle, definite contact there. Kulas goes over the bank. We'll see if he actually stayed on the machine. Yes, he did. Somehow managed to hold off Gilbert amazingly. So Searle has taken the lead. Kulas is second with Gilbert approaching. And the gloves are off, ladies and gentlemen.
They are. Good luck down there, Brad, after this one.
Perhaps they took my analogy of red corner, blue corner too seriously, because they are really fighting it out now. Gilbert trying to take advantage of the confusion. Couldn't quite make a move past. Kulas must have made a hell of a trials bike recovery to get back on track. Yeah, he must have done.
Yeah, for those of you that are old enough like me to remember Gladiators, get your bugle sticks out. I tell you what, get them up there. This is it. This is happening. It's red v blue.
Awooga!
Harry Kulas is not going to be a happy bunny under that lid. I can tell you. I think it was fair. It's difficult to say. You know, obviously everybody will have their opinion on it. We couldn't quite see what happened. We saw enough. But to see that obviously the lead changed hands and
it's getting held up by a lap rider really badly. Sorry, Jeff. Just like to add to the Estonians' frustrations there.
Gav Stevenson, yeah, just not really sure what was happening there. Yeah, but Tommy's just done enough, I think, there. I can't believe that Kulas is going to find some pace here with a 1.5 laps to go to get back. And, I mean, it would be an absolute, like, kamikaze move from some distance if he's going to run it in on Tommy. Yeah. He's got to get closer than that to do it.
Yeah, or a mistake from Tommy is the only thing that's going to get Kulas back onto terms, I think. He certainly gives best there, goes past his ailing teammate Dan Thornhill, who is currently still actually in 11th place, believe it or not. So they're lapping right up there. And yeah, these 450s are taking it out of these riders. Kulas still hopping along that straight with beautiful ease, but he's sure to be boiling underneath that crash helmet there. There's Tommy Searle obviously put the move on him there. They came together, and Kulas went off the side of the circuit. So Tommy it is. That is now away and clear at the moment. They have 1 lap to go as they come round here. They're on the penultimate lap right now. The next time across the stripe will be the last lap board. And still Gilbert is not letting Kulas get away with this. Again, your overall is simple maths. It's between Tommy and Harry, and basically this would reverse the order of race 1. So the tiebreaker, second moto, would go to Tommy Searle. He goes past the commentary point now through the wave section for the final time. In anger, that is. There is the 1 lap board. Josh Gilbert continues to dance around the outside of that final corner before the finish. He is looking like he's going to frustratingly not improve on third. But of course, due to his first race DNF, he's not in the overall reckoning. John Adamson is. He's there in 4th. He's got about 4 seconds between himself and Sean Simpson, and that would mean that he would hang on to 3rd overall for the podium position, which would be a great result for the young Scotsman on the ASA United Gas team. Brad Todd is still hanging on to 6th place ahead of Tristan Purden. Very, very close between those two for 6th place. We'll see where they are on track. Adamson is just coming past my window right now and still has a distance before Sean Simpson comes through. Yeah, the camera showing on Tommy just at the far end of the circuit coming alongside the motorway. I'm just looking out the back window here to see if I can see any developments between Purden and Todd, as they've got a last lap scrap going on between them. There goes... Well, Purden's just gone across the line there, and I think Brad Todd is behind him. Yes, he is. So, yeah, Tristan Purden has made the move to go past Brad Todd for 6th place. So that's a great result for the South African. That would be a double 6th for him, which would be a great position overall. But, yeah, still it is Tommy Searle in command on this final lap. He made that move. We'll see the reaction as we go into the pits there. I'm sure Tommy won't be upset or troubled one iota by the confrontation that's going to happen, because certainly Harry won't be happy with that. Tommy put the move on him. Kulas is still charging, still not far behind. They're going to cross the line absolutely together, and it'd be interesting to see the reaction there. I think my colleague Jeff has gone down to see if he can see the reaction firsthand. There goes Tommy across the line. He shows the number 1. The number 1 finger shows for Tommy Searle. Is there going to be reaction from Kulas? No, Kulas goes down the side of the pit lane. Searle goes in there, and he stays there. Josh Gilbert comes across the line to finish a very solid and secure 3rd place. And we look to see further up the track if John Adamson is going to bring it home in 4th in the race and for 3rd overall. And here comes Sean Simpson as well. But it is... Well, I'm not seeing Adamson for some reason. Looks like Simpson has... Well, Simpson's definitely just crossed the line. Yeah, our screen's offending us a little bit there. But yeah, so I'm not quite sure. We'll have to see what has happened there. I have not seen John Adamson come across the line. Whether he did it whilst I was turning my head, I don't know. But across the line now comes Charlie Putnam. He's a lap down. Now, Tristan Purden crosses the line. That for sure is a good solid 6th, unless Adamson has been relegated, which means then that it is actually 5th. There goes Brad Todd as well. So, yeah, Tristan Purden definitely got the better of Brad Todd. So we're just going to go down to Bradley Wheeler, who's got, I think he's got our race winner, Tommy Searle, just pouring some water on his head, and then he'll be ready to talk to our Fabio Quartararo lookalike, Bradley Wheeler.
Tommy Searle, absolute champion's effort in that one. It looked like he kind of had you there midway through, but you put on an absolute storm of a ride.
Yeah, no, it was good. I knew it this is where they thought they was going to get some points on me, but not today. I dug deep, and yeah, good big it up to Honda, GTCI, my sponsors. They keep it happening. Go out and buy more kicks.
Yeah, it was a quality ride. Crowd was on their feet. We loved it. Good job, mate. Well done. Now coming up, we've got the final race of the weekend, the MX2 race. Conrad Muse took control of it in the first one, and he's going to be looking to do very much the same in this one and take a real stranglehold on the championship and get the red plate back.
You found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
So, ladies and gentlemen, after that amazing MX1 race there, we saw all sorts of manoeuvres going on. And, yeah, Tommy Searle coming out the winner there with Harry Koulas second. Also off of our camera shot, and just as timing screens catch up to us there, Sean Simpson did actually make the move on John Adamson to make fourth position his own behind Josh Gilbert, and that means that Sean Simpson will climb the podium in third overall on the tiebreaker with his fellow Scot John Adamson. So sadly for John, doesn't get to talk to me in the podium later. It will be Sean Simpson there in third place. Overall, that is. And yeah, in the championship, Tommy Searle just knocking the points gap back out to 13 points. So the 3 points he lost from race 1 were recouped there. As we now prepare for MX2 race 2, the final race of the weekend. Where did that time go? We are suddenly on the last race in this amazing, like, desert conditions here at the FatCat Moto Parc. It is so hot out there. Jeff, you've been outside and you saw some of the reactions.
You'll love this.
What's it like?
I finally went out, got out of booth, and I got literally 25 yards down here, and straight away, 3 people went, "Can't believe you're out with no hat on." I was like, I've literally stepped out. It's the first time I've stepped out of the van today. It's like, and they were ticking me off. It's like, because I haven't got a hat on, obviously, because, I'm so vertically challenged. I've grown through my own hair. Yeah, so thanks for the advice. But yes, I was only popping out for a minute just to see what was going on down there and to see the reaction, actually, when they come in across the line. Yeah, it's fair to say that Harry Koulas wasn't so cool and happy about that one. Let's see.
I don't think any of us would have been, but yeah.
Yeah, but he wasn't too displeased. I don't know, but I could tell by his body language, either wasn't pleased with himself, wasn't pleased with Tommy. I don't know, but either way, the race result goes to Tommy Searle. So there we go. Yeah, it was good. So let's see what's going to happen here in this final MX2 race. These guys again going out there when the track is at its most brutal, but they're certainly fit. And well, it's again, let's see. We've got some riders that don't normally wildcard in. Todd Kellett obviously being one. We know we've mentioned him. Solid opening moto. What did he get? 4th, didn't he?
Yes, he did. Yeah. Todd Kellett got 4th in race 1. Yeah, obviously Conrad Muse was in dominant form there. I'd like to see if Jorgen Matthias Talvico gets a good start. I think his lap times weren't that far off for Conrad's, so I think if Talvico gets a good start and maybe Muse doesn't, then I think we could have a much more interesting race on our hands, perhaps. But also there, Dylan Walsh was not a factor. The bike stopping, sadly, he was 3rd fastest in qualification. He could well be a factor in this race as well. We hope that we get in the mix. And yeah, obviously Todd Kellett 4th in the qualification session and 4th in the race behind Kai Carsmakers, who also rode very well in 3rd. So yeah, that's between those riders, and of course Jamie Carpenter, who was 5th as well.
From a commentator's point of view, for you guys as neutrals, let's hope all the top riders get terrible starts. They won't want me to hear that, but they're above that. They're pros or whatever. But for the sake of a good spectacle,
yes, that's right.
You know, it's nice to see riders charge through the field. And like you said, yeah, we definitely had that in the first one.
Well, Conrad is taking the inside gate with Todd Kellett right next to him on that 252 stroke. Will that two-stroke power pay off and squeeze Conrad over towards the inside? Talviku was about 5 or 6 gates in along from the inside. We're seeing on the screens right now Charlie Cole, Jamie Law, Bailey Johnston and Carlton Husband just lining up there with his Kawasaki teammate Sam Atkinson, who had a nice top 10 finish. Great stuff for the MX2 rookie, first year up from the youth ranks, and he rode very well to get up there. Sam Nunn next to him as well, and Mickey Ellis will surely be hoping for a better ride, failing to score points in race 1. But yes, we'll see how they go through. 122.
Sheridan, Jake Sheridan, yeah.
22 of Travis Steels is right there.
Good to see Ben Franklin back again. He basically almost missed a year with that very nasty leg injury. Good to see him back. There's Tom Murphy. Aaron Ongleet lining up there. So, yep, this is it's going to be tough. I can tell you. Now, I haven't ventured out of the commentary booth. I can tell you it's not getting any colder. I can tell you that. If anything, it's getting warmer out there. So it's going to be a tough final moto of the day for these guys. Yep. But they thrive on it. They kind of love it. We all do in a sadistic type of way.
Here we go then with the final race of the day. MX2, race 2, 15-second board is up. All eyes on the 1 and the 5 on that board. It spins round. All eyes focus on the gate. They are preparing to go! Up the inside, Conrad Muse again. Looks like he's controlling it from there. Kai Karsamakers runs one of the riders straight out there.
Kellett made a much better start. Hucked the inside,
scrubs it off the jump. Wow.
And those two are good mates. They're both from down there in the southwest. They don't live too far apart, actually. Oh, but he got Karsmarkers put it to him
again.
Yeah.
Same corner as the Kulas Searle incident there. So Todd Kellett again shown the outside by the young Dutchman Kai Karsamakers. Not willing to take a risk on letting Conrad Muse run away with this, but it could well have nothing to say about that at all as Conrad tries to sail away at the front again.
Much better start for the young Estonian. Yeah, he's already into third. Let's see what he's got then, because he came from a long way back.
Oh, down goes that's a big crash. Oh, pile up. Proper pile up. I think it was Kellett that went down. Yes, it was.
Yeah, and he's taking Grimshaw with him. Tom doesn't look like he knows really what happened there.
Oh, and there's somebody else. I think
Sam Nunn going off the track and then almost crashing, coming back on. Bit of a yard sale down there in that one. All kind of kaleidoscope knock-on effect from Todd Kellett, getting it all wrong. So Kellett goes out of this one after making such a good start as well. An eventful opening lap for Todd Kellett, wild-carding this round on the 250 two-stroke Yamaha. Right, that's opened it up quite a lot then.
Yeah, thoroughly. Talviku here now is looking to try and make a move on Kai Karsamakers for second place. Karsamakers is having designs on attacking Conrad Muse. Very ambitious regarding the form book at the moment, but you never know. Karsamakers was absolutely sideways over there. Incredible move.
Yeah, sorry, I thought that was Jamie Carpenter. For a minute there, I thought like they just hit a bump on takeoff. But that was intentional. I have to say right now, the track under that powdery sort of surface, it's hard. There's a lot of unseen hard edges because they're kind of like dusted.
Look at Karsamakers absolutely flying. Nearly jumped alongside Conrad Muse. I think Muse was nearly caught napping there. Karsamakers is full attack and he does the overjump on the tabletop that worked yesterday on a couple of occasions. Not quite able to get past Muse, but Karsamakers is making a move on Conrad. Oh, he disappears sideways, goes around the outside. Karsamakers takes the lead and is going to make Conrad Muse work for this one.
I threw my hands in the air because for that whole section there, it seemed like he forgot the track.
Yeah, forgot that there was a tabletop there.
Just launched it out everywhere.
And is there a problem for Muse? Because Talviku is now attacking the championship leader. And there it is, Talviku.
Yes, what a race.
There we go, what a scrap. Talviku falls over the back of Karsamakers. And and Conrad has to go over his bike. What a shame for Talviku, but he remounts in fourth place. We've got to hope that bike is still straight because it's all happening here.
Oh, he was rolling the dice. What a shame for the sake of a good race.
Oh, it really was, because he just fell over the back wheel of Carsmakers, didn't he? Incredible.
He's not out of it, but if he could have just kept it on 2 wheels there, we could have had an absolute epic 3-way battle. That's not to say he won't catch these two up now, but if you go on form, if you go on previous races, the reality is that these two guys that are used to GP pace will start to kind of check out, I would imagine. Jamie Carpenter on the GRT Impact KTM is just there again, isn't he? Another good start, putting himself in there, in contention to be on that box. And it's becoming a habit.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, he's really throwing it up there now. In third place is not far out of distance either. Jamie Carpenter in the red and white gear this time, just throwing me off there because I thought he looked like a Crendon Honda. But yes, Carpenter is there in third place at the moment, with Talviku still recovering in fourth place. Just looking down the timing screens there, Jeff, I can see we've got no Dylan Walsh out on the gate right now. There's no Revo 7 Kawasaki on track whatsoever, so not quite sure what's happening there. But yeah, maybe that was the only bike that they bought and it is completely gone for the weekend. Who knows? But yeah, Carsmakers.
It's going so big off all these jumps.
I mean, I saw that yesterday, that, I mean, on a couple of occasions in the youth classes yesterday, it turned out you could over jump that one and it takes you further. And yes, it's not great for the body to be over jumping that all the time, but you can make ground that way. So Carsmakers just decided, well, stuff it, I'm going to throw it off there anyway.
I've seen, I think I was fortunate to be there, like Ricky Carmichael, I think it was High Point, was it that? Yeah, when he, against James Stewart. Oh my days, like Stewart was giving it all the bubba scrub, keeping like, Carmichael, nah. Just hooked a gear, jumped about 120 foot and made up a load of time. You can say what you want about the Bubba Scrub, but sometimes just absolutely airing it out and having the kahunas to do it can give you the time, you know?
Yeah, and take the landing, that's right. Yeah, it's actually in Kurt Nichols' book as well. He mentions that as an overtake.
Does he? Yeah,
it's quite a good one. It's quite,
it was amazing. It was amazing.
A good move at that one. So Carsmaker sets the fastest lap then. So Combat Muse must be scratching his head. Usually he gets the whole shot and clears off. And this time he is not doing so. He's got his old team in front of him. That Hitachi fueled by Milwaukee KTM there. We got Adam Collins up there in 5th place. Callum Mitchell's just overtaken Alfie Jones for 6th. That's a better ride for Alfie Jones even with that one, although there goes Mickey Ellis down the order. Sam Atkinson is there in 8th again, another good ride from him. Jamie Law and Carlton Husband 9th and 10th.
That's great. You've got two effectively rookie riders running in the top 10 in Alfie Jones on the Chambers Husqvarna, and obviously Sam Atkinson on the Phoenix Tools Even Strokes Kawasaki. Great to see two youngsters bursting into the top 10. Can they bring it home in the top 10? That's the difference. Going the distance, but they're getting valuable experience running up the front, speed.
Absolutely, and talking about experience, is this going to be where Carsmakers has the experience that if you throw the bike around that much, if you suffer those heavy landings as much as he is suffering them, it's going to pay physically, because he's coming back into the clutches here of Conrad Muse, and we could well see, yeah, Carsmakers not launching it that time.
No.
he's fed up with those heavy landings, and Conrad is regrouping and starting to haul in the young Dutchman yet again.
Yeah, I can tell you, I'm not as young and I'm certainly not as fit as car markers, but yeah, I was riding in the week and my God, down at Cusses Gorse doing jumps I haven't done for a long time, and yeah, I've had a job to walk this week, literally. It's like somebody taking my legs off and put them on backwards. It's ridiculous.
Here comes then the two masters of the sand. Come along this section here, just nicely wheel tapping along, lifting the front wheel over the big bumps. They also have a good chance that they double into them some of the time just to save some wear on their bike and the body. But Conrad's attacking now. Watch out by the mechanics area that come along through the wave section. Carsmakers dancing the KTM through there, with Muse doing likewise, and very close together they come. Watch alongside the straight, coming back up alongside the start straight. Carsmakers having the advantage at the moment, 0.5 of a second across the line. They're about 6.5 seconds clear of Carpenter.
Having a little look behind him. Just like, yeah, come on then, what you got, Conrad? Come on, give it to me. Almost teasing him there, wasn't he?
It was like a, where are you in Dutch, wasn't it?
Woof. Wow, well, like he's, oh my God, he's like Axel Hodges, like
making some shapes through there.
What's going on there? Like he's not rear wheel tapping, he's like front wheel tapping. That's
making some shapes. It's not been fast though, Jeff, has it? That didn't get him any favours there, because Conrad's closed right in here. Muse will not want to be beaten on home turf, especially not when he's got a perfect weekend in his sights. He hasn't had one of those for a time now, Conrad Muse, not since Ling on the 8th of May. 2 whole months without a double victory, or any victory in fact.
He's searching. Conrad is definitely searching for new lines, trying a few new... Oh, look at that kicker there.
Sideways.
Ben, you see what I'm saying about that's probably backfield with loose sand, and you can't see the kicker as violent as it is. And you've got to watch that because now all that loose sand is falling back into the ruts. It's deceiving,
yeah. Crazy stuff. Talviku is 2.5 seconds behind Carpenter. Might be an issue with the bike then, because usually, to be fair to Jamie, Talviku's shown better speed than that, but he's there still in 4th place. Adam Collins is 5th, Callum Mitchell 6th, Alfie Jones, great riding from him and his fellow rookie in this class. Alfie Jones 7th, Sam Atkinson 8th, running nicely. Jamie Law 9th on the 2-stroke, ahead of Ben Franklin on the number 300 machine. Todd Keller is recovered from his crash. He's currently there in 14th place at the moment, with Mickey Ellis down in 15th behind him. And here comes Conrad. They go around the last corner together. This is where Muse found some pace last time. They go through past our window like an absolute flash. Is Carsmakers going to hold on this time? Is Muse going to shove the bike up the inside? Muse goes wide into this treacherous right-hander that's caught out so many riders.
Yeah, he's stuck with the outside line. Last lap around, he tried the inside. Didn't work for him. And that's a sign of a great rider, obviously. Trying stuff, adapting as the race goes on, processing all the information. Conrad knew, okay, I tried that line, didn't work, lost time, doesn't do it again.
10 minutes into this 25-minute plus 2-lap race. Muse hanging off the back mudguard there. Oh, and then again, like you say there, Jeff, just sending it across there.
Yeah, just trying, look, inside, outside, just trying. And what that also does, Ben, is makes the rider ahead think, because although they're focusing on their own job, you do hear the rider's bike behind you, and you're conscious of that. And it's just those little mind games, trying to get into the rider's head, thinking, oh, he's on this side of the track, he's on that side of the track. And in some ways, psychologically setting up a pass for maybe the next lap around.
Yeah, this
so
is
that
the
rider thinks
this
you're
is
there.
where Muse is fast. He runs wide, then clears the tabletop at the far end. He goes across, overtakes Kai Carsmakers across the back of the circuit. Very nearly called him Pierre then, never mind. Anyway, second there is Carsmakers now. Muse has made the move back. Can the Dutchman respond there? I felt, Jeff, in that little straight where Muse closed in, that Carsmakers was a bit gun-shy after he was all sorts of shapes the previous lap. I think he just took it a bit slower. And Muse got the talons in, smelt blood, and went for the kill. And he's there in front now.
Yes, yeah, that was a nice move, calculated move. He kind of worked that out from the lap before, because he definitely gained on him last time around. And of course, as a rider, that's what you do. You kind of go, right, okay, I know where I'm quick. He's slowed down a lot now. Now, what's going on here is he can't be taking that much of a breather. Since Conrad's gone by, he's lost at least a couple of seconds already.
Sure. Oh, who was that?
Oh, who do you think?
Well, Talviku was only just 3/10 behind Carpenter at the start of the lap. He's coming into the start of this lap now, and he flew into view there, made us all jump. Absolutely.
I so wish he hadn't crashed on that opening lap.
That is some technique from Talviku, and you never know. There's, 5 seconds to make up? Yeah, Carsmakers lost 5.5 seconds there.
Yeah, something's gone on there, because once Conrad went by, look, he's sat down.
Cruising.
Yeah. Still doing all the jumps, which is normally a sign that it's not anything in your head as a mechanical. Because if you had real issues with the bikes, you know, if you think your bike's going to nip up, the last thing you want to be doing is happening over a big tabletop. So maybe it's something like simple, like he's got a puncture or a rear brake problem or a brake. I don't know, but either way, he's definitely lost a lot of speed since he's been overtaken by Conrad Muse.
Is it a puncture? We've had a few of them this weekend.
I'm amazed if it is. I would have thought the guys would be running mooses.
Yeah.
Something not right. Maybe, do you know what? Maybe it's a gearbox thing that he can't get a certain gear, or he's stuck in one gear or something like that.
Yeah, either way, Talviku has sailed around the outside of Kai Carsmakers, so that's second place for the young Estonian debutant in this series today, and he's really showed us fantastic skill and talent and just sort of shocking behaviour on the bike. He's thrown it around absolutely with abandon. So yeah, young Jorgen Matthias Talviku making his presence felt in the MX2 class. What a replacement for that team, though. Coming in for Florian Mio, who, to be fair to Florian, was not having the year he would have wanted. But this kid is really showing the colours for that team right now.
Oh, isn't he ever? What an addition to the championship. I'll tell you, if we get this from him from the remaining 2 rounds, then please, SC Sports Home, sign him up now on a multiple-year deal. We want him racing British Motocross. He's all in, isn't he?
He really is.
All action.
Dances the bike around. He's got those big wide elbows, hunched stance. the sure sign of aggression there. He's constantly leaning forward like he wants a piece of this. Maybe it's a crumbling wheel for cars makers. Maybe there's an issue there from that sense, because it's just wobbling around, isn't it?
Yeah, he's definitely lost off the pace. Obviously, you can follow us all on social media. I'm sure, given a few hours after today's racing, whatever the problem is might come out all over social media.
Todd Kellett is advancing through the pack after that crash. He's got himself up to 10th. I think he's now passed Jamie Law. Yes, he has. He's now closing in on Sam Atkinson, who is manfully hanging on to 8th place at the moment. Here comes Kellett, though, the Sandmaster. Oh, just has to check up there as the big Sam on the back of his back, on the back of his shirt there comes through. And yes, it is straight through goes Kellett.
The track is getting to that point now where for the average Joe, and none of these are average Joes, this is where you are feeling it in your lower back. I mean, you will be absolutely, your lower back's taking a pounding. Kellett will love it.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Literally red rag to a bull. It'll be like, bring on these big holes all day long. Because that's what a lot of beach racing is, like the 2K. 3 hours of just constantly pulling on the bars.
Oh, Bailey Johnston's having an issue. I'm not sure if he's got
his hand up. I reckon he might have jarred his wrist there.
That's a shame for Bailey. He was up in the top 15, scoring good points. One of the rookies there, but yeah, that wrist doesn't look the right shape to me.
No,
so yeah, I think we'll be. Hopefully, we can get that repaired and looked at so that he can rejoin us in 2 weeks' time. 3 weeks' time at Whitby for the next round. Atkinson now fending off Jamie Law, but Law goes past on the Apica Husqvarna, the two-stroke.
This is it. This is two ends of the spectrum of your pro motocross career here. You've literally got Jamie Law now, pushing on, still loving it into his 30s quite comfortably, and then you've got Sam Nunn. Sorry, it's not Sam Nunn. Sam Atkinson, first year. This year in the pro ranks. So there you go. Two riders, very different ends of their careers.
Atkinson's struggling as well. I mean, it literally looked like he was checking up there. He's sort of doing a Kenda Dyker style thing, just deciding he's not going to put the effort in right now. Maybe the heat is getting to them. It is approaching 30 degrees, if not just over. So that's very torrid conditions for any English motocross rider to deal with. They're certainly not used to it here. Although, obviously, give a shout out to, apparently we've got some viewers down under in Australia, so I'd like to give you a good thank you for viewing today with us. That's great to have your company.
Wow, we're getting
better weather now. Yeah.
We're getting better weather than them at the minute. They've had torrential rains down in Sydney and whatever. Yeah, they've really been getting it. So we actually, for once, have got better weather. Don't say that very often.
We have no position to gloat, but we're going to for a change. Yeah,
yeah, we don't get a chance. We get about 2 or 3 weeks a year, so just deal with it.
That's it, exactly. Yeah, we get once every 20 years we get a better cricket team, and that's about it. Yeah. Anyway. So, yeah, Jamie Law, I fancy the Australian team in the Nations this year. If the two Lawrence brothers can stay healthy and have Mitchell Evans as well, then that's going to be a team to cheer for sure. But, Atkinson working his way backwards now. The heat has definitely gotten to the teenager as Charlie Cole now makes a move on him to demote Sam to 12th. Meanwhile, out in front, Talviku is 9.4 back on Muse, and Carsmaker's still there in third.
Charlie Cole, it's good to see his progression. He had a great 85 career back in the day. Then just didn't sort of develop much more from there. Had a lot of bad luck, had a couple of injuries or whatever, and just maybe lost a bit of his mojo, confidence, whatever. But little by little, it's coming back. It's been a long way back for Charlie. He's obviously reminds me a lot of his dad, Martin, in the way he rides from back in the day. But Charlie, confidence rider, is starting to gain a bit more of it, and he really does look good on the Kawasaki. And he said so. He really likes the bike. Was amazed at how the handling of it after having years of riding, like a Husqvarna and whatever. So. Yeah, look, he's enjoying his riding right now.
Yeah, for sure. He had a best of 4th at Ling, so he's obviously not afraid of the soft stuff there. So, yeah, out in front still, Muse away and clear. 9.4 seconds now is the gap back to Jorgen Matthias Talviku with Carsmaker's 3rd. Jamie Carpenter still holding a solid 4th. And Callum Mitchell, that's a good ride for Callum Mitchell up there in 5th on the number 32 machine.
Yeah, Callum, again, likes the soft stuff. From over there in Norfolk or East Anglia, that kind of way. But yeah, his kind of hometown tracks are like Blacksall, Ling, used to this kind of sand going. Put a lot of work in though on the hard pack stuff as well over the last couple of years to improve his skills there. And he's now, he's a contender. He can be a podium guy, no doubt about it. On the Fabricant Racing Team KTM.
And those of you who like the maths section of Countdown are going to be a bit disappointed with this one. It's very, very easy. 2 firsts for Conrad, 2 seconds for Talviku, 2 thirds for Carsmakers. If it stays like this, that will be your overall podium. And yeah, Muse will then retake the championship lead, of course, from the absent Isaac Gifting, where Jamie Carpenter was 33 points back of Isaac Gifting in the championship. And I think he's just about doing enough now. Yes, a 5th and a 4th will be enough to just put Carpenter ahead of Gifting in the championship as well. But that's the main challenger to Muse in the championship, and it's yeah, it's looking all good for the Stebbings Superstore.
Yeah, it is. You know, and you know, it's only what, a couple of months ago, was it even less than that he was crumpled up on the floor in the first corner.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, at Canada Heights there, and you kind of think, oh, that's it. Going to be a long way back from there, but there you go. You see, straight away it all changes. What can happen to one rider can certainly happen to another.
But yeah, he broke his collarbone in several places in that accident, so it's quite an impact to come. I remember the ground shaking when he hit it. I mean, it was an incredible impact. So yeah, he's done very well to have all the medical attention and the recovery. That's a sure sign of dedication there itself, because you've really got to sort of knuckle down and let your body heal somehow. It's a sort of tedious workman-like process, is that, isn't it?
Yeah, on top of that though, the guys are so stupidly fit. Obviously your recovery time improves dramatically when you're a top level athlete.
Callum Mitchell on screen, the number 32, riding very nicely on the Fabricant race team KTM. He's also the leader of the, no he's not, sorry, Carpenter is the leader of the Expert Cup class today, with Mitchell there in 5th place, the second of the Expert Cup riders.
I see, yeah, he's going all with his shirt out the back. He's going all Jason Anderson there, isn't he, as well? I don't blame him in this heat.
Yes, I'm surprised you haven't seen more riders employ the cutting the holes in the shirt business that they used to do there. And were you one of those that rolled their sleeves up as well, Albertine style? Was that your time? I thought I remember you riding like that.
Yeah, I had to roll my sleeves up anyway because I'm so small. Like little T-Rex arms. Yeah, I know. I did listen to get as much air onto me as possible. If I had my way, I'd have had a fan coming down off the top of my peak. Yeah, yeah. I'd you know, as I said, being ginger is not. We're not designed for heat. We're just not. I say that, of course, and you got Carmichael just pounds it out.
Yeah.
He's the exception to the rule. Actually, and Villapoto and many others.
He's the exception to many rules. Let's face it. Yeah.
I'm just making excuses for myself.
But yeah, Talvin, not quite sure what the issue was with Kai Carsmakers, because he is still out there and turning decent laps. Although it looks like Carpenter is closing in 3.2 seconds now, the gap between 3rd and 4th, that is. So that could see Carpenter make a move on Carsmakers. It's not going to be enough to deprive Kai of the overall result, because yeah, last time out Todd Kellett was 4th, and that puts a bit more of a gap between Carsmakers and Carpenter. In news of Todd Kellett's advancement, he's up to 8th place now. He's got Alfie Jones ahead of him, the other rookie there. He's 9 seconds behind him, though, at the end of the last lap. So Alfie has got a bit of a result there, which is a bit of a good score at the moment. He finished 15th in race 1, did Alfie Jones. So this 7th place is a nice improvement for him. And that would actually be his best result of the year if he stayed there.
Yeah, I'm actually genuinely intrigued to know what's going on here, because he's definitely, for a better word, to take his foot off the gas, obviously his right wrist off the gas, but I don't think it's out of his choice. I think there's genuinely something going on here.
And that's the biggest tabletop on the track, and he just sailed over it, no problem at all. But he's not whipping it.
He's not.
I mean, earlier in the race, he was throwing it completely. When we reeled in shock when we saw him laying it sideways. I don't think he's risking that. But
he doesn't look in discomfort or anything like that. I don't know. I reckon it could be like we can't hear, obviously, the bike going round, but maybe I reckon it might be a gearbox issue or something like that, and he's just kind of got maybe lost a couple of gears to work with or something like that, because he can't commit.
No. Ooh,
like he to
landed on the side of the track there.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not attacking there, is he? So, yeah, you've got to think with Jamie Carpenter, you've got hope. He's going to come in shot surely soon.
Just trying to hear it on our camera. It seemed like he was just revving that to high heaven, so I think he might be stuck in a low gear.
Stuck in a gear, yeah, maybe.
probably completely wrong with that, but we'll never know until the race finishes. But as you can see, he's
actually nodding in frustration there. You can see he's really not happy with the situation. And
well, look how he was earlier on. I mean, literally, he was launching that like it wasn't there, and now he's having to hang up on all the jumps.
Here comes Carpenter. Yeah, Carpenter is approaching. There's no doubt about it.
He's just a dead man walking in regards to the rest of the riders going around there at the minute. They're going to pick him off in these last few laps.
Yeah, 2 minutes plus 2 laps left. So depending on where Muse is, I believe Muse is not far away from crossing the line. There goes Talviku across the line. So yeah, from that sense, I think we're going to be 3 laps, including the one they're on, if I believe, including the one Muse is on anyway. I'm just going to have a quick dive outside.
Yeah, go for it.
He's just approaching us. I want to have a listen.
Yeah, so Ben's going to go out there and try and find out if, obviously in our booth here, we can only pick up the sound that you're watching at home or hearing at home. Ben has just jumped out of the booth very quickly. We're on the finish straight here to see if he can hear if K Cars Markers is stuck in any one gear. You can see he's just up on the pegs. There's nothing he can do. He's not going to put any fight in here and just let Jamie Carpenter go by. We, don't want to say, obviously, the team, anything detrimental to the team. Listen, it's motorsport, even the best teams in the world or whatever they're doing, world motocross, whether it's... He's playing around with him there. He's doing his best to try and fend Jamie Carpenter off. Not sure what's going on here with the number 33, but he's definitely fighting for his life to try and keep that thing going and over the line. Jamie is probably confused as much as the rest of us because he's just made a move on him, like, basically Kay pulled over and kind of let him have it and then fought back in the next corner. So Jamie Carpenter himself is probably thinking, what are you doing, pal? But there's the difference down the straight, you see. That's why something is slowing that bike down, that Hitachi Milwaukee powered machine. But Jamie will just bide his time here. He knows there's something wrong. Can maybe even hear it. Let's see when Ben gets back in here. He might be able to tell what's going on. This is the battle for third. It's not going to affect too much of the overall, I don't think. Or maybe it might, Can't remember what Jamie had in the opening moto.
Wow, that was interesting. Yeah, that was interesting there. So yeah, I think it's the bike sounds quieter, like it's not revving enough. So I think he's in a high. I think he's stuck in a high-ish gear. Right. Yeah, because he's just. He's trying to work the clutch, trying to rev it. It's just not going there. I saw 2 overtakes while I was out there as well. So Adam Collins went around the outside of Callum Mitchell for 5th place while he was there, and Todd Kennett also made a move on Alfie Jones. I also saw a very tired Sam Atkinson look at the clock as he went past it, and then Conrad Muse went past as if he rubbed salt in the wound. 14 seconds to go, so he's making everyone do an extra lap here. So yeah, we are now. Conrad's on this lap. It's this lap plus 2 more because 13 seconds he crossed the line for, and you can almost see the despair in Sam Atkinson's face. Although I'm sure he'd be quite welcome to see Conrad lap him.
On this occasion, yeah, you should. But that's part of the learning curve when you're a young rookie.
This is it.
You can go fast in the youth classes or whatever, and you think you're the man, and you are. You are. That's the thing.
Yeah, that's true.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
And why wouldn't you think that? But it gives you a full sense of where you're actually at. Because the minute you step into the pro category and the adult racing, my word, it's a completely different field.
Yeah, for certain. Yeah, so just seeing on our timing screens there that, Collins is still showing behind Mitchell, but he did actually pass him just after they crossed the line. So, yeah, that's possibly why the screens are a little bit out of date there. But here comes Conrad dancing down the final straight towards the finish line area. So
looks good. Looking... Excuse the pun here, it's an obvious one, but he's looking fly in his fly kit. Obviously the guys that fly, Oakley, Bell, Seven, all those people help getting involved to make this live stream happen. Of course, as well, all our series sponsors. Without these guys, because we'll be going off air as soon as this race finishes, so absolutely give them a good old name check. Quite right too, we've got the Keck's fastest lap. We had, of course, the 24 MX Whole Shot Award. Don't forget to vote for your Scott Rider of the Day on the Revo ACU British Championship social media. That's a must. Who else have we got involved there, Ben?
Yeah, so we've got obviously title sponsor Revo, sadly not represented as much on track as they would have liked this weekend. But yeah, Revo still do some fantastic backing for the series. It's still committed for the next few years, which is wonderful. We've also got Gulf Race Fuels, who are, of course, our fueled by sponsor, looking after us from that sense with the fuel. Charity sponsor Road to Recovery. 24MX, like I say, supplying the whole shot reward, as Jeff said there. Max's Tyres, great to see them back involved in the British Championship. Got their banners around, and they're providing some free tyres to the winners of all the youth classes. We've also got Factory Image Racing, Scott Sports, Bickers, Sports Insure, 10 Plant Power, Wolf Sports, Kex, obviously with their fastest lap award and such like, and then also Surf and Turf, TMX. Pick up your copy every Thursday, Charles and Motocross News, and also they're online as our Motorhead, another one of our media partners there. So yeah, thank you to everybody involved in the series, and thank you to all the spectators who are here trackside. It's been wonderful to have your presence in this searing heat. You've put up with it, and see most of you sticking by the hedge over that far end, which is a very wise call as the shadows lengthen a little bit there.
The trade stands have probably sold more umbrellas today than on a wet, windy day, I should imagine. So yes, thanks for everybody for coming out. Thanks also to our incredible track crew, marshals in particular, paramedics, and all our medical team doing a great job attending to the riders and keeping them safe out there. So thanks to everybody. We're going to bring it home here then. Conrad Muse is going to go 1-1 here. Has he got one more lap to go as he comes round? Yeah, so we're going to follow him round. He's looking tidy. There it is, 1 to go. He's got a nice cushion now over to Vaki.
Yeah, Talviku, our timing screens have paused again, I'm afraid. So from that side of it, as far as we know, Talviku is still there. I will just keep an eye out on the window to see if he does go. Yes, he just goes through there, did Talviku. So you can guess at the gap there. Sam Atkinson also going through, still circulating at least, trying to pick up a few points because he is in the top 15 still at the moment. But yeah, Talviku come through. I'll just check things over as they come through past our window. Carpenter is still showing in fourth, but he's obviously passed Carzamakers now, so that is third place for Carpenter. If Carzamakers drops much further, then it could well be Carpenter taking the overall third place on the podium from the Dutchman, but I don't think that's going to be the case.
There's a big gap in there between him and Callum Mitchell. With 1 to go, even with that bike we think stuck in a higher gear.
Yeah, Carzamakers has just gone through there, just through past, and he is still behind Carpenter. I think Collings... No, Carpenter's fallen back. Carzamakers has got back past Carpenter. So yeah, Carpenter just went past the window after Carzamakers. So maybe Jamie made a mistake there. There was a little mud stain on his shoulder, so I think he perhaps would have gone down. So that is that one there. Adam Collings has overtaken Callum Mitchell now for 5th place. But yeah, Carzamakers has actually recovered through there to stay on board. As Muse is on the cruise.
That will, well, that's pretty much settled the overall with 1 to go, unless there literally something drastic happens on this last half a lap. It's going to be Conrad Muse going 1-1.
Yeah, Todd Kellett has made his way up to 7th place. He's just got past Alfie Jones. There he goes past my commentary window here. And yeah, we've also then got Alfie Jones is still out on track on the Chambers KTM. So that's a great ride from the young rookie, MXY2 champion in the 250 class from last season. Charlie Cole also out there nicely.
He's just trying to pick up the leader. Hopefully we get him over the line. There he is.
There he goes. Takes a checkered flag. Conrad Muse, race winner. 2 out of 2 for Conrad. Back to normal service for him. He will reattach the red plate to the front of that Stebbings Car Superstore KTM. And for his own private effort, his crew come in straight away with the water down the neck. Got to be done. As Carlton Husband comes across the line as well. Tom Grimshaw just finishes there. You're right.
I'll tell you, well, I'm just saying, this is how hot it is. Literally, there's nothing with the bike going down there. I think they're trying to unfasten his boots, get some air around his feet straight away, I think. Honestly, I do. I think that's what they're doing, aren't they?
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Cooling things down. Conrad got a crisp new haircut there, I can see. And yeah, getting thoroughly doused by the team. It's that sort of day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure you guys out in the sun. Grateful Sam Atkinson comes in. Yeah, definitely feeling it there, the young rider.
But either way, it's hot. I can tell you that.
Yeah, I think everybody online will be getting the picture. There goes Carzamakers. He crosses the line. I think that was that Jamie up behind him?
I don't know, but Jamie Carpenter will be coming in and asking.
There he is, yeah. James Carpenter just crossed the line in 4th.
He'll be literally asking his team, what was going on there? Because the guy let me by, and then 2 corners later, he's like, playing the whole cat and mouse, like...
maybe the gearbox completed again. Adam Collins is well chuffed with 5th place, and rightfully so. He made a good move on Callum Mitchell there, going into the waves on the with about 2 laps to go, as I was just outside checking on the Cosmaker situation. But yeah, so Collins has made a nice effort there in 5th place. Callum Mitchell crosses the line in 6th. Great to see. Next across the line, although our screens are saying Alfie Jones, I think it's Todd Kellett who's going to cross the line. Jack Lindsay finishes his race a lap down, and then across the line, there goes Todd Kellett. Yes, he has just crossed the line there with the number 300, actually, that was
Ben Franklin.
Ben Franklin did actually move ahead of Jamie Law. Alfie Jones has slipped back a little bit there, so yes, it's Kellett in 7th place ahead of Franklin, Law, and then Alfie Jones, I think.
Well, let's throw down to Brad one more time to have a word with race winner, overall winner, Conrad Muse.
Conrad Muse, another perfect day for you. Fast in qualifying, 2 race wins, and you got the red plate back.
Yeah, it was a good day. Yeah, couldn't be happier with how it went. Again, give it up to all the people that's helped me for this one. My dad's been working night in, night out this week to get the bikes ready, and yeah, without him it wouldn't be possible. My girlfriend doing everything for me. So yeah, thanks to them guys especially, and thanks to all my family and friends there and the fans that came and watched today.
Well, obviously got a couple of weeks now before the next round at Whitby. Is there anything you want to work on, or just keep things moving as they are?
No, not really. I mean, I missed some bike time with my shoulder. So yeah, just ride as much as I can now and get as fit, as strong as I can for the last 2 rounds.
Yeah, good job, well done. That's it here from me at Fat Cats, and I'll see you at the next round at Whitby in a couple of weeks' time. I'll hand you back now to Jeff and Ben to close the show.
Thank you very much, Bradley. So yeah, great weekend for everybody here. Fantastic effort. Jeff, how's it been, your first experience of the Revo British Motocross Championship?
Well, first experience, obviously, doing the live stream. Sure. I've certainly been to plenty in my time. Yeah, it was great. Obviously, the weather made it tough for the riders. The track was fast and brutal, but we saw some great racing out there. We saw all kinds of incident. As we said, you never watch a motocross event where that doesn't happen. So a great day's racing. I hope that everybody went home safely. We did have that one red flag incident, so we wish the rider the best of health with that. But on a whole, it's been great, and I'm certainly looking forward to Whitby, because Whitby is a different type of track. Loads of jumps, load of rhythm sections. It'll be tight, close racing. So, yeah, looking forward to that. When's that happening, Ben? Let's just remind everybody so you don't miss it.
Yes, certainly. Yes, it's 3 weeks' time. It is the 30th and 31st of July. We'll be live from Whitby, all classes, racing for 2 days that weekend. And then we've got the youth-only event, 13th and 14th of August from Warmingham Lane. And the finale of the whole series, 10th and 11th of September at Landrake. But, yeah, can't wait to see Whitby for the first time myself, which will be great. And, yeah, work back alongside again with you, Jeff.
Yeah, thanks to everybody. Thanks to all our sponsors. Obviously, the series sponsors, Revo, British ACU Championship, fueled by Gulf Fuels there, and everybody else involved, everybody in this production. Yeah, great. It's been great working with you, Ben. I'm looking forward to doing more. And remember, get onto the social media, like, subscribe, share. Let's get British motocross to a higher level.
Absolutely, yes. So thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Thank you, everybody who turned up on site, all the track, all the crew, everybody involved in the operation. From myself, Ben Rumbold, and my colleague, Jeff Perrett, and everybody here at Fat Cat. Thank you. We'll see you next time.